me coffee in the morning, gotta have the coffee. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me back and messy. One sip, two sips, and I'm feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive. Woke up in the morning, sleepy eyes yawning. Jumped out of bed, started the day, opened the curtain. Felt the cool breeze, the sun shining on my face. But something was missing, I needed my job to chase. Give me coffee in the morning, give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the coffee. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me back and messy. One sip, two sips, and I'm feeling so alive.
Oops. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome in, Butterfly, Spinster. You're here as well. Thank you guys for coming in. We got a little bit of a later start this morning than we usually get to have. Everybody come on in. I just got a fresh cup of coffee and I already got more brewing. I just feel like it's one of those days. I may not get enough coffee today. Let me put this phone on silent before it starts. Making too much noise. My goodness. I hate the way they did this drop down menu with this stupid update. There we go. Do not disturb. Well, good morning, good morning. I'm excited to see if we're going to get some defense questions in today, right? For our latest witness. Is it raining there again? It rained here for that little bit yesterday, and then it cleared up quite nicely. We had a beautiful evening. But I did hear this morning you guys are getting it again. Right now, we're good to go. All right, I gotta pull this screen to the side, guys, so I can get the stream up so whenever they do get started, we'll be on time. I think it rained last night during the middle of the night, or it might have been the night before. I can't remember now. It's like I woke up and I heard it, and I was like, ah. Okay. Hopefully you guys will dry out a little bit and you won't continue to get all that rain. My tropical rainy season will be here before we know it. Every afternoon you'll get that chance of a pop-up thunderstorm. We just live with it. We're like, just run for the trees. We'll be okay in 30 minutes. Just don't let it be lightning, though. In that case, don't go under the tree. Although you'd be surprised how many people in the South go under the trees when it's raining, especially if you're stuck out on the river. What else are you going to do? Hope for the best. Ew. Y'all got a lot of rain over there in Texas. I just took a glance. It's pretty clear my way. It'll probably continue to move toward me. They have the OnlyFans spinning around in the courtroom, so. I noticed when I was trolling chats, well, I wasn't trolling the chat, I just happened to pull up the Law and Crime feed, I think. No, it was that NBC Boston 10, whoever it is. Anyway, I pulled up their live stream feed this morning, because I always drop it into the playlist in case we need to use their feed. And there was a person in their comment section, and it had to be a troll account because just the random comments it was making, but the name was Joe Schmo. It threw me off for a moment. I was like, what is Joe doing? I was like, wait, that's not our Joe Schmo. It's a different Joe Schmo. I was completely thrown off. So just know if y'all see a random Joe Schmo out there talking smack, it's probably not the same Joe Schmo that we all know. Although, yeah, it's called afternoon pop-ups. We're so used to them, it's just part of our life. We're like, oh yeah, those things happens every day. You'll be okay. By around 3 o'clock, it's coming. Between 2 and 4, you're gonna get hammered somewhere. The joys of a tropical climate. I'll take that tropical climate any day over the alternatives. I'm like, no, can't do that.
You get to have.
That's my phone there. I'm knocking stuff over. A good thing my coffee's way over there because that could have been a disaster. Okay, there we go. I bet there is, Butterfly. There's probably a lot of Joe Schmo accounts. I just don't pay attention to the chats much anymore. Except if I'm bored and I'm just waiting on something to come on, I'm like, oh, look what these people are saying. Then I laugh for a moment. People crack me up with their comments, troll accounts or not, right? Some of them are super hilarious. Good morning, Dolphin. Are you feeling better, hun? Did you get some rest? I thought about you last night. I was hoping that you just dosed yourself up full of meds and got some really good long sleep. Help you feel better. I'm ready for some good testimony to get underway, or some good questioning of a testimony, right? Yeah, we need her to feel better. I miss chatting it up with her. Oh, not feeling any better? Oh no. Maybe after a good 24 hours of, dosing yourself will kick in. Sometimes it takes that long, doesn't it? And a lot of times we know this viral stuff just has to run its course, right? Not a lot we can do except maybe ease some symptoms. Good, you got a good, because I know your sleep is like mine. If you get it, you get it, right? So you take it while you can. And you don't sleep that much, so probably did you a world of good. It does me after about 2 months of my little insomnia bouts. I'm like, I'm down for the count. 3 days of nobody, don't even mess with me. I'm like, I gotta go. Sleep is calling. I checked the docket this morning. Nothing new on Stearns or Idaho, because we're waiting on the judge's decisions on that stuff over there for Stearns, on the 3 motions they have out to suppress evidence in Google searches. We read that one document yesterday. We didn't read the other 2 yet. Oh, that'll help. There you go. That's always a good treat, right? There's this like really cool place in town. It's a pharmacy, but it's like a privately owned little mom and pop pharmacy, but it's like a mercantile, what they call it. But it's a really nice store, and they have that option in there. You can go in there and do the dry sauna and other things. Oh my God, those ladies treat you so good in there. I love that place. They got lots of cool stuff in that store as well. I'm like, I need to take a lot of money when I go in there. Right, that lag probably doesn't help with the time differences and everything, and you get back home, it's probably got you a little out of whack as well. I could imagine. You don't ever get jet lag? I don't travel like that, so I've never had to deal with it. So I don't know what it's like, but I could imagine that it's like wonky feeling at the best, especially if there's like a day or really crazy time gaps. Hell, just driving to South Florida and back to Disney, you got to remember when you cross Apalachicola River, your time just changed. I jumped into the future. I wonder what causes people to get like some people get motion sickness and some people don't. So it's probably like that. It'll affect some people and not others. I can see it too, Dolphin. She always hitting the ground running, right? You only live once, right? So why not? Why not? I need to live adventurously and get me a new grill. How's that? I need a new grill. Uh, any luck on the snake situation, Dolphin? Maybe maybe he went away when she went out of town. He's like, "Oh, she left. I'm just gonna go back outside and chill." But you don't know. That's the problem. Oh my gosh. I love that. She's like, "Well, so let me ask you this." He's probably like, "Lady, what are you talking about? Why are you asking me these weird questions?" Awesome. Yes, she is going to be headed down to CrimeCon. Yeah, I don't blame you. I wouldn't want to go up against that snake while I'm not feeling good because it's not going to end well for one of us. Probably me trying to get away. Like, I would be like calling the movers right now, house for sale. I'm done. Gotta go. I'll miss you, house. He laughed. Oh, gosh. Some of the conversations we probably strike up with people, are probably odd to a lot of people. They're like, why are you asking me such strange questions? We're just curious. We have a curious nature. We're from the true crime community. Good morning, Nina. Welcome in. Good to see you. They're still showing the only fan down there spinning around uncontrollably. Huh. Let me move this one to the top. Okay, that's what we're doing. We're gonna watch out. Good morning. Yes, Hank Slyers, we are streaming the trial. In fact, I'm pulling up the feed because Karen and her team are standing outside of the courthouse. That way we can keep an eye on what's going down. Get your tea, Dolphin, and I got my coffee. You get your tea. Thanks for coming in, Hank Slyers for hire. Fights are free. Oh my gosh. Good. People's comments and names really crack me up. I love to laugh. If we can't laugh, life is no fun. That kind of looked like John O'Keefe's mom trying to get in there. We don't need you caught up in your mess, Miss Dolphin. You're too valuable to the team. The community needs you. Don't get caught up in something we gotta come get you out of. Send out the bat signal. Uh-oh, guys, I made a mistake. Okay, they're a little noisy outside of the courthouse, and someone doesn't realize their camera's pointing down to the ground. Or maybe they do and they just don't care. It's like, get it together, camera guy. You're making me a little bit dizzy. Look, the fan's like, I'm not even going to work. Law and Crime's feed, man, does bizarre stuff sometimes. It's like, I'm going to freeze up for a moment. We have two other options if they get crazy. I thought this said bad guys at first. You are bald guys. There's a lot of bald guys. Uh-oh. Guys, we have aggressive birds here. The other day I was outside and I noticed that these two birds appeared to be very aggressive in nature. And I'm always out there watching the birds and listening to the birds, right? Um, these two birds were just acting totally strange and aggressive for no reason. So I thought they were stalking the pole barn kitties, what I call him, to steal his hair for their nest, because they will do that. Aggravates that poor cat to death. And then I noticed this one was kind of like walking all funny, and I'm like, well, what's wrong with that little bird over there? Well, they flew away and went on about their little bird business. So I didn't think more about it. Yesterday, my neighbor's kid is outside, and he calls me to the fence. He's like, be careful out here. I'm thinking, oh my God, he's done seen a giant snake or a panther come out of the woods. What's going on? And he's like, I think the birds tried to attack me. He's like, he had saw one with a broken wing and he went to approach it to try to help it. And the other birds didn't like it and they flew in to try to attack him. I was like, that's what's wrong with those aggressive birds. They're just in protective mode. And they were so loud. Hank says, I used to be Arca is my kryptonite. Oh, okay. But after Burgess, I had to change my name. And since Hank is in dire straits, I went through the tune Money for Nothing rhythm. Oh my God. Okay, because I know who your account was, Kryptonite. Arca is my kryptonite. Thanks for letting us know. Bird business. Them birds, man. When I was a little kid, they would fly down and take my hair to go put in their nest. And I remember this one day, it just kept happening. And I was so mad. And my mom was watching me out the kitchen window and she'd see me running. And she was laughing, thought it was funny. And she's trying to explain to me they're stealing your hair to go put in their bird's nest. Like, well, it's my hair. They need to get off me and leave me alone. I can't even come outside to play. It's a little ridiculous. And now they do it to my cat. Steal the cat's hair. Like, better the cat than me, because I might not be so nice today. I might just smack the bird. Go fly in the tree where I can enjoy you, but don't try to attack me, because then it's going to get serious. Yeah, Dolphin, you're there to enjoy yourself, not to be a victim. We don't have that around here. We don't want anybody in the community ending up a victim of anything. We have to call you a law tuber and all kinds of stuff. Investigation team, whole 9 yards. We got it covered. We got a person for everything, don't we? Surveillance, we need that done too. We can figure it out. Y'all know there's enough of y'all out here. We can get it done. Hey, Firefly, welcome in. We're hoping to get back to the more fun, right? If they ever get court underway, we're going to take bets on we're going to get a sidebar immediately, guys. Are they going to let us actually get a little thing, a little testimony in? Because we're all ready to get to the defense on with this guy. Hopefully, Firefly will be able to listen in while she's at work and listen to the testimony. The first line's all I had to read because we know anybody in the them roosters. You know what else? Those geese fuckers are mean. So Joe was terrified of the rooster, and the rooster knew it. He used to chase me around the farm. He wasn't trying to build a damn nest. He was just an asshole. Joe, you don't know that for sure. No, those roosters can get quite mean. I lived on a lake, right? And they had these two geese were out there, and they were out there all the time. They were quite aggressive. You couldn't even get out of your car at times. They would come and try to attack you. I had to go down there and tell that man 100 times, you better control your damn goose because they may not be here at the end of the day. Like, I have little kids and they're literally trying to attack my baby. Come at me all you want. Oh, how'd you get all alone at work? That's my kind of work right there. Everybody out. I'm here. Y'all can go home. Y'all come back when my shift is done at the end of the day. That'd be awesome. Hank says, yeah, Bev has to rule on the objection yesterday. Yeah, she's like, God, I don't want to rule on that today. I need to go home and eat my din. I gotta have it by 4:30 Eastern Standard Time. Like, lady, either retire or do your job. Care? Shouldn't take her that long to know how to rule, right? She don't even want you to elaborate on your objections because she's so darn smart. So she shouldn't need long to make a ruling, right? Funny how judges want us to remember how smart they are, and they take forever on a ruling. I get it, you want to be accurate, but gee, sometimes we know y'all just blowing smoke, and you may not even have an answer. You're just like, should I call a few buddies and ask some questions? How should I handle this? We should give her Hitler's email. This is how you do it, ma'am. Good morning, Joy. Welcome in with your beautiful sunshiny name. Oh, goodness. I accidentally went down 2 rabbit holes last night. I didn't mean to, but there I went. Just dove in head first. Catching up on some things I needed to get caught up on. Really wasn't a rabbit hole. It was more of a spectator sport. Yeah, let's call it that. And the Crystal Rogers case is getting underway in Kentucky. Unfortunately, Kentucky's not letting us have cameras, and Kentucky might be the state, other than Indiana, that we absolutely need cameras. There's a lot of corruption going on in the state of Kentucky that they don't want us to see. And I got some updates on that case as well. We really wish there was cameras in that courtroom. What else could Hank possibly have, right? I mean, I don't know what else he could get out of this Dr. Welcher that's going to help me get there if I'm a juror. I don't know what else they could say. Um, I mean, I got what he said. He believes the SUV hit him, but he can't prove that it did, right? So I don't know what else they got left that they think's going to get jurors there. Um, honestly, it's like playing all those clips of Karen in the text messages trying to establish crazy lady motive, and they failed to do that in my eyes as somebody who didn't see all that mess the first time around. I'm like, okay, but where did she ever say she wanted him dead? I never heard that, right? There's things like that I'm paying attention to, especially if you want to prove a conspiracy or prove somebody did all these things. Show me how. And that stuff didn't establish that was a motive to me. It just established other things. Adults who drink and have messy relationships. And welcome to America? Huh. What's that supposed to say? I can't wait to see a lot of the things that the defense team does on cross with a lot of these different witnesses, right? Including he fell backwards onto the hard frozen ground. Because, excuse me, I don't know if y'all can tell the difference between a hard frozen ground and a hard floor inside of a home. That was what you didn't know, and that's important. Yeah, he wants to do that. You're right, Hank, about him coming back at redirect. He's been pretty methodical about that, but it doesn't, it's like he's trying to do the damage control when he goes back up there on redirect, but I don't know if it lands well enough, right? It doesn't to me, so I don't know how the jurors are taking it. And I'm trying to gauge where they're at because literally, as we all have an opinion, we really don't even matter because we're not sitting on the jury. I'm always curious as to how they took something and what are they thinking about that and how did they perceive that. Um, so hard to get a read on these jurors, though, right? We can't see them to see reactions. We know they're making reactions because the judge felt it necessary to tell them to stop. I want to know the jurors are actually human and not, a robot sitting there. Yeah, I feel like he's made it worse a few times. Um, Instead of clarifying, it just seemed to get a little messier at times, especially when they don't know what the hell's going on, right? And they're just making it up as they go, it seems like sometimes. Probably will be Welcher for most of the day. I'm ready for them to get all the state's case completely wrapped up because I don't really know what else the state can present to make me believe that this whole thing was a murder. They're never going to get there. Actually, they're never going to get me to believe she murdered this man. Would it have been more believable if they'd have come out of the gate with, "Oh my God, this was a terrible accident. We believe she hit him and that caused his death"? Probably so. Still would have needed some more concrete evidence to prove that, especially if she's saying she didn't hit him, right? Or she questioned it and all the things. But the fact that they came out of the gate with it's murder and here's why, because of these text messages and this drunken state, that didn't do it for me. So I don't know. Even with the clips, all because see, I never watched all of Karen's old interviews, all the datelines. I think I attempted to watch one time, and I don't even know why I didn't finish watching it. I couldn't tell you what happened. Either something happened here at home and I got sidetracked, or I don't know. But I never watched any of it. So, as somebody who's seeing a lot of the clips for the first time, And how did it impact me as far as if I felt like she was guilty or innocent? It didn't impact it either way. And I don't know if the jury felt that way or not, because the jurors already know this. We're in trial two, and something's going on because this defendant's all over Dateline and other places, and we have investigations about witness testimony, which is odd, but okay. So they know there's something going on. Plus, you got the defense coming in at the beginning saying there was no vehicle accident here, right? So, all that taken into account, what are the jury thinking? How is their thought process playing out? Oops, what do I think of Welcher's report? I thought it was a good try, and I honestly expected it because I have watched over the years accident reconstructionists and things like that. I remember being fascinated 30 years ago with the test dummies and all the things they were doing. If y'all don't know who Ralph Nader is and the history behind seatbelts in cars, go look it up. It's and all that kind of stuff's always interested me. So I kind of knew what an accident reconstructionist was going to try to do, but he didn't prove to me that that's what happened, right? They gave it a good try, but yeah, I don't buy it I don't buy it yet. And that was like really the nuts and bolts of the case when you get down to it, right? What evidence is going to show that man was hit by a vehicle versus not? And there's absolutely other things that could have caused those injuries, especially that arm injury. We're all having a hard time wrapping our heads around exploding taillight did all that damage to an arm. Well, y'all need to watch, other than these reconstruction accident people in this trial. Um, like I said, I expected what they were going to do, and
and analyzed
doesn't mean
to
I
the
believe
Lexus
it.
is consistent with Ms. Reed's vehicle being in a collision on January 29th at 12:32 a.m. because he's a qualified expert and his opinion is based on reliable methodology appropriately applied. In addition, Dr. Welcher can testify that Mr. O'Keefe's injuries are consistent with his having been struck by a Lexus that is physically identical to Ms. Reed's Lexus, because this opinion is based upon, among other things, his experimental work that came into evidence without objection as to scientific methodology and application. However, he may not testify that Ms. Reed's Lexus collided with Mr. O'Keefe because that conclusion is not based on the application of reliable scientific methodology.
Yay.
The problem here is not that the opinion concerns the ultimate issue, because in Massachusetts, that's not a bar to admissibility. Rather, it is that Dr. Welcher, the expert, is drawing an inference based upon more than scientific method. His opinions set the stage for argument and a permissible inference to be drawn by jurors through the application of their sound judgment to the opinions that they find credible. But the jurors are as well positioned to draw or reject the inference as is the expert. That is, the inference is not compelled by the application of any scientific method. So that's the ruling. All right, so the jurors are lining up. We should have them momentarily.
Yeah, I agree with that because he was testifying to stuff he can't testify to, right? By repeatedly saying, "Well, when the
Is Dr.
SUV hit
Welcher
the
right
van,"
around?
you can't say
Why
that.
don't we bring him in if he's here before the jurors?
Even like the one slide they showed in court yesterday, at the top of it, it was the aperture, and it said proof that that the SUV hit John O'Keefe, and that's one of the objections. Because why is that even there? That's not proof of anything. That's an opinion based on your theory of what happened. And you so
In the
you
version we
can't
provided a
testify
copy
to that
the
shit.
defense with all the redactions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you in agreement with this, Mr. Alessi?
I haven't gone through it, but I have no reason to believe that I wouldn't be in agreement, so I'm
Okay.
going to go with it.
There is one slide, so I'll admit it conditional to redactions that you didn't rule on, but I feel as though you probably will exclude, and that is in that version. I didn't want to pull it
She
out.
found that
before this
funny,
order, but I'll
Firefly.
talk
She's
to
like,
you.
Do you know the number?
giggle.
You don't have to find it if you don't.
It's 131.
Oh, is this was it 130? Was it 131 yesterday too?
It was.
So at sidebar, I said we could go back to that. And Mr. Alessi agreed that we could go back to that. So, and I know I thought we were starting there, and I think Dr. Welcher thought we were starting there, and then you went to 132. That was my understanding at sidebar.
It is, but subject to me being able to object. I was basically, because we wanted the jury to come in, so I want to look at the slide.
Okay, so look at it again. That's not my understanding, Mr. Alessi. It was you were concerned just about the heading, and then I said we'd go back to both slides.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
That one, yes, your Honor's recollection is correct.
Yeah,
I'm okay with the heading.
and we were going to start on that, but you thought because I struck it based on the objection, but then at sidebar I said we could go back to that. That's your understanding too?
Correct, Your Honor. Yeah, I'm sure that Dr. Welcher took off the heading on 131.
I think he did, but because I think he took off from 124 to 1.
I think he did as well.
I did.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
I would have liked your prediction to come true.
That 2 mile per hour
they
bump,
out there,
caused a
Paul?
massive bruise, right?
We try to the jury.
Y'all know he didn't want to go more than 2 miles per hour and accidentally really hurt himself. Well, John had a pretty good bruise on the back of his hand.
All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly
And then the
County
face and the back, the face bruises are what
for the County of Norfolk.
is a
You are
big
here,
issue
here
for
your
me.
attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
Nobody explains how those happened
May
yet.
proceed.
All right. Good morning again, Counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, Dr. Welcher.
Good morning, Your Honor.
And good morning, jurors. I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Was everyone
Yeah, we
able to
know.
follow my instructions and refrain from
I feel like for some reason the prosecution doesn't really want to talk about the face injuries too much. The abrasion above the eye, the fractures, the raccooning. They're wanting us to believe it happened when he hit the back of his head, but we heard all the experts were saying, no. 2 separate things happened there. Well, what do you mean 2 separate things? Let's talk about that. All right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, here we go, guys.
Morning, Dr. Welcher.
Good morning.
When we left off yesterday, I was asking you about some of your opinions. I'm going to ask you those questions again, but before we do, I'm going to ask you 2 other questions. The first is, I'd ask you to turn to your PowerPoint, slide 110.
You want me to display it?
Please. I'm going to ask you a question about a series of your slides regarding this effort. This is 110. Could you also follow through to 111, 12, 13, 14, 15?
You want me to play the videos?
You don't need to play the videos. I just want to acquaint you for the question.
111,
12,
112, 113, 114, 115.
how many times did you engage in testing where your arm and forearm touch the rear right of the exemplar Lexus?
3 times.
In any of those 3 times, did it ever leave any paint on the underside of your arm or forearm?
No.
If you could turn to slide 130, please. What? There we go. Could you go back one, please? Perhaps it's 131, Dr. Welcher. There we go. Could you explain the significance of this slide, please?
Your Honor, this is.
Oh, could you take that down, Dr. Welcher?
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan.
We're going to move forward. Yesterday, when we left off, I had asked you,
So we need to take this slide down.
Sorry.
you could take the PowerPoint down, please.
That was in a different spot on this line. Hold on a second.
That's better.
Thank you. Sir, I had asked you yesterday about some of your opinions. I
Correct.
want to ask you about some of your opinions relative to that last effort that you made regarding testing between the Lexus and your arm.
Correct.
You had mentioned earlier on in your testimony that you reviewed a number of pieces of information and offered that you relied on some of those pieces for your opinion. Can you share with us, for this part of your analysis, what pieces of evidence or information did you rely on for the opinions I'm going to ask you?
Relative to the testing on the arm contact on the taillight?
Yes.
So it was the physical evidence at the scene, the photographs of Miss Reed's vehicle, to a certain extent, my analysis of the Ring doorbell and the One Meadows event, the nature and
Excuse me, Your Honor, pardon my interruption. I just want to know if he's reading from something or not reading.
Looks like he's counting on his fingers. Are you reading from something?
no, I am counting on my fingers.
Thank you.
So I am counting on my fingers. The Ring video doorbell, Mr. O'Keefe's height, the type of shoes he's wearing, because I needed the same type of shoes, my exemplar inspection where I matched up the heights, the locations of the lacerations, and then the tech stream data as well.
That information that you considered, in addition to the tech stream data you considered, considering both those areas of information, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty in whether the damage to the defendant's Lexus is consistent with a collision with Mr. John O'Keefe on January 29th, 2022 at around 12:32 a.m.?
So there's been 2 potential theories that I've seen on that issue. One is a glass was thrown at the rear of the vehicle and shattered it. The second one was an impact to the arm. If the impact is basically more than approximately 8 miles an hour, it will likely break the taillight lens.
And do you have an opinion whether, based on the data and based on the physical damage and your testing, whether that is consistent with a collision or a impact with Mr. John O'Keefe?
It is consistent with the collision as long as it's greater than approximately 8 miles an hour.
Do you have an opinion whether it's consistent with an impact or collision with Mr. John O'Keefe on January 29, 2022 at around 12:32 a.m.?
With that caveat, yes.
In your testing, did you consider, or do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, whether John O'Keefe's injuries on his arm, inevitably in the back of his head, are consistent with being struck by a Lexus identical to the defendant's Lexus on January 29, 2022?
Yes,
What's your opinion?
that it is. it is consistent with being struck by a Lexus and ultimately contacting a hard surface such as frozen ground.
And does that specifically pertain to January 29, 2022, around 12:30 a.m.?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, it does.
To finish, I'd like to ask you a few more questions. You've written some papers on side swipe collisions or clipping. Can you describe for the jury and explain what a side swipe collision is or a clipping and how that may or may not differ from a direct hit on a pedestrian impact?
Sure. So what generally differentiates, say, side swipes or clipping contacts compared to, say, an inline impact or, say, a T-bone impact is what refers to that the object that you're hitting isn't accelerated up to the speed of the object that's coming in. So, for example, if I rear end a car, that car will be accelerated up as a result of the contact, and they reach what's called common velocity, and then they separate. And so in a glancing hit, you can have a glancing hit, and you don't have what's called complete momentum transfer, meaning the momentum from the car, because it's a glancing hit, doesn't completely transfer to the object being struck. For example, you can drive down the road at 100 miles an hour and clip the mirror of a parked car, and you'll break the mirror off, but you're not going to go from 100 to 0 instantaneously. You're just going to keep going because you don't have all that momentum transfer. So when you have glancing contacts, you can have much higher speeds without a lot of damage to the car because you're only in momentary contact and it's a glancing type hit.
You mentioned about potential damage to a car. How about potential damage to the pedestrian?
It's the same thing. So when you have a glancing hit to a pedestrian, this is referred to as a fender vault. In this case, they call it a fender. Fenders on the front of cars because most pedestrian impacts involve the front of cars. In this case, it would be called a quarter panel vault, which means you're kind of vaulting off the corner of the car. Those are much more complicated because you don't have that common velocity that I referred to. So it's difficult to calculate the exact speeds at which the vehicle contacted without a whole bunch of information in that type of crash. If the impact had occurred in the center of the vehicle and we knew where the point of impact was and the point of rest, we'd have a much better chance of determining how fast the vehicle was going. But when you have just a corner clipping or glancing, it makes it more difficult to determine, even when you have an area of impact, which is where the person was when they got hit, and a point of rest where they've landed, makes it more difficult for glancing contacts because you have that side swipe problem where they don't obtain what's called common velocity.
And what are some of the other difficulties in attaining specificity in a side swipe or being hit by a quarter panel as opposed to a fender?
So for a pedestrian, correct?
Yes.
So pedestrian impacts and how you move post-impact are very sensitive to your exact body position. For example, whether your right foot is on the ground or off the ground, whether your left foot is on the ground, off the ground, whether you jump up in response to the crash. Simply raising and lowering your arm changes the amount of rotation that's going to happen. Post-impact motion of the person. So cadavers, crash dummies don't have any muscle reaction. So the motion of a crash dummy is just going to be like you're hitting a dead body, to where people will step, try and regain their balance if possible, will do additional activities that alters where they come to rest.
In your studies of direct pedestrian collisions by front or back bumper as opposed to side swipe or clipping somebody, is there a similarity or difference in type of injuries that you see?
Yes.
And what is the difference?
So in direct centralized impacts, you tend to get much more severe injuries. really what's occurring is you're getting that momentum transfer. So it's more, you're accelerating the person up to the vehicle. They can wrap onto the side in front of the vehicle at higher severities. Their head will hit the hood, their head will hit the rear of the vehicle. So when you have that direct contact, there's actually more momentum transferred to the actual occupant. There's more applied force to the occupant as well.
When you see direct impacts, is there ever the existence of lower body extremity injuries, broken bones in the legs?
So there can be both, depending, and again, it's very sensitive to where the foot is on the ground, whether the foot's on the ground, as well as the severity of the crash. In the presentation that I gave at the Accident Reconstruction Collision Safety Institute on pedestrian injuries, I went through all the literature on lower extremity injuries and looked at what parameters affected that. And so depending on how it was loaded, some at 15 miles an hour had no injuries. Some at 15 miles an hour had some fractures. It depended on how exactly the foot was loaded.
Is it uncommon in sideswipe pedestrian accidents to see no lower body broken bone?
No, it is not uncommon.
Have you had cases that you've studied or been involved with where you've studied the effect of a sideswipe or a clipping impact where there's an absence of broken bones in the lower body extremities?
Yes.
I'd ask you to turn to slide 139, please.
Oh, sorry. I fixed those other two slides.
Okay. Could you share with the jury what this represents?
Sure. So this was
What this represents?
Sure. So this was a trial that I was involved with in downtown Los Angeles. I've redacted the name at the top, but this was an instance where we had, this is a image from the police report. Well, let me see if I can. So AOI in this diagram stands for area of impact. That's where the pedestrian was when they got hit. AOR is area of rest. And you can see we have information on exactly how far the pedestrian was thrown. Then on the right-hand side, we have photographs showing the impact to the pedestrian. This was determined by experts on both sides of this case to be between a 25 to 35 mile an hour impact. And then what you see is a close-up on the bottom slide of where there was DNA transfers, hair and tissue samples on the vehicle from the individual that was hit by the vehicle.
Next slide, please. And what does this represent?
So this is the decedent in the case, the person that was hit. He was killed at the scene. What you see on the left-hand image, oops. On the left-hand image is he had a massive laceration to his right forearm, but it didn't break his arm. There was no broken bones in his arm. On the right-hand side of this image, you see the autopsy report. What you'll notice is he had red marks on his leg, left buttocks, but he had no leg fractures. And again, this individual was hit at between 25 to 35 miles an hour.
Can you expand that? I'm sorry.
Yes, yes, sure.
Do you want that expanded like other times?
There you go.
Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, no, my pleasure, John. Thank you. So at the top, he had a severe brain injury, which again is the most common injury in pedestrian crashes. He did have fractures of the right 11th and 12th rib and a liver laceration. If you look at the extremities, it says right upper extremity. Again, that's from the shoulder to the end of the hand. extremity wound with vascular injury, so no fractures. If you look where I was talking about the multiple abrasions, so when they're looking at the lower extremities, they're noting a number of red marks, but there was notably no fractures to the lower extremities.
Thank you. You can take that down, please.
Okay.
Dr. Welcher, regarding your analysis of the data and the evidence in this case, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the absence of lower body breaks to Mr. O'Keefe is consistent with the defendant's Lexus impacting in a side swipe or a clipping Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, you could definitely have this type of impact and not have anything beyond, say, red marks to the lower extremity.
Thank you, Dr. Welcher.
My
Your
pleasure.
Honor, I would move to evidence subject to redactions. Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint presentation.
That's by agreement, Mr. Wilson, with that
That is, Your
caveat?
Honor, thank you.
Put in both the flash drive and the notebook?
On representation, it's consistent with the same as that I know.
So let's put them both together now and decide later,
Thank
okay?
you.
Those two slides are incorrect on the flash drive.
Okay, so we'll switch that.
That was
Thank you. Yes. What exhibit number is it? Oh. 206, thank you.
Exhibits 206A and B.
All right, Mr. Lessie, whenever you are ready.
Your Honor, if I could have a moment to set up.
Sure.
Y'all ready for this? He's like, hold on a minute. Let me get prepared. Let me get it together. Is this coming? Is it? Let's hope. Because I'm here for it. So please bring it. Settle ye forward.
Morning, Dr. Welcher.
Good morning. We haven't been formally introduced. Your whole name?
Robert
Wow.
Alessi, sir.
Robert Lessie. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Wow.
Dr. Welcher, the area in which you engage can also include, and I believe you used the term on direct, forensics, correct? Do you engage in any forensic activity in your profession?
Yes, the general umbrella of you basically coming in and giving scientific evidence in court applies to forensics. So my main job is accident reconstruction and biomechanics. And so that's what I do. Sometimes it doesn't involve court. When it goes to court, that's generally forensics.
Right. So you're here today, that is my question. You're here today, at least in part, with regard to forensics, correct? Because forensics is the Latin term for it is basically you're going to have some type of court or jury presentation. It's for law, correct? Would you agree with that? It's for law, forensics?
I mean, exactly the way you asked that, no. It's for engineering and it's for biomechanics. It's in the court of law, I think is what you're asking.
That's exactly it.
Okay,
yes.
yes, certainly for the court of law, yes.
It ends up to a court of law, and forensics is a common term.
Yes, sir.
So it relates to, or it's used in, or it's suitable for a court of law, the analysis. You'd agree that that's a general principle?
Yes.
Not a trick question. Okay. And so in forensics, what you're doing, among other things, is you're applying the scientific method and principles in here in a criminal matter, correct?
Yeah, you try and apply as much as possible.
Right. And so the primary goal of forensic science is to uncover the truth and to provide objective evidence that can be presented in court.
That is generally correct. Again, there are elements, for example, this analysis that are relying sort of on subjective evidence, like the testimonial, the witness statements. So it's not solely based, but ideally you'd want it as much as possible based on objective data.
So you would agree that truth and objective evidence is part of the presentation in terms of information for forensics in a court of law?
Certainly objective information. Truth sometimes, again, can be subjective.
Oh, so you don't believe truth? You believe sometimes truth applies and sometimes it doesn't?
If you know for a fact it is true, but if you take someone's deposition testimony, you have to look at it relative to the evidence, and it's either consistent with the evidence or not.
Okay, so now let's go to your direct examination that you just went through.
Please.
Hopefully this is fairly straightforward. You have testified to, and it's varied a bit, a reasonable degree of engineering certainty. Is that correct?
Correct.
You've also, have you used the word sometimes to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I may have.
Right. So
I don't know.
in terms of your role as a biomechanical engineer and accident reconstructionist, is it important to engage in a critical analysis of the data?
Critical analysis? Yeah, I think it's important to have a critical analysis. You want to try and look at it from all sides, consider all possibilities.
So it is therefore important to try to review the data as objectively as possible. You had mentioned sometimes subjectivity comes in, but I understand the goal is to try to look at it as objectively as possible, correct?
Correct.
Now, you stated with respect to your conclusions early on in your direct testimony and your analysis that you don't, and I think I've got it quoted, you don't have a dog in the fight. Is that what you said, sir?
I did.
And that you, quote, don't care, end quote, about the outcome. That's what you made a point of saying in the beginning,
That
correct?
is 100% correct.
Now, you simply follow the data. Is that correct?
I try to do that.
You try to do that.
I'm not perfect. So
Okay.
I do my best. I believe I've done it here.
Okay, so in terms of you've agreed that you apply the scientific method, so I want to see if you're in agreement generally so the jury can understand what the scientific method is. Are you familiar with NIST, National Institute?
Yes.
Yeah, so would you agree with this definition of the scientific method? The systematic pursuit of knowledge involving the recognition and definition of a problem, the collection of data through observation and experimentation, analysis of the data, the formulation, evaluation, and testing of hypotheses, and where possible, the selection of a final hypothesis. Is that a general fair statement of the scientific method?
So for forensics, you'd have to add in the testimonial evidence aspect of it. So those are testimonial, or things are in evidence. So frequently there's one or two versions, and you're trying to match which version is most consistent with the evidence.
Okay, adding that to what I stated relative to NIST, you would agree that evaluation and testing of hypotheses, and where possible the selection of a final hypothesis, is the scientific method, correct?
Generally, yes.
Is it correct that a proper biomechanical injury analysis utilizes a sound scientific methodology that's been subjected to peer-reviewed and a publication that's been generally accepted in the engineering community?
Well, I can't. So this, I've done my analysis here, biomechanical analysis. I can't submit this analysis to peer review. I'm not allowed to give this to people outside the court. So there would be no way for me to submit my analysis for peer review. So this occurs forensics all the time. The forensic analysis in court generally never goes under a peer review process. The methodologies underneath it, and looking at, like, for example, I think I referenced 25 papers in my report. That goes to the issue of trying to follow the science. 26.
So I think you may have misunderstood my question, sir. I was talking about your methodology, your biomechanical injury methodology. The methodology that you use and apply is to be subject to peer review and general acceptance in the engineering community. Is that correct?
So I have no way of publishing this analysis.
I'm sorry, sir, to interrupt you.
I need to.
Go ahead and answer your question.
You're asked peer reviewed, like you said, means I give it to my peers. I send it out to somebody to review for the scientific method. That's what the peer review process is. So I will gladly send this out to peer review with the court's permission, but I haven't and cannot do that.
Sir, my question is not your analysis here in this case.
Oh.
My question regards the methodology that you used here. Is the methodology, you said 26 references, right? My question is simply, is the methodology that you used for your analysis in this matter, is the methodology for a proper biomechanical analysis, should that methodology be generally accepted in the engineering community?
I think with the forensic application, yes.
Okay, that was my question, just the methodology. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, the scientific method that you've used in this case, part of the use of scientific method, the purpose is to avoid what is called bias in the scientific method, right? Not cultural bias, but just bias in terms of the application of methodologies and principles. You would agree that's a pretty fundamental purpose of the scientific method, is to avoid biases?
The purpose of the scientific method is to get the most logical and correct answer without bias.
Exactly. To do it apply the scientific method without bias being part of the application of the method, correct?
That's hopefully what you can do.
That's hopefully what you can do. That is the goal, right?
That is one of many goals, yes.
So, are you familiar with the term confirmation bias?
I am.
And that relates, confirmation bias is part of a larger term. Are you familiar with cognitive bias?
Generally, I'm not a human factors expert, though.
Pardon me?
I'm not a human factors expert.
All right, biases are, don't you agree that cognitive biases are not just for one category? You would agree it applies to medical analyses, it applies to doctors doing studies, engineers doing studies, and other scientists doing studies?
I'm not a cognitive expert. I think I would generally agree with it, but I don't want to step out of my lane. I'm not an expert on cognitive. I can talk to you about confirmational bias, if you like.
Let's talk about confirmation bias. Now, confirmation bias is actually when someone selectively gathers and interprets evidence to confirm one or another's beliefs, as well as neglecting evidence that contradicts those beliefs. Is that a fair statement of confirmation bias?
That is a statement. Yeah, it could be broader, but sure.
But you would agree that that is generally correct, what
Generally,
confirmation bias is. And an example of confirmation bias is not considering alternative hypotheses once an initial hypothesis has been selected, even though data and information might contradict the initial hypothesis. Is that an example of confirmation bias?
That could be, yes.
And confirmation bias is antithetical. It's against the scientific method. It's to be avoided, correct?
You would like to avoid it, yes.
Are you familiar with the term failure analysis?
Generally, you might need to define how you're using it for me.
Sure. So is failure analysis the enablement of a scientific examination of an alleged incident by beginning at the undesired consequences? Is that a fair use of that phrase?
I was thinking something different, like a piece of metal failing. I guess it could fall into that category.
Okay. And would you agree that the first question, or one of the first questions that are to be asked by a biomechanical engineer when conducting an analysis of, say, an injury, is how did this happen? Is that one of the first few questions that you ask?
No, that's usually the last question.
Oh, so for you...
So hold on a second.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Generally, what you want to do is gather data. You want to know what injuries there are, what evidence there is, like, for example, on the vehicles. And then the very last thing you want to know or define is, given all that information, how did it happen? So that's the end.
I think you may have misunderstood my question, sir. I wasn't talking about the method or the process. I was talking about when you get to answering questions, whenever that is in the process. Isn't one of the questions, and maybe one of the first questions, how did this happen?
No, that's not one of the first questions. One of the first questions is, where's the damage? What are the injuries? What's the evidence? What black box or tech stream data do we have? What physical evidence was at the scene? So that is certainly not one. It is a question, but that question is at or near the end.
Isn't every one of the questions that you just mentioned part of the data gathering?
Correct, but,
Okay.
but when you're gathering data, you're always asking yourself questions along the way, like, what is this? Where did it come from?
But you would agree that for you at least some point, it's how did this happen, correct?
Yes.
And don't you ask that question to come up with hypotheses?
I generally have many working hypotheses as I'm working on the case, and then as the evidence comes in, I'm applying that to my hypotheses and either accepting or rejecting the hypotheses based upon the factual information.
Sir, how then is it just a matter of logic or a syllogism? If you don't ask the question, how did this happen, until the end, how do you then not get your hypotheses up front when, under the scientific method, you should be having different hypotheses up front? How is it that you ask the how did it happen at the end and not go through hypotheses in the beginning? Can you help me with that logic?
Sure, I guess I misunderstood. Like, I was trying to give you an answer to how it happened. So when you're answering how it happened, or you want to be able to answer that question, you want to make sure you've looked at the totality of the data, accepted, rejected, things as they came along, to be able to answer that final question, how did it happen? But along the way, like, for example, a right eye laceration, you want to know how that happened, so you look for the evidence of how that may have happened.
So you would agree then that questions of how it happened, formulating and identifying hypotheses, does and can happen toward the beginning of the analysis. It doesn't happen at the end all the time. Would you agree with that?
So the ultimate question of how did it happen happens at the end. The questions about the elements of what occurred to make it happen, those occur at the beginning, middle, all along the way.
You would agree that creating hypotheses occurs more toward the beginning than toward the end of the analysis. Is that correct?
There are probably more hypotheses in the beginning, but I am continually forming, looking at hypotheses, either accepting or rejecting them upon the evidence.
So you would agree that the creation of hypotheses does occur more toward the beginning of the analysis. You would agree with that?
There are more towards the beginning. The process occurs throughout the whole investigation.
Right. I'm asking about the hypotheses, sir. You would agree that the hypotheses occur more toward the beginning than the end, just the hypotheses.
So I don't know if you and I are saying different things. More hypotheses in the beginning because you have more questions in the beginning. You continue to form hypotheses as the data presents itself, so you don't stop the formation of hypotheses. It's just as you get more evidence, you window down the number of questions.
Maybe I can, just this last question, to make it clear for you, sir. You would agree, not analysis, which you added, as I heard it to the last part, just hypotheses. You would agree that even though hypotheses can be created and changed perhaps all the way up to the end, you would agree that it's important in the analysis to create at least some hypotheses, plural, in the beginning, correct?
Yes.
And once you create these hypotheses, would you agree that those hypotheses should be tested?
So if you take the word testing to mean testing compared to testimony, compared to physical evidence, yes.
And when you test those hypotheses, isn't it often the case that, particularly in your line of work, the one that most consistently produces the same injury will emerge as the mechanism of injury?
I guess it depends on the scientific evidence behind it. Again, sometimes we get very unique injuries.
So my question, sir, is this. Isn't it the case that when you have multiple hypotheses, the one that most, out of all of them, it's a relative thing, the one that most consistently produces the same injury emerges as the mechanism of injury? Is that a fair statement?
I think generally, again, it's on a case-by-case basis. You have to look at the science and the facts of what you're basing it upon. I think as a general premise, what you're saying is accurate.
Okay,
But there's exceptions.
fair enough. But as a general principle,
Sure.
with some exceptions, that's a fair statement, correct?
Yes, sir.
We're going to have several topics, sir, and what I'm going to try to do to make it a little clear is I'm going to say when I'm switching topics.
Oh, good.
So what I'd like to do now is switch topics.
Okay.
You're aware that the Massachusetts State Police has troopers who specialize in accident reconstruction, correct?
Yes.
And there are troopers within the Massachusetts State Police Collision Analysis and Reconstruction section whose sole responsibility is to engage in accident reconstruction. Do you know that?
I do not know that.
Do you know that there are troopers within the Massachusetts State Police Collision Analysis and Reconstruction section who engage in accident reconstruction?
Just based on what I've seen in this case.
Right. Based upon what you've seen in the case, that's a fair statement.
And I just know that those people are doing it.
Are you familiar with a Massachusetts State Trooper named Joseph Paul, P-A-U-L?
Yes.
And you
Well,
know...
I'm familiar with his reports. I don't know the man.
Okay. Familiar with Trooper Paul through his reports in this case, correct?
Correct.
And are you aware that he was assigned by lead investigator, former Trooper Michael Proctor, to be constructionist in this case on January 29th of 2022, as evidenced by that report or those reports of Trooper Paul? Do you know that?
Well, you put a lot of things in there. I know he issued a reconstruction report. I don't know who told him to do it. So the first party question, I don't know, but I did see a reconstruction report from him.
You were retained, and so do you recall, is it the date, January 29th of 2022, is that a rough time period of him being assigned, or you don't know when he was assigned?
Don't know. That might have been in his report, but I wouldn't have paid attention to when he received an assignment.
Do you know when, the date of the first report of Trooper Joseph Paul in this case?
I can pull it up. I do not know off the top of my head.
You know that the date of the incident in question is January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Yet your firm and you were retained for this case by the Commonwealth 2.5 years after the incident in question. You were retained, your firm, on September 23rd, 2024. Is that correct, sir?
No, I believe we were retained a couple days before that.
A couple days. Okay.
Correct.
So
Actually, I might be able to find out if you'd like me to look at the documents.
it's not all that important. You would say it's within a week of September 23rd, 2000. It was in September of 2024?
I believe it was in September, yes.
Right.
I would
So-
want to double check.
That's 2.5 years from the date of the incident in question, if I did the math right, correct?
Oh, I never thought about it. Yeah, approximately.
And as we just discussed, and you stated on your direct examination, you have no dog in this fight, correct?
Correct?
On November 5th of 2024, your firm Aperture was paid $44,500 by the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to conduct work that was at least similar to the work of Trooper Paul, correct?
I have no idea. I don't get the billing or the statements.
Do you recall whether Aperture has, well, do you believe Aperture is working for free in this matter?
Oh, no, I don't believe that. No,
So you
we're an
would-
engineering company. We bill for our time.
So you know that Aperture is getting paid for its work in this case, correct?
We are billing for our analysis work.
Well, you're not just billing, you're billing and getting paid, correct?
So I have not seen any of the payments. I would assume that we're getting paid, but I don't know that.
Sir, you are a senior vice president of Aperture, are you not?
I am?
You would know, wouldn't you, if your firm was not getting paid for work since September 23rd of 2024, wouldn't you?
No, probably not. Usually it takes, 9, 10, 12 months of not getting paid before the accounting department reaches out to me.
Exactly. So you've been on this for 2.5 years. So if it would take 9 months or 12 months, if you weren't getting paid, you would have been notified by that by now, correct? According to your own answer you just gave.
I've not been on this case for 2.5 years.
I'm sorry, sir. Let me go back to the question of payment.
Hold on. You said I've been on this case for 2.5 years. I was retained in September 17th-ish of 2024. So that's, less than a year ago.
Understood. I'm moving on to the next question because I want to move away from that discussion and just
Okay.
go right to the bill. You, as you sit here today, do not have a recollection of whether Aperture has been paid. Is that your testimony?
It has nothing to do with recollection. I'm not part of that process. We have an accounting department. I don't have any involvement in that.
Are you, so is your testimony you have no knowledge about any contractual relationship between Aperture and the Commonwealth?
Oh, no. I was sent a contract by the Commonwealth to sign, so I'm aware of the contractual agreement, but the day-to-day or month-to-month invoicing and billing, I'm not involved in that.
Okay, so you're aware there's a contract between Aperture and the Commonwealth,
I signed it.
and you signed it. And wasn't that contract obligating the Commonwealth to pay for the services of Aperture? Isn't that the purpose of the contract, in part?
In part, sure.
Yeah, it's a legal obligation of the Commonwealth. Your firm does work, and the Commonwealth pays for it, correct?
That's the idea.
Right. And so you know about that contract because you signed it.
Correct.
Also, you testified on direct that there was a purchase of a Lexus exemplar for your testing.
Correct.
Who pays for that Lexus exemplar?
Aperture?
And is that then cost passed on to the Commonwealth?
No.
So you pay for the Lexus, you don't pass that cost on, correct?
So what we're doing is we paid for the Lexus, we're keeping it till the trial's over, we're selling it and charging the Commonwealth the difference in the price.
Exactly. That was where I was going, sir. So,
But they're only paying the difference. So, and in theory, if we sell it for more in California, then we'll reduce the bill.
okay, I don't want to speculate. I just wanted to see what the obligation was. So
The
if
obligation is the difference.
exactly. So the obligation is the difference. Are you aware that on April 5th, 2025, the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office amended your contract? Are you aware of that, sir?
I am.
And isn't it the case that that amendment authorized the amount of $325,000 to be paid to Aperture? Isn't that what that amendment contract states?
I believe that's correct.
So the Commonwealth is obligated to pay at least $325,000, and is that correct?
That is you're asking me a legal opinion now about a contract. That is my understanding of how contracts work, but I'm certainly not an attorney.
And on top of that, are you aware that Aperture has been already paid $44,510 for its work? Are you aware of that?
The second time you asked me, no, I'm not aware of anything we've been paid.
And as you stated yourself, those amounts reflect, as you say, less than 6 months worth of work?
That's not what I said.
Well, no, my question is, you've been on the case, you said, since September of 2024, when we were talking about dates. You said that was about 6 months that your firm's been retained. Did I have your answer correct about how long you've been on it?
I guess it's closer to 8 months.
All right, so 8 months. So for 8 months of work, about $400,000. Is that correct?
So there's 3 offices working on the case. There's the Boston office, there's Mr. Burgess's office, and there's my office in Long Beach. I only know about the billing from my office.
But you signed the contract on behalf of all of Aperture, not just your office, correct?
That I don't know, but I definitely did sign a contract.
Would it refresh your recollection as to who you signed the contract on behalf of, whether it's all of Aperture in all offices, if I showed you the contract?
Sure.
May I put you on it?
Yes.
May I put you on it?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, may I ask you-
Yeah, could you direct me so we're not wasting time?
Well, what I'd like to do, with the witness, Your Honor, is just ask the witness a question with regard to it.
Why don't you just take a look at that, Dr. Burgess?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sir, your arrogance is a little getting on my nerves. Jeez.
And then when he's done, Mr. Alessi, you can take it back to the podium.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yeah, I get that, Joe. I'm right there with you on that one. I mean, I get what he's doing, but I don't know if it's going to make any difference, right, with the jury.
I have a few more questions before I do that, Your Honor.
It's not being clear and concise.
All right,
Would you like me to start with
So-
refresh?
go ahead and start with refresh. Go back to the podium, please.
Sure, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Welcher, does that refresh your recollection as to the contract you signed on behalf of Aperture with the Commonwealth?
So it lists the legal address as my office. So for my office, yes.
So are you saying that therefore, and did you see the amount that was in the contract? Did that refresh your recollection?
Oh, no, I didn't even look at that.
Do you recall the amount that of obligation that the contract relates to in this document? Do you recall that?
You just asked me that earlier, and I'm taking what you said to be true. So I was like $325,000. I have no reason to disbelieve that.
And is there also a total, do you recall the total maximum obligation for the contract that's listed in the contract? You
No.
recall it? May I approach, Your Honor?
Okay.
And Dr. Welcher, I am now going to, you asked me last time, I hope this is helpful.
Please.
You said please point to the applicable part so we can do it faster. I am now pointing to that part and see if you can just look at that and see whether this refreshes your recollection on the maximum obligation of the contract pursuant to this contract. Without saying what it is, just does it refresh your recollection?
No, but I don't have any reason to believe it's not correct. And that is my signature on it.
Right. And we got started on this conversation tying it to, well, we got started on this conversation with regard to a statement you made earlier in your direct that you didn't have any dog in the hunt. You recall that statement in the beginning of your direct testimony.
You misquoted me. I don't have any dog in the fight.
You don't have any dog in the fight.
Correct.
Thank you. Now, switching topics,
Okay.
you submitted an updated PowerPoint presentation, the one that you went over on your direct examination. You created that presentation quite recently, correct, sir?
The updated one was where I had redacted or taken out slides. So in terms of taking out slides, I did add one alternative path a couple weeks ago.
Okay, my question, sir, is this. The updated presentation, we'll get to the changes later, but the updated presentation, you created just how many days ago?
I'm going to say weeks ago.
Weeks? 2 weeks?
I don't actually know without looking at the documents.
Well, was it more than 3 weeks ago that you created it?
I still don't know without looking at the documents.
Do you know when the trial started in this matter, sir?
I do not.
Assume the trial started approximately April 22nd of 2024.
Okay.
Did you create your updated presentation before or after April 22nd of 2024?
I don't know.
Do you know when?
Hold on one second. Dr. Welcher, I'd ask that you not do.
Not look at,
anything.
okay, I was going to try and answer his question. My apologies. I will shut it down.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
If I may, Your Honor,
Yes.
thank you. Are you able to determine when you created the updated presentation?
I think so. That's what I was attempting to
Your
do.
Honor, may he do that?
Yes, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar while you pull that up,
Thank you.
please.
You need to see your witness at sidebar, ma'am. What's the counsel got to do with it? He's the one up there playing dodgeball. But I'm gonna need the defense to get a little more aggressive with this guy because he's a little bit aggressive. So I want to see that aggressiveness back. Don't kill him with kindness. Not that moment. Read the room. If you're too kind, then I gotta wonder, why are you handling this guy with kid gloves? Just bring it already. Yeah. But you know, this is a lot of hoopla to get to. Dude, you can't say a car hit this man. Don't they all get the amnesia up there? Like, the I don't recall business starts happening. I don't expect them to say much more than that. Yeah, I'd match that energy in a heartbeat. Want me to introduce myself? I'd have been like, that threw the defense for a second. I mean, you could I felt it. I saw it. It threw him for a moment. I was like, get it together, dude. Just ignore that and get it together. You're better than that. Took him a minute to compose himself. Heavily prepped by the prosecutors. Go ahead and come at this guy because, you know, they're going to come at you. The jury really needs to be reminded this guy cannot tell you that 100% that's what happened that night. No more questions. I'll bring up my expert next. That's what I'd tell him. I'm done with you, dude. No, them playing clueless isn't doing them any of the witnesses that have done it. Like, every witness in this case just about has had some level of amnesia and I don't recall syndrome and needed to refer
Welcher, what I'm
to
going
notes.
to ask you to do is get whatever information you need for Mr. Alessi's last question. Mr. Alessi, I need you over there. So, and once you get that answer, I'm going to ask you to shut your computer down, or at least put down the cover. Thank you. All right, so you can answer Mr. Alessi's question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Could you give me the question again,
You
please?
could have followed her rules too,
When
dude.
did you create the updated presentation that you reviewed in your direct testimony?
So that addition I made was taken out. It wasn't in my direct
Sir,
testimony.
If you can just hear my question, it's this. The version of the presentation that you put on the screen, when did you create that version? I'm just looking for a date.
So to answer your question about the version on the screen, I created that yesterday when the judge asked me to take off some of the headers. So yesterday.
Okay, good. Now, the version before that you created yesterday, when did you create that version?
The day before.
And then the version before that one, when did you create that?
I mean, I save it every day.
Understood.
So every day.
So you've changed the presentation every day since when?
No, I don't think I've changed the presentation every day.
That's my question. My question is, how many times have you changed it within the last 2 weeks, your presentation?
Let me try and cut to the chase here.
Sure.
That slide was added on May 13th.
Please do.
And then it was taken out before I presented it here. So it was not in my presentation here.
Right. So thank you for that answer. So
You're
here's
welcome.
the question. Your first version, as I understand it, of the slide presentation was January 30th, 2025. Is that correct?
Correct.
When was the next time after January 30th, 2025 that you changed that presentation?
May 13th.
Assuming the trial started April 22nd of 2025, you changed your PowerPoint presentation during this trial, correct?
Correct.
And how many times did you change your presentation after April 22nd of 2025?
Well, the last time I changed it was like 10 minutes ago. So in response to various discussions, I've been making continuous changes to it.
I want to make sure you finish your answer so I didn't
No,
interrupt you.
I'm not sure how much granularity you want to that answer.
Great. So You created it on January 30th, 2025. You made your,
13th.
pardon me?
Oh, the original one, sorry,
Yes.
January 30th, modified May 13th.
Right. If I could finish my question, and I might be able to shortcut this. Thank you. So you created the original one on January 30th, 2025. You made your first amendment May 13th of 2025. And then before you sat for your testimony, which was yesterday, correct? That was the first time you sat for your testimony.
That is correct. I was here yesterday.
Days get foggy when we're in a courtroom, but it was yesterday. How many times had you changed your presentation from January 30th, 2025 until when you first walked in the courthouse yesterday?
Do you mind if I count?
Not at all.
So there was the May 13th change. Half of that was in response to objections from the defense. I had to add all the paths to where everything was. Then when I got out here, Mr. Brandon asked me to take out references to evidence about statements that I was not allowed to present. So that would have been within the last 3 days. And then I've modified it a couple times today based on rulings from the judge.
Okay, let's break that down. You said half of the changes you made on May 13th related to what? Because I want to know about the other half.
Sure, there was two changes. I added the extra path of 138, and then I was told that the defense was having problems with my PowerPoint, so I had to go in and add the paths to every single slide about where the evidence came from, because they were saying I didn't provide everything, and I had provided everything.
All right. So
That was the second half.
got it. I want to go to the first half, sir.
Sure.
And I'm going to try to shortcut this.
Please.
And if I'm not clear, you just let me know. I want to talk about the first half. You called it, I didn't hear it. It was like, did you say path?
Path.
P-A-T-H?
Correct. The path Miss Reed was driving.
Right. What you made the change for May 13th, that first half, that wasn't something that was triggered by the defense. That was something irrespective of the defense, correct?
It was based upon her statements. Is she part of the defense?
All right, so that's what I wanted to get to. You changed the first half based upon statements you allege that Ms. Reed made. Is that correct?
Speak up. I changed one slide. There was 130 slides originally, or something like that. So half of the changes on that day, which was one slide, I added one line to the bottom of the previous slide.
Did you consider that change significant?
No.
Well, then why did you make it in the middle of trial if it wasn't significant? Why didn't you just leave it off and then discuss it in terms of testimony?
So, A, it ultimately was left off. B, because it was insignificant and I didn't need to have it. So the way it got presented was exactly the way it was before May 13th. So it didn't change anything.
But it was significant enough for you to make a change to your presentation, correct?
So my goal is to be as accurate as possible. So when I saw the path that I gave, the way she could drive, I gave the possible paths. That was one of the possible paths that hadn't originally been included. So in striving to be as accurate as possible, including as much information as I could, I wanted to make sure I included that.
So you were striving. The clip that you used to make the change, you say you made the change based upon a clip you observed with regard to Ms. Reed. Is that correct?
I believe that, yes, that is correct.
Do you know that clip has been in existence for months?
I don't believe I got it until April.
So a clip that has been, assume the clip's been in existence for months. You just got the clip.
Dr. Welch, I have to ask you
Oh, I'm
not to
sorry.
refer to that.
I'm trying to be helpful.
Close your computer.
Yeah, let me close it. Sorry. I was trying to answer his question.
So I'm going to ask you to close the top.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Just flat down. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. So assume the clip that you said was the basis for changing your PowerPoint on May 13th after the trial started had been in existence for months. You just got that clip, you say, in April?
I believe so, yes.
What was tell me the circumstances by which you got the clip. Did you ask for it?
I was told there was a new interview.
Okay. Who initiated the conversation about the new interview?
I don't know if it was Mr. Brannon.
It was someone associated with the prosecution?
Yes, I wouldn't have known about it.
Exactly. So somebody affirmatively communicated with you when about this clip?
I need to look, but I remember it being about mid-April,
Mid-April.
if I'm thinking of the correct clip.
What were you asked to do, if anything, with regard to that clip?
When I got the clip, I wasn't asked to do anything.
What did you do with the clip once you got it?
So they then indicated there was this suggestion of an alternative route. So then I looked at the alternative route description and added the alternative route.
So it was suggested to you by the prosecution that you look at the clip and they pointed out that there was an alternative route they wanted you to look at?
So I took it to be, we have additional evidence. Please look at the additional evidence and add it to your analysis.
On the topic of additional analysis by Aperture, while this trial is going on, are you aware of Mr. Burgess submitting a report dated May 8th of 2025 in this case?
Yes, I received that report on May 8th.
Right. And so you were aware of the creation of that report on May 8th because you got a copy of it, right?
Correct.
Were you aware that Mr. Burgess was intending to submit that May 8th report to the Commonwealth?
Yes, we had had a discussion before that he had found new information that changed the timing.
Oh, he had found new information. What is your basis for saying he found new information as opposed to the information always existed, it's just it was pointed out to him that that should be looked at? What's the basis of your understanding that he found new information?
Objection to the question.
I'm going to allow the question, but you have to ask it differently. Mr.
I will,
Burgess.
Your Honor. Thank you. What is the basis for the statement you made that Mr. Burgess found new information?
I guess it was his meeting in our discussions. He indicated that he had found new information.
Did you ask him, what do you mean by new?
No, I took it at what it said.
So do you, as you sit here today, have any basis to say that that information is new as opposed to it's always been in existence?
Yes,
What is that?
what he told me.
Oh, so you relied upon the representation of Mr. Burgess. You didn't have any independent document to determine whether, in fact, it was new.
I don't quite frankly care whether it's new or not. I just care what's in the data. Whether it's new, old, I don't care.
Holy shit.
It's not relevant to what I'm doing. I don't say this is new data, this is old data. I just care what the data is.
Sir, has Aperture ever submitted a report, a changed report in the middle of a trial to your knowledge?
I have no idea.
Do you know whether Aperture has ever submitted an amended report in the middle of a trial? You said you've testified in federal and state courts. Can you recall one instance where Aperture has submitted an amended report in the middle of a trial?
So Aperture is like 290 people. I can only speak for myself. I have certainly done amended analysis. Only certain courts and certain legal systems require reports. But for example, rebuttal, analyzing testimony that comes up in court, getting trial transcripts, I very frequently have come up with new analysis during the trial.
Sir, my question is, as you sit here now, can you state one court case where you or Aperture has submitted an amended report in the middle of a trial?
I cannot speak for Aperture. I can only speak for myself.
Can you answer, speak for yourself, sir. Can you then for yourself recall any instance where you submitted an amended report in the middle of a trial?
Amended reports? No. Amended analysis? Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Alessi, is this a good time for a break or
It-
5 more minutes?
It's a good time, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, folks, why don't we take
I
that?
knew he was going to agree with that. It's like, hold on a minute. Assess.
Love to use the restroom.
He needs to reassess what he still needs left to question this guy about. Ugh. This guy's level of arrogance, my God. It doesn't surprise me because this world is full of arrogant fools. People's arrogancy never surprises me because I expect it. I mean, people are just freaking arrogant. So his level of arrogancy will not steal my joy or my energy today, right? But man, you're a little sketchy there, my guy. You come across as like the smartest guy in the room, and how dare anybody question you? So maybe if I was the defense, I wouldn't be so nice to this guy right now. I'm becoming a little harder than what they're doing, but method to his madness, we'll see. A lot of moving around there to get to. You don't know what happened to this guy any more than anybody else does. I feel like they're starting to get toward that, though. And God, I hope, well, trial watchers will understand what being peer-reviewed means and why you would or wouldn't require a Daubert hearing and all the things behind that. It's very, all that's common practice stuff. Yeah, he needs a bathroom break to go sip on that water and confer with his laptop real quick. Like, I don't know if anybody should have laptops in that courtroom. I'll just be honest about that, because communication can come from either side at any given time in real time. And if we think that's not happening, go take a look at Twitter. It's not hard to figure out. Yeah, the scenic route. Well, this time the defense is up there taking the scenic route. So, yeah, you know. I just want him to get there with the actual questions that I feel like the jury needs to hear. Like, I don't get the rest of it, but okay, we'll go along with it until you get there. Because I completely get it. I don't need to. I mean, I have a full understanding that this guy doesn't know for sure what happened. He's giving an opinion. And drive that home. It is an opinion, right? And then you can establish something. Hell, I'd smoke right there in the damn hallway then, Joe. You're going to get caught by the judge smoking in the bathroom. Remember those days? My sister always got caught. Like, can you not hear them coming? We're all too stupid to realize that cigarette smoke's going to be like, here we are, come find us. Yeah. Yeah. You know, Rachel, par for the course in expert witness testimony. right? Every case we ever see go to court, each side's going to have their paid expert testimony. Both sides in every single case. So do we dare to cross that line and say nobody needs experts and they should never get paid? I'm not ready to do that. But when you're getting paid, are you getting paid or are you getting paid, right? That's the question. If you're just literally going by the data and not all this extra input stuff, reports saying what, did, who said, you got a firefighter here and I heard her shouting, I hit him. Oh, dude, that's not scientific facts. None of that is scientific. That's people talking. But you took all that into account. Like, why did they even feel it necessary to give that to him, right? He would never have known about any of that information unless the prosecutor provided it to him, right? He didn't go home at the end of the day and say, let me Google this lady's case we're working on. I'm curious. And he's like, oh, shoot, look, she's everywhere. No, 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 no. Why would the prosecution supply you with all this extra stuff to help you get to a determination if the data spoke for itself, right? If it was just so clear cut. I was about to say, Joe, I just don't picture you smoking in the boys' room. Like, were you that guy that went and told on everybody? No, just kidding. But I just don't picture you smoking in the bathroom. Yeah. Some other dude did it, Joe. It's the Saudi defense every time. Never you. Yeah, we had a school back in the day that unfortunately we warned our parents that this school kind of sucks. Y'all are going to see that one day. And boy, did the community see it many years later. It damn near got shut down. Like, I don't think anybody in that school actually cared what we did. And it was one of the oldest schools in town. It used to be one of the best schools, turned into a horrible school. Right, Dolphin? Me and Dolphin be in there trying to light up, and Joe be telling on us. We'd be like, damn it, Joe. Joe Schmo. He'd be like, nah. We're like, dude, go out there in the hallway and watch for us. If anybody starts to come, let us know. Would you do that for us, Joe? He's like, yeah, until they actually started to come, then I'm out of there because I'm not getting in trouble with you fools. You always had that one person you could go be the lookout. Go be the lookout. Well, no, you're not going to participate anyway. I had a few friends like that. Hanks, he says someone at Aperture is going to be getting a new Lexus at a cheap discount, right? Like, we bought the Lexus, they're just going to pay us the difference. Like, that just jacked up the price. I saw a great little thing on Twitter last night. It shows the guy, the what's his name here, Welcher, testifying and showing the painted arm, and then it's got a picture of the ARCA guy. Says, well, we built a cannon. And I was like, what the fuck's actually happening here? Cannons versus paint, is that what this case is coming down to? Are two experts that use unscientific new methods, kind of like blood collection and solo cups. Is that what this whole case is about? People making up shit as they go along. Uh-oh, my cat and my dog are about to fight. Dog. Annie, quit being afraid of the cat. Hold on, guys. I gotta be referee for a moment. Well, that was worse than usual. The dog decided it might try to nose up in that cat's food. That cat's like, not today, ma'am. Get your ass back in that kitchen where your food is. Funny how Arca didn't need to do anything. Yep, they built a cannon though, right? I don't know. I don't know if he would or if he wouldn't, right? Joe, do I know you well enough to think you wouldn't throw me under the bus yet? So far, he hasn't. So far, he has not. But I haven't given him any reason to either. I do. I really do. It's so weird how they can be friends one minute and tolerate one another, and the next minute they're just is not happening at all. At least this dog doesn't try to kill the cats instantly like my old dog would have. She's all like, I just want to be your friend. And the cat's like, no, I only tolerate you, and that's about as far as it's going to go. Before we got this cat, though, my son's dog, was used to always coming in my room. Like, she slept in my room. She just had to be wherever I was. So now that that cat is here, cat stays in my room and doesn't like me to leave the room. It tries to follow me out when I leave, or walk out of the room and wants to come with me and stuff like that. Now the dog wants back in here to hang out and chill, and so they fight about it all the time. Usually I just let them work it out. They'll figure it out. Oh, she's trying redemption, redemption. I think Joe would have to weigh all the options and take a lot of things into consideration, and it would be a whole thing, wouldn't it, Joe? He's like, I cannot make a decision that quickly. I got to have a moment. And he can't call me and talk it over with me if it's about me. He might get the wrong advice. Maybe they'll actually get some decent lines of questions in before they go to lunch break. I'm really ready for the defense to get on with their case. I really want to see who all they're going to call to testify and what that testimony might be, right? Yeah, pros and cons. I tell you. Joe, what the hell? Joe says I must be doing something wrong if I come across as a snitch. I texted 911 at the restaurant on my birthday because I was really worried about the gal's safety. Well, we didn't say you couldn't text the 911. That's not a snitch. That's a concerned citizen. You understand the difference, right? I'm teasing you, Joe. Yeah, well, when your staff As a former manager, I cannot handle all the people. I don't know what's going on in their personal lives. I don't even want to be involved at some point, right? I see a lot of people all day, every day coming through here with all sorts of different stories. I don't know what's going on. That's where I get with that stuff. But if I can think someone's really endangered, that's a whole different situation. If it's sketchy, I might just let it be because I ain't trying to get caught up in sketchy behavior, right? Things can go sideways way too fast. Yeah, lighten up. Don't take it seriously. It was all. I love to laugh, and if y'all are the kind of people who don't laugh a lot during the day, find something that's going to make you laugh. I laugh at myself constantly. I make fun of myself all the time because I can be quite the idiot when I need to be, or just in general out in the backyard goofing around in my own little world, and I laugh at myself because I'm that crazy sometimes. Um, I love. Here's what turns me on more than your looks, your toys, your bank account. Can you make me laugh, dude? Can you make me laugh? Am I going to hurt your feelings with my little joke? Because that's the make it or break it situation. Period. He can take it. Joe's like, I hang out with Salty, don't I? Shit, I can take it. Now, if Joe was a Scorpio, with me being a Gemini, we might come across as a little not liking each other, but it's all good. But that's not the case here. So I seem to get under the skin of male Scorpios. Track record proves it. It's not something I just made up. They're like, oh, no, no, girl. This is not going to end well, is it? I'm like, no, dude, it's really not. That's why you need to go now. Now that I figured out your birth signs of Scorpios. Bye. We don't even have to have any more conversation. We don't like the grumpy old men. Hell no. God, no. I don't ever want to fall into that category. Yeah, so is my son, Joe. Okay? I understand you bullheaded Tauruses. Boy, do I. I got like a bucket of stuff. My daughter's a Pisces, a little sensitive, and my Taurus, the bullheaded son, my little Sagittarius, who's going to leave me for bigger and brighter things. My little grandbaby, poor bless his little heart, he's a Scorpio, but we're managing, we're navigating it. And my granddaughter's like her grandma. We rule. We're the Geminis. Hey, hey, Dolphin. Dolphin says, hey, don't forget me in this scenario. That guy on the stand would get throat punched, right? Dude, that'd be my first question. So, now I want to introduce myself, but can you tell me your sign so I know how to come at you right now? That's a better question. And who was this damn witness? The second the defense attorney gets up there, could you introduce yourself? He's like, what? What? That prosecutor didn't point me out already and tell you who I was. The level of arrogancy does never surprise me. That's right, Dolphin is a Taurus. She a bit bullheaded too. That's why I love her. Actually, I'm trying to think right now, which one do I feel like's more bullheaded, Dolphin or Joe? Hmm, about the same. But I like my Tauruses. I get along with them beautifully. Vixie says, I'm a Virgo, Aries, Virgo, so many inner conflicts. I'm a Gemini sun with a Cancer moon and a Sagittarius rising. I don't know what the hell I want, where I want to go. So that's why I stay to myself. It's better. Nobody gets hurt in the process. uh, right? Keep it in perspective. But yeah, I'll throw them hands in a heartbeat. Are you on the cusp? I bet you are. Mm-hmm. My daughter-in-law was as well. Got a little bit of them Gemini traits in there somewhere. I think my Cancer moon is what keeps me super grounded. Ooh, it's like royalty. I'm royalty, y'all. God darn it. Vixie has spoken and she knows her shit. I have visited her channel and I think she knows what she's talking about. Thank you, ma'am. We'll take it. Yeah, that's my saving grace is my Cancer moon. If it wasn't for that, there's no telling where this air sign would be. Ah, Scorpio married to an Aries. My brother is an Aries. Two exes are Scorpio, and my mom and my sister are Scorpio. Yeah, I think my brother's like the only Aries that I actually know, right? I've always been into astrology and the stars, and don't even ask me what I do on full moons and new moons and all the things. That's a whole other show. A whole other show. Yes, it was Dolphin's birthday recently. That's what she was gone on her fabulous birthday trip. She had a great time. We're glad it all worked out. Now she's back home in recovery stage. Y'all know how it is when you go on a big vacation, you got to recover from the vacation. Then she come home to a cold on top of that. She's, oh my God. We got you a new nickname, Joe. Y'all welcome to the sideshow. The best one on the YouTube streets. Oh, Firefly's got a bunch of birthdays right there at the 1st of April. I'm done until June. Dolphin went to visit Greece. Yes, Hank. She was in Greece for a while there. Oh, people, people, people. They let you join places they shouldn't let you join, then you're able to see all the goods. So, God dang it. Oh, life's so interesting. I do a lot of crazy shit to entertain myself, y'all. I put myself in places sometimes just so I could eat the popcorn and go, what? All my kids are like spring and summer, then not my little oddball kid who decided to be born at Christmas in the winter. What the hell? I was always grateful my kids were in the spring and summer. And that little winter baby came along. Yeah, we're waiting to see Dolphin's picture album. She's took a bunch of pictures, and we'll set something up when we get some spare time. And she's feeling a little better because she just got home, like literally. And so give her get some time to get herself feeling better and get rested, and we'll get her on and have a talk about her trip for sure. Butterfly says she goes. You have to set up those Christmas or shit birthday funds, right? Because it's all coming up at one time. It sucks for my youngest because he was born 3 weeks before Christmas, and it's like the other kids get birthdays, in the spring and the summer, and he's all like left out until it's almost time for your Christmas, and then here it is, your birthday. I always felt bad for him for that. And my grandson is like a month before Christmas, so they get it all at the end of the year. Except my grandson does get stuff throughout the year. But I did that with my youngest. He was the only one at home still at that point, so I would get him things throughout the summer, kind of make up for it, but it's not much you can do. What about those ones that are like born on Christmas? I'd be like, man, that's not fair. There you go. My cousin and I would do that. We would swap photos, like all the ones that she took, all the ones that I took, and yeah. And then you have to sit down and go through all of them and just reminisce. I bet you saw a lot of great things, though, some really pretty scenery. I wanted to see the pink beach, too. Let me just throw that out there. We need to go back, Dolphins, so we can go look at that pink beach. And just take me with you on your phone. Uh-oh. What is that saying? Don't get jiggy with it in the winter if y'all don't want all the, or Valentine's Day. You'll have all them Scorpios. Yeah, people who get, do the deed around Valentine's Day, go birthing Scorpios. Y'all just keep that in mind. Cover up, buttercups.
Dr. Welcher was just using, at least my observation, his computer. He still has monitors on his desk. Could we have all that removed, Your Honor?
It was
Closed. Yes.
Yeah,
The
get
open-
that shit out of there, ma'am. You wouldn't let nobody else do it.
No, but I will. I closed it.
You do what she said, sir. Get the bailiff up
Like,
there.
The computer all the way off, or just everything.
Fuck.
I do not see a need for the computer to be turned on. Do we have the ability to put the presentation and documents from our
So I'm
sub?
going to see counsel
Yeah.
outside. Back
Sure.
in-
Oh, wow. You need to be conferring with your witness. Shut it down. If I was a Supreme Court justice watching this shit show unfold, I would be stringing you up, lady. You and Gull, top priority. The hell? It's so easy to say. Exactly. You shut the stupid computer, you get off your phone, why are you any different than any of the rest of the witnesses? She's all like, does he need to shut it all the way? Did you wake up with your brain today, lady? My God.
Lunch break, I'll ask you to remove those monitors, okay?
I'm sorry?
During the lunch break, I know it takes you a while to set up in the
Yeah.
morning. I'm going to ask you to take all that down during the lunch break, okay? Thank you.
Wow.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Welcher, we left talking about the amendments you made to your PowerPoint presentation. And in terms of the amendments, are you aware that the defense counsel received your amended PowerPoint presentation at 3 p.m. on Memorial Day? Are you aware of that?
No.
And you began testifying the day after yesterday, correct, sir? Day after Memorial Day?
I testified yesterday.
Yes. Are you aware of any activity in this trial of any kind before you testified yesterday?
Again, as I mentioned, I've been getting random emails, and then I've been seeing it pop up on my news feeds as well. But once I was aware of the reclusion, I made sure to not review any of that. But as recently as last night, I got an email that said biomechanical engineering job, or like applying for a job, and I opened it up and it was some internet troll.
Sure. I'm asking about emails from the prosecution.
Oh, no, there's been no emails about what's been going. I mean, there's been
Oh,
scheduling,
you ex-trolls.
when am I going to come, things like that.
How then was it determined that you were going to be able to amend your power presentation if you weren't communicating with the prosecution?
I mean, they asked me about the witness statement of 138 right around May 13th.
How did they ask you about that, sir?
I don't recall if it was a Zoom meeting, a phone call.
So there was a communication with the prosecution. Might have been by Zoom, might have been by another method, but there were communications while this trial is going on relative to you amending your PowerPoint that ended up with an amended PowerPoint on May 13th. Do I have that correct?
I believe so.
I'm going to switch topics.
Okay.
One of the goals of Aperture's analysis and reconstruction was to determine the location and timing of certain text stream events, correct?
Correct.
EDR data.
I'm sorry, my role.
Your role, yes. EDR, and just for clarification, EDR is Event Data Recorder, correct?
Correct.
So I'm going to refer to that, as you have before, as EDR, Event Data Recorder.
Sounds good.
EDR data does not show the location associated with a text stream event, correct?
In this particular vehicle, it does not.
And the EDR data for this particular vehicle, namely the Lexus SUV, also does not provide the time associated with a text stream event, correct?
Not at the time of this event.
So the answer is no, correct?
That is not correct.
So let me ask the question slightly different way. The EDR data does not provide the time. The EDR data for the Lexus SUV that you've been talking about does not provide the time associated with a text stream event, correct?
That is correct.
Instead, every text stream event is associated with a particular key cycle on the vehicle, right?
Correct.
There can be multiple text stream events in a single key cycle, right?
Correct.
And every time you start the car, this one you push the button, that's a new key cycle, right?
That will cause a key cycle.
And the EDR data indicates the number of seconds into the key cycle that the particular event occurred, correct?
The EDR data, no.
So EDR data gives you no information about the number of seconds into the key cycle that a particular event occurred.
You're confusing EDR data and text stream.
I'm not, sir, I'm just
Oh, you're not?
asking a question.
So
if it's yes or no, I'm fine with that.
EDR data will, depending on the vehicle, sometimes it has information about GPS date and time. Sometimes it has ignition cycles, which are a little bit different than key cycles, which is why you frequently have different ignition cycles versus key cycles in EDRs compared to text stream.
So let me ask it a different way.
Okay.
The text stream data indicates the number of seconds into the key cycle that a particular event occurs.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
in order to properly determine the location and the timing of a tech stream event, it's important that you correctly identify the trip that is associated with a particular key cycle, correct?
I think I'm going to say yes, that tech stream tells you the trip.
I'm just asking if it's important that you correctly identify the trip associated with a particular key cycle. And do so by determining, in order to properly determine the location and timing of a tech stream event.
So the tech stream tells you the trigger event and it tells you the key cycle. So I'm not determining that, I'm reading that from the tech stream data.
Okay. So in order to properly read, to use your verb, the location and timing of a tech stream event, it's important that you correctly identify the trip that is associated with a particular key cycle. Is that a fair statement?
I think that's a fair statement.
If you associate the wrong trip with the wrong key cycle, then your estimate of when the tech stream event occurred will be wrong, correct?
It can. I mean, you need to take the totality of the evidence in the tech stream with the mileage, the overall timing into account.
So are you saying, sir, that if you have the wrong trip with the wrong key cycle, you can get the correct tech stream event?
No, not necessarily. Again, you have to take the totality of the data.
My question is with regard to if you have the wrong trip with the wrong key cycle, then your estimate of when the tech stream event occurred will also be wrong. Isn't that just a matter of logic, sir?
So, again, the tech stream event tells you the trip and it tells you the time. If you're saying I'm, say, associating that with the wrong infotainment information or vice versa, then that would be wrong. But the tech stream data tells you how much time is associated with each trip. There's no difference there.
If you associate the wrong trip with the wrong key cycle, then your estimate of where the tech stream event occurred will be wrong. Is that correct?
You can't associate the wrong event with the wrong key cycle because it keys in the key cycle with the event.
Let me try it a different way. Your analysis, or anyone's analysis, in conclusions regarding the timing and the location of the tech stream data are only as good as your ability to correctly associate a key cycle with a particular event. Is that an accurate statement?
No. Again, you need to take the totality of the data. So that is one element. You need to look, for example, at the mileage. You need to look at the timing of the events. So this is considered a tool in the analysis process. You need to look at the totality of data to see how it matches up with the physical evidence.
So are you saying that you can have an incorrect key cycle with a particular trip, but you can still get accurate timing and location of tech stream data?
So again, you don't get incorrect key cycle with the trip. The trip and the key cycle are coded in by the tech stream. If you are attributing an event to the wrong trip, which has a fixed key cycle, that could be a problem.
Exactly. So if we could go, if Your Honor, if we could publish a slide, please, that is in evidence.
Okay.
Thank you.
What are we looking at?
Pardon me,
What
Your-
slide number?
I've got slide 9. Mr. Wolk, if I, yes, I've got the correct one. Thank you, Your Honor. So I'm going to use the acronym VCH that you've used on your, do you recall using the acronym VCH on your direct testimony?
Yes, sir.
And VCH stands for Vehicle Control History, correct?
Correct.
You viewed the vehicle control history on September 23rd of 2024, correct?
In addition to the PCS data.
You viewed the vehicle control history on September 23rd, 2024? Yes?
That is yes.
You took photographs of the vehicle control history, including key cycle 1167?
Correct.
And in this screenshot, we can see 4 text stream events that
Actually,
are...
can you zoom in on the key cycle?
Oh, sure.
Because I think when I got to, no, scroll. So when I got to it, you can see it was that key cycle 1264. The blue highlight was the last file that was written on key cycle 1167.
Right.
So to answer your question, I got it at 1264.
So if we can go back so we can see the 4 text stream events, I just want to reestablish the foundation here. In this screenshot, we can see 4 text stream events that are associated with key cycle 1167, correct?
Correct.
But isn't it true, Dr. Welcher, that there were actually 10 text stream events associated with just that one key cycle 1167?
Correct. I gave you the original files.
Right. So you are aware that the Commonwealth had maintained up into your firm's engagement that...
Are you saying there's no basis for the question? All right, I'm going to allow the question and I'll hear it.
You are aware that the Commonwealth has maintained up until your engagement in September of 2024 that all text stream events associated with key cycles 1164, 1165, and 1167 occurred while the Lexus was in the custody of the Massachusetts State Police at the Canton Police Department.
So the objection sustained. You need a foundation, Mr. Lessie.
Sir, as part of your work in your review of the many documents that you referenced on your direct examination, did you review the text stream events associated with the Lexus SUV?
I reviewed the one I downloaded.
Pardon me?
I reviewed the one I downloaded.
Right. And did that, what you download, include key cycles 1164? Did it include that?
It did.
Did it include 1165?
It did.
And did it include 1167?
It did. It did not include 1166.
I didn't mention 1166, sir. I only mentioned 1164, 1165, and 1167. I purposefully skipped because I didn't understand you had reviewed it. So here's my question. You therefore, based upon the fact that you reviewed them, and you said it's important to understand timing, etc. That's very important in your forensic analysis, correct?
Yes, sir.
So let's go to the timing question and you understand where the Lexus has been at various points in time. You testified to that in direct, whether it was at the Canton Police Department, whether it was being towed, correct?
In addition to having Mr. Burgess' analysis of the data.
In addition to Mr. Burgess' analysis, so in that analysis contained locations of where the Lexus had been.
It contained where it had been and also include date and time, when it was turned on, when it was turned off.
Exactly. So not only did you have all the locations, you had dates and times associated with the location where the SUV, the Lexus SUV, had been, correct?
Correct.
Now to the question. Based upon that review, that knowledge, that understanding, those bases, you're aware, and you've reviewed, by the way, Trooper Paul's reports, correct?
I have.
There were 2 reports of Trooper Paul. There was his original CARS report and then a supplemental report that were listed in the documents you reviewed. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that, but I'll take your word for it.
I don't want you to have to take my word. Do you recall, sir,
No, I
that there
don't.
were do you recall that there was a report of Trooper Paul?
Yes,
Okay, and you read that report, I assume, sir.
I did.
And it would be important for you to read that report and read it carefully because it addressed the subject matter that you were addressing, correct?
No, I did my own independent analysis. As a matter of fact, it'd probably be more important that I don't do that to avoid confirmational bias.
But you did read Trooper Paul's report.
Of
correct?
course.
So, you therefore are aware that the Commonwealth has maintained up into your engagement.
Yeah, I'm going to see a sidebar on this.
You get them straightened out, ma'am. Just get these attorneys straightened out, all on the same page. We need to get on with this. Oh, God. Oh, watch out for them grimy people out there coughing and everything, right? Dolphin, I have to do the same thing. There's some decent ones out there. I had to go through all that with my mom and my grandfather. There's a pretty good line of medicines out there, actually, that do help with that. I can't even think of the name of that one right now that I used to buy all the time for my mom. It's like the only one she could take. Because they're just they're going back and forth over what he's seen and hasn't seen, and he's trying to trip him up because he didn't ask him about a specific report yet, didn't know you reviewed that one yet, but there you are looking down at your laptop knowing it's there. Caught you. Busted. Shouldn't have warranted a sidebar. I'm the judge. I said 5 times shut your damn laptop. You're in contempt of court. See how that works? Yeah, that's how it should work, ma'am. Incubation period. Y'all know that you're going to come back and say it's lunchtime. It's 11:11 Central. Yeah, Dolphin, my resting heart rate sometimes would be so high, it's crazy. It's way better than it used to be. Corsetin, yes, that's one of the ones my mom used to use all the time, Butterfly. I was able to come off my blood pressure medicine a long time ago and haven't required it since, but yeah, something's causing my feet to swell. I'm not even a big person. I'm like, what did I do making my feet swell? Right? You shouldn't, but you do. Be surprised at how many grown-ups were unaware of how germs were spread when the pandemic came along. I'm like, what, you fools didn't know hand washing was always a good idea and covering your nose when you sneeze was always a thing? I think some people just learned all that. I heard a grown woman ask the doctor one day, do we really need to use soap? Can we just use water on washing our hands? Like, oh my God, I about fell out. As a grown woman just asked that question. Are you kidding me? No wonder we have a pandemic. Had, you know. Work people are the worst. You know, this one blood pressure medicine they had me on, one of the side effects is an unexplained cough. I didn't know it. My uncle told me about it because he had experienced it with that medication. And it was a whole thing, and he was telling me all about it. And I was like, well, that's the same medicine I take. And I have this strange cough that just comes out of nowhere for no reason. So here we are in the middle of a pandemic, and I'm just trying to get some food at the Subway because the only place we can go legally is the beach. And I have a coughing attack, and I'm like, oh man, they're all going to think I got the pandemic thing. I had to leave the building, go outside, I called my doctor. I was like, look, dude, you got to do something with this medicine. I cannot have this. Can barely leave the house as it is, and they all think I got some funkiness. Ooh, community water fountains. Eeh. Yeah, I'm scared of those. I always think about how close people's mouths come to those things or their water vessel, and that grosses me out. Like, I couldn't hardly even use them when I was in school. I would think about that. People's faces are literally right there on them. I was that person before the pandemic, right? I was washing my hands because I didn't want the damn Ebola. So me washing my hands to and from the grocery store was not a far stretch for me. I've never been to SeaWorld as many times as I've been to Central Florida and going to all the parks. SeaWorld was just the one we never did. And I don't have a reason why. Well, I think it's because we loved Universal so much, and that's the place the kids really wanted to go. And they had opened up Universal Islands of Adventure and all that down there. Good times. I felt Universal was way more fun than Disney. Disney was cool and all, but we preferred Universal. Going to the mountains. I know somebody who's just there. My son will be traveling next week, going up to Virginia, to the Appalachian Mountains for a hot minute. I was like, just come back, baby, just come back. He's like, well, I don't think I want to live there. Well, I hope not. Not anything wrong with Virginia, just I don't want my kid to be that far from me. I'm being selfish, right? Yeah, I'm in Florida, so we always bought the passes to Universal. Universal's a blast. I wonder if Firefly goes to SeaWorld. She's down that way. I wonder if she's ever been. Don't get snatched in there, dolphin. We have a place locally called the Gulfarium. It's been down in Panama City since before, I don't even know when it opened, but it was a long, 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 long time ago because it was open when I was like a little girl. That place is still open. People go down there all the time. My grandma used to take us every summer. As soon as school got out, that would be our first destination trip, was to go to the Gulfarium to hang out with the dolphins. Ooh, nice. I've been to Mexico on a cruise, but didn't swim with the dolphins. Probably should have done that excursion, though. Dolphin? What the hell? I bet they are huge. In person, right? Freaking orca. Did y'all take his laptop away, Miss Judge Lady? Look down. Look at what you're wearing.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're the judge.
Are you aware that over the course of the Commonwealth's and your investigation into this case, that the theorized time of the alleged contact of the SUV?
So there's two words, just strike theorized.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. Are you aware that over the course of the Commonwealth's investigation and your
Hold on, Mr. Leslie. The court reporter can't hear you.
Thank you. I will.
I'll object again to the question that's coming.
Yes, Dolphin. Oops.
Can I
Go
begin
ahead
my
and
question?
ask an appropriate question, Mr.
Sure.
That's cool, Rachel.
Do you have knowledge whether there is one time or more than one time for the Commonwealth's position, as you know it from reading documents that you said you've reviewed, that there are different times alleged for the incident to have occurred at 34 Fairview?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask the question, remove part of it.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
You have to remove part of that sentence.
Okay, understood, Your Honor. Do you know whether there is more than one time that has been proposed by the Commonwealth for the impact alleged to have occurred at 34 Fairview?
Objection.
Sustained.
I'm going to ask for an instruction.
I'm not giving the instruction now.
Dr. Welcher, in terms of the analyses that you have reviewed in this case, is there one time that you understand there to be for a hypothesis for the time of the impact at 34 Fairview?
Objection.
I'm going to see you again, folks. I'm sorry about this.
Can y'all just stand up once and for all and saying y'all changed the time on the drifting clocks and that's how y'all got this new time frame? I think the jury has gotten the point. But it's like pulling teeth up here. Yeah, the defense has to word it all just perfectly, but prosecution every now and then gets away with that same stuff. This one witness is so difficult. All the sidebars is going to make the jurors wonder why y'all can't get through this witness without arguing about it, right? That's not a good look on the prosecution side, in my opinion. It's so hard to even think for them to get that this y'all didn't consider another scenario might have happened because you were given all this extra stuff to review. Shouldn't that just be elite? That should be an easy enough question, shouldn't it? If I was a jury, I'd be so frustrated and bored. And since you go on to lunch so he can get that laptop and everything disassembled, since y'all said it took him forever to get set up, and you're going to let him go to lunchtime, make him stay and miss his lunch to undo all his madness over there. Yeah, HBP, that's what it's called. Thank you, Butterfly. I could not remember the actual name of it. Bought it all the time. That's all my mom could take for a long time. Yes, Dolphin, that sounds right. That's one I'd go with. It used to be like a yellow and red packaging. It's been a minute since I had to buy that kind. They may have changed up their packaging, make it more modern. You know how companies be doing sometimes. Y'all discuss the correct verbiage. That lady cut her hair. That lady's look on her face. I'm gonna start people watching because I got bored. Not to make fun of them or like just like the faces people make always intrigues me. Get one of each, Dolphin. Get you a day and a night, so you'll have all the bases covered, right? You feel better now, and you can feel better tonight. Mm-mm-mm. Oh, that's cool. Mucinex has got one out now. That's good because people who have the high blood pressure need options, man. It's not just a cookie cutter world out there. Some of us have stuff, right? We need extra attention. Moving into old lady phase, I feel the extra attention is about to start coming on. Says, boy, they don't like Karen, do they? Y'all know what? I don't have a feeling about her either way. I honestly don't even give it a second thought. Like, would I be friends with her? Or, I don't even think about it. I just look at her as a defendant and is she getting railroaded? Those kind of things. But I don't know. There probably are a lot of people that hate her, that feel like she did it or whatever. But nothing I've seen that I'm like, sit down, lady. You probably shouldn't be talking so much. That's a given. Defense 101. But obviously, you're going to do you. But that, I don't give it much thought. Because they've tried to prove to me her personality's this and that. And I'm like, she looks like an average person. People hating people that they just are a lot alike with those people. It's like, that's weird. Yeah, I talk a lot too, but you know what? I think if an attorney told me I need to pipe it down, I might would have done that. I'm not saying she's wrong for going out and speaking her piece and standing up for herself because I totally get it. But when you're in the middle of a criminal case, it might not be the best thing to do, right? Because you got shady ass prosecutors who want to come in and clip it and judges who allow it. So there's the danger there. Yeah, it wouldn't feel good to be in her place if you honestly felt like you were innocent of something and this was happening to you. Because she's not the only person this kind of stuff happens to, right?
Excuse me.
Kentucky and Indiana, y'all know all about that kind of stuff, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to move to, for the moment, we'll come back to the other topic a little bit later.
Interesting. Why?
As we discussed earlier, you've got on various documents, you're a biomechanical engineer, but I've also heard you make reference to biomedical. Can you just tell me what you consider yourself, sir? Is
Sure.
it is biomechanical engineer something you consider yourself to be?
Sure. My degrees are in biomedical engineering. The discipline within biomedical engineering that I practice is biomechanics.
Right. And so is it accurate to say that you are a biomechanical engineer?
Yes.
And you say that much in your report, correct?
And the CV and resume I gave you.
Right. Now, in your report, and Your Honor, I have no issue if he refers to the
Thank you.
page of his report.
Do you have a paper copy or do you need your?
I do.
If you, sir, could turn to page 9 of your report.
Okay.
And on page 9, you state, as a biomechanical engineer, I have no opinion on any aspect of, and I think you're referring to Mr. O'Keefe's, medical treatment or medical diagnoses. I have conducted an accident reconstruction and biomechanical engineering analysis of this matter. Did I read that correctly?
Did?
In that statement, I assume, given you wrote it, is a fair representation of your professional role in this case?
Yes.
And you go on to add on page 9, my biomechanical engineering analysis is determining the effects of physical forces on the human anatomy. Did I read that correct?
You did?
And on your direct examination, is it correct that you stated as a civil engineer, you made an analogy, you assessed the cables and beams of a bridge, as you would assess the cables and beams of a bridge, you assess the human anatomy, you made that analogy, correct?
The analogy that bones are my bridge elements, cables are muscles and ligaments.
Right. And you stated that it's the job of a biomechanical engineer to quantify the force acting upon a person to determine the cause of their injuries, correct?
That is part of what we do.
It's part of, but it is therefore something that a biomechanical engineer does, correct?
Given sufficient data, yes.
So, you know do you know what a force calculation is, sir, when I refer to that term?
I believe so.
What do you believe it to be?
Well, force is usually a physical measurement, but you can also use Newton's second law, which is force equals mass times acceleration.
That's exactly what I wanted to get to. Newton's second law is, and sometimes referred to as the second law of motion. And in the second law is force equals mass times acceleration, correct?
Correct.
And just sort of like simple algebra, sometimes you have one or more of those, but I'm focusing on when you're trying to determine, sir, you're pulling something out.
Calculator. I thought you were going to ask me numbers, do calculations.
All right. We're going to do that. We need to do it with the court's permission.
Sorry.
So if you feel you need to do that, just let me
You
know.
can just leave it right
All
there.
right.
So I just want to get the principles down first. So Newton's second law, force equals mass times acceleration, and force is oftentimes what you're trying to calculate in a force calculation, correct?
Calculate or measure, yes.
Yeah. And Newton's first law is the law of generally inertia. An object at rest tends to stay at rest. Object in motion tends to stay in motion. We're not talking about that in force. We're talking about Newton's just second law, correct?
You asked me two questions. Newton's first law is generally, as you said, it could be at rest or at constant velocity, but yes.
Okay. And that Newton's second law is generally just a mathematical calculation, correct?
Yes.
So what I'd like to do is to turn to page 11 of your report. And on page 11, you discuss the force calculation in conjunction with the part of your report where you discuss your experiment where you dropped a test dummy backwards, correct?
Correct.
You determined that a fall of 69 inches, at that fall, Mr. O'Keefe's head would have accelerated with 458 G's of force?
That's what we actually measured
Right.
in the test.
And can you tell the jury what is meant by G's?
So G's is a measure of acceleration. If you take, usually acceleration is measured in feet per second squared. If you divide it by 1G, which is 32.174 feet per second squared, that gives it to you in G's. People often heard about fighter pilots losing consciousness at 6 or 7 G's, basically because your blood's getting sucked away from your head, not because you're being impacted. But G forces, or G's as they're more properly called, is a measure of the acceleration. It's just whatever the acceleration is divided by what we all feel when we're standing here, which is 1G of gravity.
And you estimated Mr. O'Keefe's head weight of approximately 15.7 pounds. You used a percentage. Is 15.7 about right for the mass of,
Yes.
of the head? So if we apply Newton's second law, we keep F force open as the unknown. We take and apply the mass, which is 15.7, multiply it by the acceleration. You end up with a force acting upon Mr. O'Keefe's head of 7,200 pounds. Do I have that right? That's right out of your report.
So that math is all correct. Falling backwards onto a hard surface from his standing height will give you approximately 7,200 pounds of force.
And that 7,200 pounds is the previous unknown F in the Newton's second law equation, correct?
Correct.
So now we have an answer for F, 7,200 pounds. Now you then go on to note that the applicable scientific literature states that a fracture to the occipital bone, and just to review, the occipital bone is the back of the head right here, right?
Correct.
So you then, as I understand it, you go to the scientific literature and you concluded that a fracture to the occipital bone can occur with an average force of 1,634 pounds from a fall distance of 40 inches, correct? I'm sorry.
How many inches?
40. That's in your report?
Well, you mixed two things together. There was stuff that reported force data. You had those numbers correct. A range of between 1,150 and 2,150, a mean of 1,634 pounds, and then it says, and a drop distance as low as 40 inches.
Right. And is the number 634 pounds a proper number for an average force?
Did you say 1,634 pounds?
1,634.
Yes.
Okay. So what I want to do is see if this is correct. So if you can get a fracture of the occipital bone in an average force of 634 pounds.
No. 1,634.
I thought that's what I said. If I did, I missed.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just heard 634.
No, 1,634.
My apologies.
And you compare that to the 7,200 pounds of force that you calculated. Surely you're going to have a fracture of the occipital bones through that calculation in that comparison, correct?
Correct. Falling on a hard surface can definitely fracture
Right.
your skull.
So I'm not getting at the manner. I'm just applying the Newton's second law. Newton's second law doesn't look at manner, does it? It just looks at force equals mass times acceleration. Newton's second law doesn't look at the surface, does it?
So it's a function of the surface. The A value is a function of the surface you hit.
So you're saying acceleration depends upon the surface?
Yes, of course.
Okay, all right.
For an impact, it does.
Now, let's go to the study you cited. Injuries to pedestrians in real accidents in their relation to collision and car characteristics. That's in your report, correct?
What reference number?
May I, Your Honor, grab the report?
Yes.
Thank you. If you can, it's in your report, sir. If you can find it, I'll do it in parallel with you.
Is it number 25?
That's the one I think it is. I just want to check your report.
Would you like me to actually pull up the paper?
No,
Okay.
just want to get to the... That's it, number 25. We're talking about the same one. Now, isn't it true that this study states that head injuries are the most common injury type for motor vehicle collisions, constituting more than 61% of all injuries sustained from motor vehicle collisions?
Or can the witness see the document that's being referred to?
Do you have your report in front of you?
I have my report, but reference 25 is not in the section he's referring to.
Why don't you show it to him, Mr. Leslie?
I do not have with me a copy of the report he cites in his reference. He did, can I ask another question, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Welcher, on your direct testimony, did you not discuss the percentage of pedestrian injuries and relate it to heads? Did you not, on your direct, talk about percentages of injuries that are head injuries in impacts of pedestrians with cars?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so you came up with a number. What I'm trying to do is to compare that number to the number in the study that you cite. If you don't remember, that's okay. We'll just move to the next question.
Can I go to my slide?
Whatever you can use to determine what was the percentage that's in the study that you cite in footnote 25 of your report.
Sure. That was also from my presentation that I gave. It's 61.5 for all injuries, 12.7 for fatal injuries.
Thank you.
You're
So I'll
welcome.
repeat my question, and then we'll get it in logic. So that study states that head injuries are the most common injury type from motor vehicle collisions, constituting slightly more than 61% of all injuries sustained from motor vehicle collisions, correct?
That number is correct. You're quoting a sentence. I would want to pull the paper up, but the number is correct.
Okay, so doesn't this article also state that of all head injuries sustained by motor vehicle collisions, only 12.7 of them are fatal?
That does, yes.
Did you mention that only 12.7 are fatal on your direct examination?
It's circled with a red box on my slide.
Did you mention that on your testimony on
I
direct?
thought I did.
This article was published back in 1979, correct?
I believe that's correct.
It's 46 years old, therefore, if I did the math correct, right?
That sounds correct.
Are you aware that given advancements in science since 1979, advancements in medicine, advancements in technology, the currently understood most common injuries as a result of pedestrian motor vehicle collisions are injuries to the lower extremities?
I'd have to see the study. It wouldn't surprise me. Car technology, especially, for example, with autonomous braking. So you're getting fewer higher severity crashes, which results in a higher propensity for lower extremity injuries. It's the higher extremity crash that causes the head to either slap into the hood or the window and or bounce off, to where if you get the lower severity crashes, you can still maintain a standing posture. So it wouldn't surprise me if that's accurate.
So you would agree that as of January 2022, the most common injury as a result of a pedestrian motor vehicle collision is one to lower extremities?
No, I wouldn't necessarily agree with that date. And again, you have to look at frontals versus rears.
So you can test that the most commonly understood injury as a result of a pedestrian motor vehicle collision is injuries to lower extremities.
Maybe that's about a source.
No, I'll allow the question.
So I'd want to see the data. Again, most cars, for example, this Lexus, has a pre-collision system in it that will start to apply the brakes if it senses a pedestrian at the front of the car. And so for frontal collisions, it's transitioning, taking what were head injuries, because they're more severe, higher speed crashes, making them lower speed crashes and shifting the injuries to the lower extremities. Just like airbags shifted the head injuries away from the severe ones, and we started getting more or higher ankle and lower leg injuries. So the change in the technology, but for backing, that may not be the case because you have different geometry on the vehicles and you have different safety systems.
I'll try it a different way. Do you have knowledge, as you sit here today, whether the most common injury from a motor vehicle accident is to the lower extremities?
I'd have to look at the literature. I have the article I gave you.
So the answer is you don't know the answer to that question. Is that correct, sir?
I don't know it off the top of my head.
All right. Newton's second law analysis that we went through, force equals mass times acceleration, where we came up with the 7,200 number. You didn't discuss that calculation on your direct examination, did you?
I don't think so. We didn't discuss a whole bunch of those things that were that wasn't necessarily an opinion, that was a sub-opinion or basis for my opinion.
You didn't discuss that Newton law calculation on your direct examination, did you, sir?
So in a way I did, because I said my drop testing shows that you can do this. So I didn't quote that number, but we are going through the specific numbers now. But I absolutely did say, as a matter of fact, I showed a video of my drop testing and talked about how falling onto a rigid surface, a hard surface, can cause a skull fracture.
Did you discuss on your direct examination applying 15.7 of the head weight to 458 Gs and come up with a number of 7,200? Did you do that on your direct examination?
Those specific numbers, no.
Thank
the general
you.
concept of the drop testing and what it showed, yes.
So instead of that calculation, you referred to a flow chart comparing injury characteristics of flaws versus blows. Do you recall doing that on your direct?
So you asked me two questions. You said instead of, so that's no, it's not instead of. They're two completely different topics. So no, I didn't do that instead of.
Okay.
I looked at a force analysis, then I looked at 3 peer-reviewed publications that were attempting to differentiate whether an injury is associated with a fall or a blow, an assault, and they came up with a metric for doing that. Those things are completely separate.
Let's ask it this way. Did you, on your slide presentation that you presented to this jury, did you put the inputs into F equals M times A in your slide presentation with the numbers we talked about of 15.7 for the M and 458 for the G to come up with 7,200? Was that anywhere on your slide presentation?
So the slide presentation showed the 458 Gs. The rest of it was not on there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You also indicated that the laceration above Mr. O'Keefe's right eye is consistent with the shape and height of the fin on the top of the Lexus SUV. Do you recall that?
Correct. It's actually properly called a spoiler.
And so you would call it a spoiler instead of a fin?
Correct.
Fair enough. We'll call it a spoiler. You visited the scene at 34 Fairview, correct?
I did.
You stated that you like to visit the scene while you're working as an accident reconstructionist so you can get a better understanding of the data?
I don't like to use the word like, but we want to go to the scene to see the scene.
When you visited 34 Fairview, did you go into the garage at 34 Fairview?
No. I actually didn't set foot on the property.
You didn't set foot on the property?
No, I stayed in the street. It's my understanding there were new owners.
Did you consider the scene limited to the road?
So the access I had was to the road. The laser scanners and the photographs will extend further, but I didn't have access to the interior of the house.
Oh, so you didn't access the entire scene, correct?
In my opinion, I did access the entire scene. I didn't physically step 7 feet onto the grass to the point of rest, but I stood and photographed where that was. I didn't want to trespass.
Where did you understand the body of Mr. O'Keefe was located?
I know it was 7 feet in from the grass. I've seen cruiser cameras showing people around a body. It's slightly north and slightly south and a little bit west of the flagpole.
But you didn't access that part of the scene that you just described, correct?
I absolutely did. I took photographs of it. I didn't trespass and stand at that exact location, but I stood right there. We scanned the whole thing. The scanner uses a laser beam that goes out, 150, 200, 300 feet. So we scanned all that stuff.
Did your scan topography?
Yes.
Then you know that there is a berm raised above street level, correct? If you did the scan.
Correct.
Do you know the height of that berm?
I believe it's 4 inches.
Nowhere in your report, when you're comparing the height of Mr. O'Keefe to the spoiler, do you account for that 4 inches of the berm, do you?
So yes and no. As I indicated, we don't know exactly where the point of impact is, whether he was completely in the road or up on the berm. But for example, where the tire spins on the Lexus, that could be where she's driving up on the curb. And so then that tire will be at the height of the curb. So if he's standing on the higher part and the right rear tire of the Lexus goes up there and spins, then that would be at the same height. We don't know the exact point of impact. So I don't know whether he was on the road or in the street. Excuse me, on the street or on the side of the road.
Exactly, but when you did your depiction on your slide, and you remember you had the ruler and you measured the height, did you
Absolutely.
know that?
Yep,
Where was it? Was it you in that slide?
it was
Where were your feet?
on the ground.
Not on the berm, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you chose a measurement, which was the ground, to the top toward the spoiler, and you took a measurement. And you said that approximates the height of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Of the laceration of Mr. O'Keefe.
Exactly, because what you were doing was you were trying to determine and present testimony on whether or not that laceration could be caused by the spoiler, and to do so you had to take measurements, correct?
Correct.
So, you chose to place Mr. O'Keefe in your simulation on the ground. You didn't choose to put him on a berm that would be 4 inches higher, did you?
Nor did I put the Lexus 4 inches higher. I didn't do
Correct.
either one of those.
So, the point is, it's certainly possible that if there's 4 to 5 more inches, that would take that eye out of the ability to be hit by the spoiler. Isn't that correct?
No. Because if it's 4 to 5 inches higher and he leans his head down or reacts to it, again, we don't know the exact position of his head.
Did you, in your slide yesterday, describe the possibility that his head could be down? As I understand it, you're positioned in that photo just like this. You're not positioned like that in any photo you presented to the jury, were you?
I'm trying to make it clear. We don't know his exact body position at the point of impact, nor do we know the exact position on the ground. So, which is part of the reason why I haven't tried to exactly simulate this, because we don't have enough parameters to do that. So I don't have that information. I'm showing the geometry relative to someone of Mr. O'Keefe's height.
So you don't have the information to do that properly, so therefore you can't conclude that he had a laceration to the eye from the spoiler by your own answer that you just gave, correct?
So it was done properly. We don't have absolute information to say where exactly he was. I'm pointing out that the physical evidence, the height, matches the height of the laceration. That is one data point of many data points.
So you would have to at least concede that the level of his eye could be non-contacting that fin or spoiler because you don't have information as you just described.
Sure, it could be from contacting the ground.
Pardon me?
It could be from contacting the ground. It could be from other things.
But you don't have the information necessary to conclude with any certainty that Mr. O'Keefe, at the time of impact, had a level of his head in an upright such that it hit that spoiler. You don't have that information, correct?
We don't have that level of certainty. We have that the height and geometry matches.
And you didn't take into consideration the berm, and you didn't mention the berm at all when you were discussing this measurement with the jury yesterday, correct?
That is not correct. You asked me two questions. I absolutely considered the berm. And the second question, when I presented it to the jury, I mentioned the berm when we showed the picture of the shoe in the snow, but that was it.
That's my question. I'll ask it a different way. When we were talking not about finding a shoe in the snow, and you mentioned a berm, I'm talking about when you did the measurement of whether or not the laceration could be caused by the spoiler. You didn't mention accounting for berm height when you discussed that measurement with the jury, did you?
That is correct.
Likewise, you didn't present any Newton's second law analysis regarding the front of Mr. O'Keefe's head with respect to whether his head was contacted by that spoiler, did you?
Correct. Again, it was a glancing hit. We wouldn't be able to do that.
Oh, so it's a glancing hit to the front of the head is your hypothesis?
This whole pedestrian impact is a glancing hit.
So you can have your arm to the side like this, with the back of the vehicle coming like this, and you could glance the right eye with the arm out. Is that what you're saying?
That's what my picture shows when I'm standing next to the car. I could probably find the slide for you.
So you didn't do a force analysis to determine how much force would be applying assuming a contact with the right eye, did you?
That's correct.
And force analysis is what biomechanists do, correct? That's what a biomechanist does?
That is part of what
Part of what they do.
So I lined up his anthropometry relative to the known height of the vehicle.
You attempted to line it up. That's one method, but another method is to apply Newton's second law like you did to the back of the head when he fell, correct?
Correct, if we had more information.
Mr. Alessi, why don't we break here?
Thank you, Your Honor.
So jurors, your lunch is here. We'll see you.
Who's right for the jury?
Goodbye.
I was trying to paint my fingernails while listening to the rest of this. So they are on lunch break. Boy, this guy's like super combative is not even the right word to describe him. Super arrogant. We all see that. I don't think he's used to being challenged in quite this way, considering what he actually does for a living and who he normally works for. And somebody I know on Twitter got a couple of documents where he's testified in other cases, car injury cases for, insurance companies. Interesting. He can go either way, right? Which insurance company gets towing first, kind of thing. All right, let's take this down for a second because we know old Jesse's going to pop up there in a minute and do his usual and make me wonder why he's doing it. Um, he's doing commercials now for skincare on his little thing. I was like, did I just literally see that? Oh my God. Sorry, I was looking at something real quick while we were on a break for a second. I was checking on something. Okay, yeah, you guys take your lunch break, do all the things. I ate a few minutes ago. I usually eat late morning before they go to lunch. I usually have time to sit here and eat in between stuff. Right? He's a little hostile, Vixie. He's hostile with the damn judge. It's like he thinks he's above the rest of the courtroom. I almost got that impression from him. Like looking at the judge, like, are you really going to tell me to do something, and then you expect me to do it though? That's a little odd for him to come across as if he feels like he's better than the people, right? No, sir, you're just like all the rest of these witnesses. You got to comply. And who the heck gets to be on their computer the whole time? Like, that doesn't even make sense. We all know that's not right. Let's see. I'm looking at something, guys. Boy, this one account's just putting out the documents that this Dr. Welcher's been involved with in other cases. I don't even know if it pertains. I can't even hardly see that. I'm on Twitter looking at something and it's so small I can't see it. Wow. Okay, Rachel, let me go check that out. Like today, a new filing. Discord's been popping off, but it was for other reasons. Okay. Okay, I'll read the document because going and grabbing it out of the Discord when I do it from in the studio here, it doesn't never work right. So it's a motion to preclude the attempted use of any information not produced in violation of Rule 14. And this was filed 26. Is that, God, that stamp is hard to even read. Okay. Both the Commonwealth and defense are bound by Rule 14 obligations. During the course of this trial, notably during Shannon Burgess' testimony, the defense presented documents that were not previously provided, which eliminated the ability to review and vet the documents. Do we need some wine to go with the cheese to go with the wine? Did I say that backwards? Because I think y'all are the ones that come in hot with some new reports, right? Notably, the defense presented a CV provided in 2023 that noted a graduation date of 2024. Are they still fighting over Burgess's damn educational record? because I don't care. The effort of providing documents as a witness is being confronted with documents is improper to a trial ambush. Okay. Well, good luck with that filing. The Commonwealth seeks a ruling precluding the use of any materials that we were not noticed by the defense, other than materials the witness CV referred to. So this is going back to Burgess, and they've already settled a lot of that. It's just that finally hit the docket, I guess. But God, do we care about this guy's education anymore? Like, y'all, the damage was done, misters. Y'all, the damage was done. Yeah, he's one to talk with last minute reports, right? A little crazy. A little crazy acting. Like, just because you file it doesn't make it so, right? It means you filed it and now it's got to be under consideration. That doesn't mean you got something. All right, let me. I'm taking a look at one more thing really quick, but while I have a moment to do so. Oh, I didn't click that. I'm checking the docket for the Stearns case, guys. I checked the Koberger docket. There's nothing new there. People are anticipating rulings on rulings we're waiting on there that haven't come down yet. And judge still hasn't ruled on those motions to suppress in the case against Stephen Stearns either. All right, Dolphin's all set. Oh my God, she's got the Chinese food. That's the one kind of food I don't do. She's got her Chinese food. Although I am curious about that soup. But I don't know if I can get there. Funyuns, Gatorade. Oh man, I love some Funyuns. Gatorade and lemon juice. What are you going to do with your lemon juice? You're going to put it in the Gatorade, or you just do it by. My sister would just drink the lemon juice alone. I like lemon in my sweet tea. And I don't like Gatorade. Isn't that weird? Even when I was like really super sick and I've tried to drink Gatorade in the past, it always tasted so crazy to me that I felt like I was going to get even more sick. If that makes sense. Kind of like taking NyQuil. I cannot do it. Yes, there you go, for your tea. Exactly. That something about that lemon in that tea. It's just comforting. I love it. I like my Lipton half and half tea, especially in the summer. Yeah, well, Rachel, we would like for her to rule on things when they're pertaining to what's going on, right? You're talking about a dude that's already testified that the internet blew up over, and we are all over that guy already. We're done with it. And it's like, y'all still need a ruling, not y'all, but the court, right? It's like, how? How? Yeah, a little bit of honey is always good in there. It was for me, like, especially like if I'm sick, a green tea for me is soothing with a little bit of lemon and a little bit of honey. Helps my tummy feel better too. Yeah, Gatorade was invented here at the college for the Florida Gators. A lot of folks drink it. My kids drink it. They love it. I could never get past the taste. It was an odd taste to me. Could you add a little more juice to it? That's what I'm thinking. Maybe I can drink it better if it just tasted a little bit more like juice. Oh, Lori with the capital R. She just don't know when to stop, does she? Bless her heart. And if you know, you know. Lord help her. Are you going to go live later and read that document? Or are you going to send it to me if you don't? I'm all about some documents, especially when we're gearing up for trial. I want to know the deets. Yeah. She already asked that judge to get rid of himself before, right? In the damn hearing, Judge, I want you to recuse yourself. You don't even agree with me on anything. He's like, well, I was here 15 minutes ago and I agreed with you on something. Oh, it's like you can't help but laugh at these judges when they get a funny in, right? It's all those electrolytes. Those electrolytes be cooking. Yeah, I want the evidence document because I really want to know more about this seat slid all the way to the front to the steering wheel while running, which tells me there was no driver. The only driver was the lone guy in the back with the rifle in his hand. That's what that told me. That's the kind of stuff I'm ready to get into. All that hoopla we've known for years and years. Get me down to the evidence now. What you got? And you got two neighbors who also witnessed that Jeep that morning running, sitting right there next to Brandon's driveway. And they each witnessed a little bit different thing about that Jeep. So come again, Lori, how that wasn't Tylee's Jeep? Beg to differ. Guys, Joe is we're gearing up for Brandon Boudreaux's trial, and the Lori Daybell saga continues. This should be her last trial. Conspiracy to commit the murder of Brandon Boudreaux, which at the time was married to her niece. They labeled him dark as well. He had to go, just like Charles and everybody else. And they failed to succeed with Brandon. He was the only one they failed to succeed with, fortunately for him. So that is why we are seeing one more trial for Lori. Conspiracy for her and her brother, who is no longer with us. You know, the evidence is stacking up, Lori. We got a lemon juice shortage? What the hell? Well, CVS was probably going to charge you $10 a damn bottle anyway. But it's convenient. I get it. But wow. Is there a lemon juice secret we're unaware of? Are we in a crisis with the lemons? Lemon crisis. My sister grew Ponderosa lemons for a while. Those things get giant. I like to get my real lemons and just slice them up and then just put them in a little container and stick some in the fridge. So when I want one, and my son's doctor suggested it for him too when he gets nausea, because we autoimmune disease and nausea just for some freaking reason they're like best friends, and you live with it. But she's like, go to the fridge and get a lemon and just suck on the lemon, and it actually works for him. It's always helped me as well. Oh, not bad, Dolphin. I take it back, CVS. No highway robbery today. I take it back. Did you get your goodie powders too? Don't forget the good stuff. It's time for me to do some restocking. My trial groceries are getting quite low. All the little things I like to have on hand. I have to go and get something cold to drink. I am done with coffee for the day, I think. I figured you did. I did too, early this morning. Spent a lot of time on my massager the last 2 days. I feel like I need to go get a physical massage, though. I don't feel like nothing's going to work until I do that. Been trying to get up and walk a lot more. Sitting here streaming all day, these trials, like, oh my God, I didn't realize the toll it was taking on me because I'm not used to sitting idle a lot. I get bored and have to get up and start finding something to do. I'm like, yeah, I got to get up and get my groove on. Got to get up and get my groove on. When you don't feel good, you don't feel like doing anything, Dolphin, right? Hey, you probably got your laundry and stuff you got to get caught up on from your trip. I just yawned. Excuse me, guys. Didn't mean to do that. Came out of nowhere. I always tell myself, if you just get up and go take a shower, you know you'll feel better. Because I always told my kids that, just go take your bath. You'll feel better in a little bit. It'll relax you. I'm like, I need to take my own advice sometimes when I've had one of those kind of days or don't feel good. Mm. Open some windows and let it ventilate out, right? I do that when my son is not home because he's like a damn vampire. He likes it dark and cold, and I'm the opposite. I want the sunshine in. I want some fresh air. So I get all that done in the mornings. My window will be open. Hell, my window's open right now. If he was here, he'd be like, "Why is that window open? It's hot outside." Because I like my fresh air. I can't stand being cooped up in a house all the time. It makes me feel horrible. You know how it is after like a long, dark, cold winter and you haven't been able to open the house up? I cannot wait till spring when I can get that house opened up. Oh my goodness. Let it air out. Get you some fans and some cross ventilation going. Mm. That makes me want to get up and clean my house and open up all the windows. Y'all, Donald Trump has promised to pardon those, what's that, what's Grizzly? My son used to watch that show all the time. What are they? Oh my God, those people that live those reality shows, that whole term just left me. They went to jail for like tax evasion or whatever. Anyway, that dude is housed here. Well, he's in Pensacola. They're about to close that whole prison down though. But that's where he's been in prison at, and she's been in Tallahassee. And I teased my son when they first got arrested, like, "Are you going to go visit them?" Because he's like literally right there. He's like, "Ah." I was like, "Go put some money on his books. He can get a sandwich." Yeah, the Grizzlies. Um, they're going to be doing a new reality show, and like they'll be calling their kids from prison and talking to them and stuff. Yeah, and then last night something came out about how they're going to get pardoned. I was like, all right, that'll make for good television. I got pardoned by the president for tax evasion. Maybe y'all shouldn't have lived beyond your means a little bit. Something to be said about a little bit of a smaller house. Upkeep's not quite as bad. Yeah, Dolphin, when you're gone for a hot minute and you leave it closed up, you can certainly tell when you come back in, right? You know it. Yeah, like, I can't believe that grizzly guy's been right here in our hometown prison and my son never went. It's like I used to tease this kid. I'm like, I can't even believe you watched that to begin with. I think 'cause his wife watched it, and he just watched it with her all the time. So I always gave him a hard time about those two. I'm like, look, your people's gonna get out of prison. I mean, but I can think of worse reasons to keep people in jail. People who deserve to stay in jail be getting out all over the place, and then you got your little marijuana smokers and your tax evasionists that can't ever get out. We got our priorities a little screwed up. It's not ever good to break the law, but um, there's a lot of things that aren't good. Uh-oh. I'm sorry I took my thing down where I couldn't see anymore. Let me get it back up. I hit the wrong button. Yeah, she got lucky and had some really good people watching out for our little mascot doggy. She's like, okay, mom, you're going to leave me and go to Greece. Watch this. I'm going to go have my best life over here with the neighbors. It's so convenient, too, to have them right there. I know how it is to need someone to keep your dog when you're going to be gone for a minute. Yeah, Grizzly Knows Best was the name of the show. I always just made fun of those people. I didn't ever watch it. I know that they just got out there and flaunted their wealth, and then the next thing you know, they was in prison because of the said wealth. And I'm like, oh. Yeah, free the weed smokers, man. They ain't done nothing. They literally are probably the least of the problems in the prison, except for those that delve off into other, that gateway drug. That's good, Dolphin. If you need them again, now you know they're there, right? And Pipsqueak's used to them. They're used to her. And you got that CrimeCon trip coming up soon. You better go ahead and book them. Like, permanently booked. Y'all think that the defense can get through with this witness before the end of the day? Or will it be like, battling again? Another battle will ensue. Oh, that's right. You were going to make a big road trip out of that trip. And there are a lot of places you can take your dog with you. Oh, be careful down there. I wonder if it will stay on track, right? What will the judges, we're waiting on the ruling to come down over there as well. With Ann Taylor trying to get the continuance of the trial. I don't know how successful she'll be at that. Getting into that courthouse is going to be a challenge. Depends on how many people actually turn up for the actual trial. You know what I mean? It's going to be super convenient to watch it on TV, so I personally wouldn't battle it. But if I lived there, maybe one day, just to go check it out for, just for shits and giggles kind of thing, maybe. But if I was banking on it right and like I just needed to get in there, my luck would be the day I couldn't get in, and I'd just be like, I'm not even doing this no more. I'd get aggravated with that whole situation. Joe, reverse sneezing is a thing for certain dogs, especially certain breeds. I got questions about your reverse sneezing. Did an expert come up with that theory? Yeah, they sound like a goose honking. That's a good way to describe it. You definitely can tell when it's happening. Yeah, the reason I no longer kept the dog after my last one, because they do get terrible separation anxiety, and I found myself not being able to go do certain things because I was always worried about something else, right? Loved my dogs, don't regret having any of my dogs, but by the time that last one was gone, the kids were damn near grown, and I'm like, yeah, yeah, yeah. And then I ended up with my grand pets. How'd that happen? Like, I've told these kids I purposely didn't get another dog after the last one. It was a whole ass decision, a conscious decision. But now I got two grand dogs. Well, a grand dog and a grand kitty. Two grand kitties, actually, and a grand dog. None of these people are mine. Well, animals. Who think they're mine, and they get separation anxiety when I leave the damn room. I'm gonna buy the dog some CBD. My son's like, "You gonna give my dog THC?" I was like, "I might. You would never know." He's like, "Mom, have you given my dog THC before?" I'm like, "Maybe, maybe not. Is she asleep?" No, I'm kidding. They do make CBD where I get mine for the dogs. And they do make one with a low THC in it. I'm like, yeah, that dog needs that one. My luck, it would have the opposite effect. Like, I need something to counteract the effects of what I just gave the dog. And they got the only fan just a spinning around up there. My ex-husband would always take one of our other dogs with him everywhere he went, and I was pregnant, and at that particular pregnancy, all I ever wanted was pepperoni pizza and chocolate milkshakes. So this night he goes up to get me a chocolate milkshake from Whataburger. And he takes the dog with him, and he goes through the drive-through, and he had both windows down, passenger side and the driver's side. And my ex-husband is a very menacing looking guy. The average guy would not walk up to this guy on the street because you might think he's something he's not. Let's just put it that way. And well, he had the potential, but anyway, some guy comes up to the passenger side and decides to stick his head all the way up to the window and then reaches in with his arm. And when he did that, the dog is like, "Excuse me, not today." And he bit the guy. And I was like, "What took you so long at the damn store to get my milkshake?" He's like, "Well, a whole thing happened. The dog bit somebody." Like, how did that happen? The dog was in the car the whole time, right? Yeah, guy shouldn't have stuck his hand in the window. Sometimes you fuck around, you find out, don't you? People want to go blame dogs for doing their jobs. Oh, God, goodness. Yeah, Dolphin, there are some places I'd like for you to go visit and film. There really are a couple of interesting places. When you already know, we probably are already thinking along the same lines. All the things we've always wanted to know, right? Yes. I don't know if Joe's going to swing down that way yet or not. Dogs, these animals and their separation anxiety. Mine's got, Annie's gotten used to it because now on Fridays, my son usually takes off to his girlfriend's house, and it's like she's come to learn that's the routine now, and she doesn't like it. When he gets home, she cries like for 20 minutes, like she's been without him for a solid year. It's so funny. Well, did you walk up to someone's car and they leave it open too far? We get all pissed if they don't leave the windows open, and then if they leave it open too much, the dog can just come out and bite people, right? It's like common sense. Leave it open enough where your dog can breathe and not die, but not get their entire mouth out to bite people. It's not hard. Oh God, yes, you do. Thanks to all those unsavory folks out there who decided to take our cold medicine and make it into something it shouldn't have never been. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Grown ass women having to show an ID to get some damn cold medicine. Like, what? Yeah, makes you want to pop them in the head. And what do you do if you send your minor? You know, my kid's a minor, but he can drive, and I'm sick. Can he come get my medicine? Is he going to be old enough to buy it? Ridiculous. Yeah, I got a feeling Butterfly's not going to like the summer. She wants that winter back. it, my window would stay open all day and all night, but I know that if I don't close it later, it might not be as comfortable as I want it during the night. But that's part of my anxiety of being closed in all the time. I just can't take it. Well, it's kind of like them people who shouldn't be having babies. You know, they should really look into things before they go and do things, right? Before you become a parent or a dog owner, go read this book. Y'all know we got all them people out there in this world we literally have to take by the hand. Adults, not children. Adults. You have to take by the hand and walk them through life. It is what it is for some people. Yeah, people, you would think people know not to leave their dog or their kid in the car, but they do it all the time. And then they want to pretend like they have, that condition where we're just forgetful. Got to put my briefcase in the back because I'll remember that, but I won't remember my kid. Sit down with that bullshit. Remember when the first case they tried to use that stuff in? I was like, are you kidding me, defense attorneys? You're really going to use that? Forgetfulness? They didn't forget to get their own self into the car and drive to work this morning, did they? I have a problem with somebody who forgets their whole ass child. That's more than just a forgetfulness nature. That is a totally checked out, I don't even care about this kid nature. Because I promise you, nothing's going to come before the thought of my child at all times. Goodness. Yeah, I just try to leave my pet at the house because I feel like it's easier if I can leave the kids at the house. They all getting left at the house. Okay, I'm teasing. My dog used to go ride with me sometimes. But I do try to leave the animals and the kiddos at the house as much as possible, especially when I'm trying to run into a damn store. Like, all of y'all got to go with me today. No. My son took our dog to the creek the other day, and I think it totally stressed her out. Like, she was so stressed out. She didn't even want to go get in the truck with him, and usually she will. I had to get up. He knew she wasn't going to go unless I got up and pretend like I was going to go as well. So I got her out there, and she jumps in the truck, and they take off. And he said she had a good time while she was there. He sent me pictures. She's frolicking and she's playing. The minute they got home, this dog acted strange. I was like, "What did you do to the dog while you were gone?" He's like, "Nothing. I told you she was fine." But that dog's like, "You're never getting me back in that truck. Don't take me around no damn people. No more creeks." Dolphin says she's set. Get this courtroom back in session right now. We got our meds and our snacks. My dog just barked. She agreed. She's like, "Dolphin, I hear you." And now she's looking at me like I need to do something for her. I have boiled peanuts on the stove. I'm going to go get some in a minute. I haven't had a boiled peanut in a minute. Yeah, so true, Dolphin. All right, I got to go let this dog out because she's like literally having a cow. I'll be right back. Okay. Or y'all ain't buying flavored potato chips now because I'll be all over some potato chips. A pesto and Mott's potato chip. Oh my gosh. I want some. Boiled peanuts are the best. She's like, "I got some champagne too. Hold up. I'll be right back." Dolphin's going to sit there and feel better later with a bottle of champagne and some mozzarella and pesto potato chips. Hell yeah. I know, right? We got to figure that out, Butterfly. Probably take us like Might cost a small fortune, but we can go in halfsies maybe. Wonder if they have them on Amazon. Let's go look. Lemonade potato chips. What in the world? Now, mozzarella and marinara. Where have I been? Smoked Gouda and mac and cheese. I'm down with some smoked Gouda. Sweet Maui onion. Wow. I haven't been getting out much. Apparently. Lay's barbecue potato chips takes me back to my childhood, don't they? When my aunt used to babysit me and feed me bologna sandwiches. Hell yeah. That's my kind of aunt. And Zephyrin's barbecue chips for lunch every day. Mmm. I could tell you, my aunt could feed a bunch of kids off a little bit of food, and we're like, we don't know how she did it, but she did it. Barbecue is one of my favorite things. But now I'm intrigued by all these different kinds of potato chips I'm seeing on the Amazon. I'm like, maybe I shouldn't have done this. I don't see the ones like we're talking about, though. Terra exotic potato chips with sea salt. Exotic. We're going to do like a weird shopping trip show. Like, y'all tell us the most strange thing, the strangest thing you've ever purchased to eat. I'm all down to try new stuff, but it depends on what it is. Truffle potato chips. Wow. How about a fried bologna sandwich? You ain't living till you had a fried bologna sandwich, right? Yay, she didn't lose the champagne. Nice. Oh, butterfly. I just typed in mozzarella potato chips and just whatever came up, came up. That's how I started my search. Now I'm waiting on AI to tell me what to buy. It put it in my cart for me. I only bought it because it told me to. Old fashioned rainbow potato chips? I don't even know. Crab spice potato chips. Wow. Ooh, the Lay's honey barbecue are the bomb. I love those potato chips. I like potato chips, period. No luggage locks? Oh gosh. Mushroom rice cakes. Don't don't know if I'll eat that. I don't care for I like mushroom flavoring, but I don't like a ton of mushroom. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. Garlic is the same way. I don't even want to bite into a mushroom. Yeah, those Old Bay potato chips. Yeah. They have some of that brand on here as well that I was looking at. Some brands I've never heard of, some that I have. Ooh, Lay's cucumber, and they're from overseas. That's interesting. I like cucumbers, so maybe. I found some Brett's Provisions. This is provisionswine.com. Brett's potato chip pesto mozzarella. $6.99 a bag. In stock online. Ah, Dolphin, we were just looking at the same. I was reading it off my screen and looked back, and you just found the same one. Yeah, that's it. Brett's potato chip. Okay. I'll visit the site. I'll bite. Yeah, they're still at lunch, Firefly, so we're just shooting the shit about dumb stuff. This is not a serious lunchtime stream, guys. Okay, cool. Thanks. Thank you, Dolphin. Yeah, those look good. I mean, they just sound good because that's two of my favorite things. Like me and one of my kiddos, we have a pizza that we really like. Is tomato and pesto and mozz pizza. It's one of our favorites. Which I probably shouldn't be sitting here looking at all this food knowing I can't order anything. I'm gonna have to like get up and go make it myself. Needed crime scene tape. It was a crime. You committed a crime tearing into those chips. It's just like $60. The ones that they referred me to a website and it was like $6.99. I can imagine though they're not going to be super cheap if they're not even, if like I got to order them from somewhere else, like a whole other country or something. It would be nice to know where to get them because if you really, really liked them, and you're like, I can't get them unless I go back, but are we willing to spend that much money on them? Better be one damn good potato chip, right? Like melt in your mouth, best thing you ever had. I was watching this girl yesterday, like she was like going around to different countries, but just to different McDonald's. And it's so funny how their menus are the same but different. You know what I mean? Little variations and things. I haven't eaten at a McDonald's in so long and have no desire to. It's taken your food delivery guy a hot minute, huh? Maybe the restaurant was busy. Traffic was bad, or you don't have many drivers out there working today. So y'all notice again that the defense brought up that the injury to the front of the face. They're going somewhere with that when it's their turn to present their case because they continue to point out that injury and it's not talked about much by the prosecution because they don't have an explanation for it. He could have been bent over. We don't know. Still doesn't explain the injury to the front of the man's face. Yeah, Dolphin. Hang on, let me grab you the link because I haven't had a chance to talk to you in a hot minute anyway. Let's grab a link. Oh, I went to the right spot. Duh. Okay. There she is. Okay. There you go, ma'am. It's in your DM. She'll come tell us some stories of her trip, guys. I haven't had a chance to talk to her much since she got back. All right, let me get her up here on stage. Welcome in, welcome in. How are ya?
Hey guys, let me mute this. There we go. Can you hear me okay?
I think we can. We can.
Awesome. Yeah, I just was like, ooh, tired of typing.
Yeah,
And I'll come
yeah.
keep you company while they're on a break. How long has it been? I don't even remember when she
It's been,
officially went.
yeah, it's been at least a half hour, I think.
Does
If
she
that.
normally take an hour or?
Takes about 40 minutes usually.
Mm-hmm.
I've got the
Okay.
side chat. I mean, I have the stream pulled up so we can keep eyes on it.
Okay.
They
Cool.
got the fan
Cool.
going. So, are you feeling a little bit better?
I am, but I just like I've been coughing and sneezing and everything. Like, since I've been up, all I've had is what, the tea from earlier.
Yeah.
And yeah, hey Rachel. Hey Butterfly. No, all I've had is like hot tea today, and I'm grimy. I need a shower, and yeah, some food would be good.
Yeah. So you got us all going on what kind of chips to get now, or like
Hmm.
we're just like bring it, dolphin.
Yeah, when you said something about nuts, you reminded me that I had snacks because I was like, oh, I bought some sort of nut mix when we found this like huge grocery store. So I was like, oh, I haven't opened that yet. And then there was some other like snack mix that had these. It was kind of like, I guess, you know what Gardettos are?
Mm-hmm.
So think of like Gardettos with some dried vegetables in there because I know that there were
Oh,
like peas in there or
yeah.
chickpeas or something, and oh girl, they were hard. I was like, I'm gonna
Really?
break a tooth on this, right? But
Yeah.
it was good, slightly spicy. I don't know. I may have the wrapper for that. I don't know. But yeah, I like have a bag of potato chips and all kinds of like a bag with like lots of different types of potato chips, those mushroom rice cakes, and I don't know, just like a bunch of stuff because I had the checked bag, my carry on, and then my friend gave me a bag for my birthday. It was one of those watertight bags. So when we
Mm-hmm.
went to go do something, we could keep all of our stuff from getting wet, and not have to leave it on the beach. And then so I collected that bag and then the gift bag, and so it's like I came back through looking like a bag lady in Atlanta's airport. I was just like, oh Jesus,
Hey, you got to bring back the goods, right? What's the point?
yeah.
You got to bring back something.
Hmm.
I bet you had a lot of unique dining experiences over there with the different types of food to try.
Oh yeah. Everybody, if we ever tried to order a steak or ask about a steak, they were
Mm.
like, "Oh, like a beef steak or a pork steak?" And I was just like,
Uh-uh.
"I'm sorry. What?" I was like, "Beef, right?" Like what are you talking about? So then I thought,
Right?
well, maybe they're talking about like say, I don't know, like the thigh or the hip area of a pig, and maybe they're
Right?
calling that like, a cut of meat like a pork steak or whatever.
Yeah.
So I was just like, okay, interesting. So, but yeah, girl, everywhere we went, we just met some characters.
Oh, yeah.
Um, One of the, let me see, what was it? Was it the second day that she was there with me? Because my friend was late. Did I tell you that she had a passport issue at the
Yeah.
last minute?
So I knew she had gotten, it was expired and she didn't realize it.
Yeah, she wasn't going to have enough time. So when you travel,
Mhm.
most countries want you to have at least 6 months left on your passport, right?
Oh, okay.
so she wasn't going to have enough time left on it, and they refused her. And customs held her back in San Diego, and so uh what I was on the flight because I went earlier than her, and also scheduled my trip to end of several days after her, because I thought, I've been traveling with this chick since college, so I know how she is, and she's going to cause me to miss something or whatever, so I'm going to need some extra days to do, and see
Yeah.
whatever I want to see, right? So, but I think you probably remember, like a month or so before, I know Firefly does, a month or two before, I finally was like filling out stuff on Delta's website, and I looked at my passport that I had renewed back in December of last year, and I was like, I kind of, I guess, didn't look at it thoroughly enough. And then, so when I was entering my information, I saw that mine was going to expire December of this year, right? And I was like, wait a minute, what? They gave me a 1 year limited validity passport. And I was like, wait, what? Because I've always had a 10-year passport. Every time you
Yeah.
get it renewed, 10 years, no problem, blah, blah, blah. So I had started calling the State Department and, asking and, questions. And they're like, are you a citizen? Blah, blah, blah. I was like, I don't get, you don't get any more of a citizen than me. I was born in Washington, D.C., right? So I was like, yeah, I'm a citizen. My dad was in the Air Force, I'm like, I've had a passport since I was like 5 years old, or something like that. I was like, I've had passports continuously almost my whole entire life, right?
Yeah.
So, and I said, I've never had a problem with passport. I was like, what's the deal with this? So we're having these conversations. And I guess at no point did it ever occur to her to look at her passport, right? She just was like, I just assumed I still had a bunch of time left on it. And I
Mm.
was just like, are you kidding me? So get
Yeah.
this. When I found out about her passport issue, she found out when she went to the airport to catch her flight, right? I found out I was in the air on the plane. I had made a new friend next to me. And girl, we were ordering doubles, right? And the flight attendants kept coming by. You ladies need some more drinks? And we were like, yeah. And the girl next to me, Simone, she's like, you got more tequila? And she's like, oh no, we're out of tequila. I was like, oh God, she gonna be okay? Right. So we're boozing on the flight, right? I get the message on my phone, and I was just like, it is so fortunate that I'm drunk as a skunk, right? Because she didn't get my real answer. You know what I mean? Like my
Right,
real
right.
response. Because I was just like, what the hell? You know? So, yeah, I was
Right.
mad, but I
Yeah,
just was
that
kind of like, eh,
your whole conversation should have prompted her to go, let me just look at mine and
yeah,
verify, right?
yeah,
Because that's not an issue you want to have at the gate.
yeah. You would think, right? So, and I had a direct flight coming from Atlanta, and but she was coming from San Diego. No such thing as a direct flight to, Athens from there. So she had to
Yeah.
go to Munich, Germany, and then come down, right? So she was scrambling the next morning. She didn't leave that day. So she gets up super early in the morning, goes to a passport agency, like, as soon as they open up, for them to like expedite, her renewal and everything. And then they had to also rebook her flights.
Mm.
I was just like, and I'm still on the plane, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, really? I was like, okay. And oh, by the way, we were supposed to get it a day before my birthday, and I had a dinner reservation at this really nice restaurant that was up on this, they call it like a Bettis Mount, right? It's like this
Hmm.
big hill, and it's overlooking the Acropolis and the Parthenon, right? So it's
Oh,
up higher than
yeah.
that, right? I had these dinner reservations that I made like a few months ago, right? And I'm sitting here like, oh, I need to probably, oh, she's supposed to be landing now, like a few hours before dinner. I gotta go to the airport, pick her up and everything. She'll basically have time to maybe change really quick or whatever. But I was like, I kept having to push these dinner reservations back. I was
Oh,
like,
no.
oh my God, only this chick,
Yeah.
right?
And you were looking forward to that dinner reservation. I know
Hmm.
you were.
We made
So
it though, but we were
good.
late. Yeah.
Aw. Still, that you don't want any kind of aggravation when you're on a trip. So that
Well,
but
yeah.
you took it in stride. You took it in stride.
I
So
did because I just was like, okay,
what do you right?
yeah, you know,
What are you going
not
to do about it, right? Let it ruin your whole entire trip, or just get on with it and get over it, right?
right. And I was like, I'm not going to try and yell at her because she did just fly like all the way around the world practically,
Right?
for my birthday trip. So I was like,
And was
let
probably
me
a little
keep my
stressed
cool.
out. Yeah,
She
yeah,
was. She
yeah,
was stressed and like haggard and just, and
yeah.
she was already beating herself up for it.
Exactly,
So
exactly.
I just
So
was, what is, oh, no, that's not.
yeah, yeah.
So I was like, okay.
Well,
But,
sometimes that's all you can do is just whatever it and get on with it, right? I'm
hmm
glad it all worked out in the end,
oh,
and that
yeah.
you had a good time. That's what matters.
We
So
did, but even getting to the restaurant, that was like kind of a comedy of errors because they had a cable car that went up to the top, right? And then we asked somebody at the hotel, we're like, oh, you can just catch a taxi. Because I was like, I had rented cars like the whole time I was there, and I was like, oh, I'm not going to drive because we're going to be drinking, right? So, and Greece, the parking situation there, like public parking, is almost non-existent. You are going down these little side streets, and literally everybody's cars are lining both sides of the streets. Imagine you're going down a one-way street, and there are cars like tires up on curbs on the left and the right side of the street, and
yeah,
you have to drive in between this. And
mm-mm.
I was like, and the car that I got was, a little too big, you know, because I was like, oh, she's gonna have a lot of luggage. I'm gonna have a lot of luggage, and
Yeah,
yeah, we had some issues. Um, yeah, but so we decided to take a taxi, and we're like, oh, you can go to the top, of the hill here or whatever. And he's like, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. So we get in the back of this cab. He like pulls up to some street, and then he's like, oh, he just waved his hand. He's like, oh, it's just right up there, right? And so I looked out the window, and I was like, up there. I was like, that's like half of the hill left. I was like, wait a minute, I thought you were dropping us off at the door, right? And he says, oh, no, 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 I can't go all the way up. He's like, you have to walk up those steps. And oh my God, excuse me, literally, I'll have to show you the photos because there were like tons of flights, like long flights of stairs and then landings. And I don't know, we walked up about eight or something like that. It was nuts. Thank God I was taking oral steroids, because my back
uh-huh,
wasn't hurting, but I
yeah,
was out of breath.
yeah.
Um, yeah, she was too, so I felt better, but yeah.
Yeah, well, when you're not used to all that activity and then all of a sudden you're
No.
doing it, it's just like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, we talked about that. And when you're sitting idle for a minute and you don't realize how inactive you are sometimes.
Oh, I know.
With me, with doing this trial, and like lately, I've been feeling it when I'm like, oh my God, I'm just sitting still too long all day. So I
Mm-hmm.
get up and do things in between just Karen Reed, making sure I'm not sitting idle. Because yeah, even like with us not going out to the beach all winter, if I get out there and take a good walk on the beach, oh my God, the backs of your calves, it's a whole
Mm-hmm.
feel it. So you're probably in all kinds of recovery mode, and then on top of that, you're cold.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I am. I just yeah.
you need a few days of downtime, right?
Yeah, only because of this cold. If it hadn't been for the cold, I was
Yeah,
fine.
yeah.
Um where is my Chinese food? It's been like I think an
Still,
hour.
wow, still not there yet.
And he called to confirm too, because I put in my little note. I was like, yeah, just, leave it at the door. Right? I was like, I have a bad cold. Just leave it at the door. And so he called me and he's like, oh, I see your note. Da da da. I was like, yeah, you're really going to want to leave it at the door. Right? And so, he confirmed my order and everything. And I think he called me at 1 o'clock. And it's like 2:04 now.
He didn't leave it on the front porch and not notify you it was there, did they?
No, I'm looking at the camera right now. And, mm,
If it's DoorDash, they're doing that drop off to get paid regardless. So,
no, I actually couldn't do it through DoorDash because DoorDash was trying to make me schedule it for 4 something
oh, good
for
Lord.
some weird reason. I think probably because I was trying to order off the dinner menu.
Oh,
So, yeah,
well, that's weird.
yeah. Oh gosh, I probably should have gotten something to drink. I'm like coughing again.
Get you some juice. Go with your tea.
I think I might have some juice still in the fridge. It might be good. I have to check the date on it. That's another thing I need to do is clean out the refrigerator.
I did
But
that the other day too. I know I called my son. I'm like, I am so thirsty. He's like, what do you want me to do about that? I was like, I need you
hmm
to stop and get me some juice. I don't want this Coke. I don't want water. I've drank so much water. I was like, I really want some juice. I think what I really want is some really good old fashioned lemonade with like strawberries and stuff in it. And my sister and I went to this outdoor thing a while back. Well, it was at the end of last summer. And this lady has a lemonade stand there, and she, oh my
hmm
God, it's all made fresh squeezed right before your eyes. And she made me a blackberry lemonade. That was the best shit. Oh my God.
Ooh, that sounds good.
Oh, it was so refreshing. It was so hot that day. And we were at this bazaar shopping and doing whatever. And all these food and stuff was there. But we ended up getting one of those lemonades before we left. And oh my God, it just was so good. And I was
hmm
thinking about that last night. I was like, I gotta get me some stuff to make me some really good homemade lemonade and some cool flavors to add to it. All right, I
hmm
think we're coming back to court.
Oh, sweet.
Um, it looks that way. Where's my feed? Get up here. Okay, let me get this up. Just
Joe,
got
the
back up
pissy
there.
cat coughing. Oh, Pipsqueak was giving me side eye every time I kept waking up coughing,
She's like,
and shaking the bed.
Good afternoon, Dr. Welcher.
you're
Good
disturbing her
afternoon. Nice to see
sleep.
you again.
Same. We had left off talking about some examples of Newton's second law and the application of it in the parlance of force equals mass times acceleration. And I now want to continue on with that discussion. It is correct that you can conduct a force analysis on any part of the body, correct?
I mean, it's more difficult on internal with live people. Like if you wanted like my appendix, I really necessarily couldn't.
Let's talk about the musculoskeletal system, the outside bones. You can conduct a force analysis
So your
on any
bones are
bone.
on the inside.
Sir, if I could finish my question, please.
Okay.
You can conduct a force analysis on any bone in the body, correct?
More or less, yes.
So the force analysis I use as a synonym with Newton's second law is not exclusive to the head, correct? You can do it on other bones in the body, correct?
Correct.
On direct examination, your direct examination here, you did not present a force calculation representing what you allege to be contact between the vehicle and Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, did you?
Correct.
And nowhere in your report do you present a force calculation for Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, do you?
Correct. We didn't have enough information to do it.
We're going to get to that.
Okay.
Now, given that you stated that, quote, determining the effects of physical forces on the human anatomy, end quote, is the job of a biomechanical engineer, you must have conducted several force calculations related to accidents involving humans in your career, correct?
Hundreds.
Hundreds. Now, you didn't present a force calculation in your materials, as you've stated, on direct with regard to the arm, and I'll include in the right arm going from the shoulder all the way to the tip of the hand. Okay, so that's my definition of a right arm. You didn't present any force calculation on that part of the body of Mr. O'Keefe, did you?
Correct.
Assume, and we're going to apply Newton's second law. Assume Mr. O'Keefe's hand weighed 7 pounds. So that's the M in the F equals MA.
That's not a good assumption.
Well, what number would you like to apply for an M for the hand of Mr. O'Keefe? I'll take any number you got.
Just the hand?
Just the hand.
Oh, the whole arm of Mr. O'Keefe weighs approximately 12 pounds.
Okay, fair enough. So the whole arm, from the shoulder down to the tip of the fingers, is about 12 pounds, right?
Correct.
Okay. So assume that the Lexus SUV was traveling at 20 miles an hour. All right? Under your theory going backwards, 20 miles an hour. And the third variable I'd like to give you is to assume an impact window of 10 milliseconds.
Okay.
Can you calculate the G's of force from that data?
You need more information.
Well, let me ask you this. What more information would you need?
So we talked about the glancing impact.
I'm talking about a force calculation of an impact, not as to whether it's glancing or not.
So you want a direct head-on impact in the arm, not a glancing hit to where the Lexus comes in, hits the arm, and they continue off together?
I'd like to start with that, but just so we can hopefully expedite it for the jury.
Okay.
I'm going to want to get to what you have depicted in your diagram of holding the arm out. And that's not a glancing impact. Is that, sir, with the right arm in parallel with the back of the Lexus?
Yes, it is. So really I'm sorry, let me finish, please. What you're concerned about is where the center of mass is. With the center of mass out towards the corner of the car, that becomes a glancing contact. So you don't have a center of mass contact, you have a glancing contact.
Okay, fair enough. Well, so let's start the first force calculation.
I need my calculator.
I'm going to let him use his calculator.
Sure.
Okay,
Tell me when you're ready, sir.
go ahead.
So let's take a scenario where it's a center of impact,
Center of mass.
center of mass impact, right?
Okay.
Impact to the right arm.
Okay.
Let's start with that one.
Okay. And you want me to use like a 10 millisecond?
Yeah, be conservative. Yeah, let's use a 10 millisecond for
Okay.
the impact window.
Sorry you're wasting the court's time. Remember earlier you didn't want to waste time. He seems to be comfortable bossing Bev around. Y'all know each other. You'd think she'd have no problem with that, right, Rach?
Okay, question?
What do you get for F of force in the F equals M times A calculation?
About 2,188 pounds. I made a triangular crash pulse assumption.
Right, and if you took the milliseconds in half, become less conservative, would you end up doubling the 2188 number?
If you cut it in half, you would double, yes.
Exactly, through a simple mathematical, semi-algebraic application of the numbers, correct? You divide.
Correct. We're doing a little simplification in terms of the crash
Yes.
pulse shape, but generally, yes.
Right. So, but let's take the conservative number, the lower number, 2188, that you came up with. Do you know from the literature, as you did with the head, you went to the literature and said this is how much pounds of force the F you would get to have to cause a break at the occipital bone. Do you know from the literature how much force it would take to break an arm bone?
I have an idea, yes.
What is your idea?
So for a distributed load, such as this, not a concentrated load, you're going to need somewhere between, I've seen, and this is for cadaver tests, a low of like 2,500, maybe a little lower, to a high of 7,000.
Sir, you have switched, haven't you? We're talking about center mass impact. Did you in your calculation just switch to a side swipe impact to do your calculation?
No.
I'm asking about a center of mass impact. How much force would you need? Let's start with the hand. Maybe it's a simpler one. Do you know how much force it takes to break, any of the hand bones, you know what I'm referring to, the phalangeals,
Yes.
the metacarpals, and the carpals?
Correct.
How much pounds of force do you need to break any one of those bones?
Actually, I didn't find any distributed loading on the amount of force. I don't know.
Well, no, I understand, but I'm asking, do you know from the literature, not a calculation? Doesn't the literature tell you? Can't you go to the literature like you did with the head, and you say, okay, to break the occipital bone, the literature says you need a minimum amount of force of this. I'm asking you the same question for the hand. If you don't know, it's okay, but do you know what the literature says for how much force is needed to break a bone in the hand?
So for a distributed load across the hand, there are distributed load tests that show you need over 300 Gs on the arm to do that. So it would depend on the mass of the hand.
What is the range of force that you would need to break a bone in the hand? Do you know from the literature? If you don't, that's okay.
I could probably figure it out.
How long would it take you to figure it out? Do you know from the literature what that number is?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Is 300 to 400 pounds of force sound right from the literature that it would take to break a bone in the hand?
For a distributed load,
Yes.
such as the taillight, no.
No, not a distributed load. A load from a motor vehicle going backwards.
Right, that's a distributed load.
Right. So you're saying 300 to 400 pounds of force would not be enough to break any bone in the hand. Is that your answer?
So for a flat distributed load, like hitting the taillight, you're going to need higher.
How about another part of the back of the vehicle?
I guess if you hit on the very corner and it wasn't a distributed impact, like if you had a more concentrated impact,
Yes.
that could increase or decrease the amount of force required.
How much would it decrease it from the number you gave?
Depends on what you're hitting, what it's made out of,
The
contact
Lexus
area.
SUV. Let's assume I'm sorry.
Mr. Lester, can you repeat the question, please?
Absolutely. Thank you. Let's assume we're talking about this Lexus SUV, right? Well, let me back up. You don't know where exactly, under your theory, that there was a contact. You don't know, you testified to on direct, you don't know exactly where that point of contact is, do you?
Correct.
You don't know.
Except it's on the taillight.
Well, you're saying it's on the taillight, but you didn't observe any impact yourself personally, right?
Did I see Miss Reed's Lexus?
You didn't see the impact, correct?
That is correct.
So, and there is no firsthand witness that saw, under your view, that a collision occurred. There's no witness to say where the arm was, correct?
There's no person that saw it.
Right. And you have chosen a point of contact, okay? You chose that for your analysis, correct?
Correct.
And you picked that location, but it's also possible that under your theory that a collision occurred, that that arm could have been impacted any part of the back of the vehicle. That's possible, isn't it?
That's not probable, no.
I'm asking, is it possible?
Anything is possible. I don't deal in possibilities, I deal in probabilities. It's not probable.
So, but you don't know exactly where the point of impact was, correct?
So within the range of the light and the exact angle of the hand, no, I don't. What I do know is at the rear tail light area.
So your assumption is that it had, that because there's a tail light that is altered, it must have been by Mr. O'Keefe's arm. That's your conclusion, correct?
My conclusion is there are taillight fragments, a broken glass, lacerations to his arm, and his DNA on the back of the vehicle in the area of the taillight.
Sir, and Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike the DNA part of that answer for obvious reasons.
I'm not going to strike it.
Okay, so you're making assumptions. You're taking what you view to be certain data, and you're coming to a conclusion, but that is based upon circumstantial information, correct? Is that fair?
Are you calling like pieces of the taillight at the scene around his body circumstantial information?
Sir, let me go to the force and go back to the force analysis. Let's go back to the numbers. I want to stay on, if we can, just the calculation. So let's go back to the minimum amount of force you understand from the literature that it takes to break any bone in the arm from the finger up. Let's start with a hand. What's the minimum amount of force that can be applied to break a bone in the hand?
So it depends on the loading. So I don't actually know. In terms of the forearm, I can tell you there's data that shows up to 300 Gs of loading, you will not get fractures. There's one up to 750 Gs showing no fractures for a male of similar height and weight of Mr. O'Keefe.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So let's take those numbers,
Okay.
okay? You said 300 and 750. Did I hear it correctly?
You did?
Okay, that's the numbers you gave that would break a bone, correct?
So the 300 actually didn't break any bones, I believe. The 750, the one example, didn't break a bone, but as you got above 350, you started to break bones.
So as
300.
you got above 350,
300.
above 300, yeah, because that's what I thought you said the first time. You got above 300, you start to get breaking bones, correct?
Correct.
And so if you take that 300 number and compare it to the 2,188 pounds of force, you have 7 times the amount of force necessary to break the bone, correct, in the force analysis?
No. If you take 300 Gs times a 12-pound arm, you get 3,600 pounds. The calculation you asked me to run earlier gave you 2,188 pounds.
Right.
So you are 1,412 pounds above the force required. Like the tolerance is 1,412 pounds above the force you would say get in a 20-mile-an-hour impact in terms of the fracture forces.
Let's do it this way.
I'm sorry?
Let's do it this way.
Okay.
The force that you calculated from my hypothetical of this Lexus SUV going backwards, you came up with the F number of 2,188, correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't, what was the, you said,
2,180.
you said dyslexic? Or do you say Lexus? I didn't understand what you said.
The Lexus
My apologies.
SUV that you've been talking about.
Gotcha.
Okay?
I didn't hear it.
You came up with a number for F for force of 2,188. Are you changing that number?
Nope.
Okay,
absolutely
so
not.
let's go with your number of force from this vehicle of 2,188. I'm just simply asking, how much force does it take to break a bone in the right arm of a human being? How much force, not acceleration, how much force does it take to break a bone in the right arm?
Sure. So somewhere between 2,500, the one cadaver tested the distributed load of someone of similar size and weight, and actually close in age to Mr. O'Keefe, showed about 7,000 pounds of force to break it.
Let's go to the hand. Do you disagree that the literature shows it only takes 300 to 400 pounds of force to break a bone in the hand? Do you disagree with that?
Your question's too general. I can't answer your question. It depends on the loading. If I take my pencil, which has a very fine point, and jam it through my hand, I can jam it right through my hand because it's a very small point. But if I distribute the load in a broader load, such as hitting a taillight, it takes much more force because the load's distributed across it. It's like if I sit on the corner of my bed. I might sink in this far when I sit on the corner of my bed, but what happens when I spread my load out, when I lay on my bed like this? I don't sink in as far. Has my weight changed? And weight is basically force. No, but I've distributed it over a larger area, so for a given force, you get less sinking into the mattress. So if you hit a broad surface like a taillight or a wall like this, it takes much more force than if I were to take a singular small round object and jam it into the hand. That hurts. This does not.
Okay, if you can hear my question, if it's unclear, you tell me. For not a pen, not your bed, but for a Lexus SUV of 6,000 pounds, is there any part of the back of the Lexus in any manner where you can get a break to the hand from 300 to 400 pounds of force?
Any part on the back of the Lexus?
Yes.
Probably.
Okay. So probably, your words, you can get a break to the hand from just between 300 to 400 pounds of force. That's what you just said, correct?
So you're taking the totality of the back of it? Like if you got it stuck in the bumper? Potentially, yeah. But from a taillight or a broad flat surface? No.
I'm not asking about a taillight. Any part of the back of an SUV, you agree that it is probable that you can get a break of the hand bones from just 300 to 400 pounds of force?
Your question is incomplete, right? You said any part of the back, but then you wanted me to not include taillights or not include the rear body panel. If you hit a very narrow part of the car, like say the edge of the tailpipe, that creates much more of a narrow contact. So force divided by area is pressure. So if you have a very tiny area, you have very high contact pressures. And so, but if you distribute the load over a larger area, the number on the bottom of that fraction is much bigger, so your contact pressure drops. So hitting the edge of the exhaust pipe is going to have a much higher likelihood of causing a fracture than hitting flat against the taillight.
Okay, what we're going to do to make this more efficient, excuse me, sorry. Mr. Wolk, can you pull up a slide from Mr. Wolk's, or Dr. Welcher's presentation for the back of the Lexus, please? The back hatch, and Your Honor, may we publish that?
Sure, do you know what number though, Mr. Leslie? So we can
Mr.
keep track?
Mr. Wolk does, and
And
I
then
know
he'll
you
tell
need it, so
us.
he'll tell me before I publish, and then we'll give you the number.
Your Honor, may I look here?
Yes, I'm going to let Dr. Welcher look at his slide
Oh, sure.
here
Yeah.
instead of just up there.
The back hatch, yes. Do you have one of just the rear gate? The one measuring the height, maybe? There we go. Thank you. Okay, this is your slide presentation. Is there any part of the back of the Lexus SUV that has that more concentrated area where if the hand hit it, 300 to 400 pounds of force could break it? Is there any part, for example, the edge of the license plates, above the license plates, the L symbol that sticks out that would be concentrated? Anything you see there could 300 to 400 pounds of force contacting at any of those points cause a fracture of any of the bones of the hand.
So, I don't know how to show this because in the middle photograph, right where the 2 is on the license plate,
Yes.
there's a vertical edge. That area is recessed in. So if you hit right on that vertical edge, that could potentially do it.
That could do it. How about the L of for the Lexus symbol if the hand is there?
No, it's not deep enough. The compliance of the hand is just going to sink into the car.
Is there any other part other than the license plate that the force applied, you would only need 300 to 400 pounds of force to break the hand?
Maybe the exhaust pipe, and potentially if you hand your hand up near the spoiler.
Right, so now let's go from 300 to 400. Let's go to the 2188, which is your number. Use 2188. Is there any place where in 2188 force you could have a fracture of the hand on that back gate?
Just to be clear, 2188 is the number I calculated for you. It's not, quote, my number.
I understand, but we did.
So-
I understand, but we did the calculation. Is there anywhere on the back of the vehicle where 2188 could cause a fracture of the hand?
So that was a forearm fracture tolerance I thought we were talking about, because we used the weight of the whole arm for that.
We did. And my question is there anywhere in the back of the vehicle, in your opinion, that could cause a fracture with that?
I'm sorry, what, to the hand? Just the hand or the whole arm?
I'll take any part of the right arm. You call it the hand, the forearm. Is there any part that could cause a fracture?
So probably similarly, if you got your forearm down near that transition, like, I don't know if you can see the little dot. I'm talking about this area.
Yes. Yes.
Right here.
Yep.
So that transition between the two body panels.
Yes.
That could potentially do it. That's back where the reverse lights are. I'd have to look at whether, that would take it before breaking the plastic. And then, again, maybe if you hit the exhaust pipe as well. It's a much more narrow loading condition.
How about the corner of the tail?
The corner of the tail lamp. I suppose if you had just your hand on the very, very corner, potentially.
Potentially. But you didn't do any of that force analysis for this case, did you?
For the hand, no.
But you did it for the head, correct?
Correct. Because that I'm able to quantify.
Mr. Alessi, that was slide 108. I just want to
I'm
keep
sorry,
track.
Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Wolk. Yes,
All right, thank you.
thank you. you are aware, Dr. Welcher, that Mr. O'Keefe suffered no fractures of any kind in his hand, correct?
So there were no fractures noted in the autopsy report, but they didn't actually x-ray, from the records I've seen, either his hand or his arm. So there was, at least according to the autopsy report, no overt fractures, but the x-rays I saw, none of them were the arm, and the autopsy report said no sternum, spine, I think it said torso. They didn't say that there were no fractures there.
Was there any evidence in the medical records that you reviewed of any indication whatsoever of a fracture in Mr. O'Keefe's hand?
No.
Was there any indication whatsoever in any of the medical records you reviewed that there was a fracture of any bone in the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
Not that I saw. Again, it wasn't x-rayed.
Was there any indication in the medical records and the autopsy that you say you reviewed of any fracture of any bone anywhere in the body of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Other than the occipital bone or the skull?
There's a couple bones in the skull that were fractured, but other than the skull, no.
Correct. So, are you aware that the medical examiner for the state of Massachusetts, Dr. Shorty Bello, performed an autopsy on Mr. O'Keefe? Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And you're aware of it because you read the autopsy report, correct?
Correct.
Are you implying, and it's a question, that Dr. Shorty Bello missed a fracture or didn't look properly for a fracture on Mr. O'Keefe?
No. I'm simply indicating that, for example, a hairline fracture, I didn't see any evidence that they actually x-rayed the structure, so there would be no overt evidence of that.
There were wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And you are saying that the medical examiner should have x-rayed that to determine whether there was a hairline fracture? Is that your testimony?
No, you're asking me about evidence and proof of absence of fracture. So I would look for an x-ray to see if that was the case. I haven't seen any evidence of an x-ray of the arms.
So it's your position that on every autopsy, there should be an x-ray of every bone in the body, and that the clinical judgment of the medical examiner should not be accepted, and there should be an x-ray of every bone before a conclusion can be drawn that there's no fracture to a bone in the body of a deceased. Is that your testimony?
Absolutely not. Like, I'm an engineer. You're asking me about proof. And so proof is somebody looked at it, somebody took an x-ray, somebody palpated it and found a comminuted fracture. So we're talking about proof.
Sir, I didn't use proof in my question.
Ask me about the opinion of a medical examiner. I'm not a
Hold
medical.
on. Only one person at a time. Mr. Leslie, let him finish, and then you can ask the question.
Your Honor, I hadn't finished my question.
Okay, then finish your question, Dr. Welcher. Wait for the question. Then let Dr. Welcher respond. It's a nightmare for Madam
I
Clerk.
understand, and I think I've been doing that, but I'll redouble my efforts. Dr. Welcher, I didn't use proof in my question. I'm going to repeat the question. Is there any indication in any medical record, autopsy report of the deceased of any fracture of any bone in the body?
That was not your original question, but to answer your question, no. Except for the skull.
Except for the skull.
Correct.
Do you understand whether the absence of any fractures other than the skull of Mr. O'Keefe was of significance to the medical examiner, Dr. Shorty Bello, in the conclusion she reached in the autopsy report that you read?
System.
Did you read the conclusions of Dr. Scorty Bello in the autopsy?
I believe so.
Are you aware of whether Dr. Scorty Bello has analyzed whether the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe are inconsistent or consistent with a motor vehicle impact? Are you aware of any analysis to that effect?
Objection.
So I'm going to see you on this one.
Wow. Sparks fly. Uh, this guy's getting away with a lot that other people weren't able to get away with. Right, Joe? I just realized you said the same thing. It's taken. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I'm about over this whole testimony because the I don't know why it's hard to ask the right questions that the jury's waiting to hear. I don't. I mean, I get that you. I mean, I get it, but it's like they're taking a really long route to get there, and it's not making a lot of sense at this point. I already know what the guy's testifying to, and I also know he can't definitively tell me that SUV hit that man. That's where we need to be concentrating. And we're also trying to figure out how that head injury to the front of the skull happened when it didn't happen from falling backwards. Like, I feel like there's just so much nonsense to get to the actual stuff that we need to be getting to. And that's what I can't deal with. That's like a bunch of drama for no reason. I'm just not cool with drama like that. Unless I want it to be for fun, and this ain't fun to me, having drama all up in a court hearing trial. Yeah, honestly, this judge needs to hold this particular witness to the same accountability everybody else on the witness stands had to go through. She's let a couple get away with a little bit of bullshit, but she's letting this one get away with a bunch of bullshit for some reason. It's like, lady, you're making it look like you are that woman that can be pushed around because a man asserted himself. Tell that man to go quit it. He needs a drink at the end of the day. Not that he wants one, he has to have it kind of guy. That's what he's striking me as. Can't wait to get home. Gotta have that end of the day cocktail because life's just so hard. Gotta have it. I won't feel better till I get it. When you're trying to get down to the actual evidence and it seems like everybody's just taking their ever loving time to get to evidence, some of this shit we're never gonna figure out, right? In so many different cases, trying to figure out the exacts may not ever have them, especially the whys. Yeah. Is she throwing that guy a lifeline, or is she just or is she enjoying this? Part of her enjoying well, she's like, I'm in a good mood today. I'm in the mood to watch a little bit of sparks. Lady, you're creating them by not controlling your courtroom. And this guy going to I'm going to use my calculator, judge. She's like, okay. Lady, you'd have told everybody else no. Man, I hope Dolphin got her food straightened out, y'all. She got it sent to the wrong house. Or she didn't. Thought that he took it upon himself to deliver to the wrong house. Yeah, I get what he actually brought that up because of what this guy failed to say. And then unless he brought up what the ME said, he's like, oh, so you don't believe what the ME said? Well, you need an X-ray to tell you there was a fracture. The ME telling you was a fracture wasn't good enough, sir. That's what that was about. And my take on that whole thing.
I'm back.
Oh yeah, did you get your food straightened out? Good.
Yep.
We don't need you starving over there.
Well, I wasn't, you know me, I wasn't hungry.
Yeah.
I was just like, yeah, I probably need to eat something, but
Yeah.
yeah. So it turns out it was on a neighbor's front porch,
Oh.
two over. I was like, oh, dude, you were way off. And my across the street neighbor was coming home at the same time he was going to grab it off of the other one's porch. And she said, yeah, he was still struggling to get the building right, the house number right. So she
Yeah.
pointed him to the right, house. I was like, thank you.
Yeah. At least you got it now.
I mean, my number is on the mailbox, Like,
Yeah.
it's a cul-de-sac. It's like 4 houses, It's like, how hard is it?
Yeah, because I'll tell you, as to someone who delivered that stuff for a while, I'd like to make sure I'm at the right house.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just say, if y'all do not have your numbers clearly marked on your house, regardless of what you personally think, go ride by your house and look.
Yeah.
Ride by your own house and glance, or pretend you might be a, DoorDasher or Amazon delivery, and just ride by and peek. You might see you have room for improvement. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I do want to change the numbers on the side because they're brass
Yeah.
on top of that brick, and they do sort of blend in a little bit, So I was like, yeah, I probably need to get some black numbers or something,
And Joe, a bit of advice: if you have a problem with GPS sending the driver to the wrong location, not your driver's fault, but put a note in your order. They'll know. We know. We have customers who will tell us GPS will send you to the wrong location. Thank you and they like it when I communicate back with them. So it's not always the driver's fault when they can't find you. Just saying. Not saying that's your issue, but you'd be surprised at how many people get really upset, and you're like literally saying, do you realize you don't even have numbers on your house or your mailbox? I literally don't have not one. I'm just supposed to, figure it all out. Well, I can't control, stupid is as stupid does down there, Joe. I see your comment. Y'all just know if I was ever your delivery driver, you would never have an issue. You'd be wanting me to come back.
I mean, at least, it was just like, a few houses over. But one time, DoorDash delivered on the cross street. So it wasn't even my street. It was like the same house number, but on the cross street coming into the neighborhood. And I'm like, how the hell? You're not even on the right street,
Well, sometimes, especially if they're doing updates on some of their software, I'll know it's telling me to go to the wrong place because I'm used to going to these people's houses.
Oh, yeah.
I already know you're about to send me to the wrong address, right? And
yeah,
just get used to it. Sometimes it may be your goopy driver's fault, and sometimes it may not. Y'all give them grace.
I did. I was like, I'm
sure you
even have the energy right now.
All right. It'd be different if they just flat out missed it. You had giant letters outside your house. It'd be different.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, that's debatable, Joe. That's highly debatable, sir.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Welcher, I would like to talk now about your paint exercise.
He did not just say that.
You did not present, as you have stated, a force calculation with regard to the arm. You did a paint exercise, and what I want to do is to reference, and if we need to bring it up, sir, to refresh you, slides 103 to 120 of your PowerPoint presentation in this trial. I'll just call it the blue paint exercise. Is that descriptive enough for you to know what I'm talking about?
No, it's not an exercise, it's a test.
Okay, you want to call it a blue paint test?
Sure.
Okay, let's call it a blue paint test. I just want to try to expedite things and use parlance that we can agree on. So your blue paint test involved painting the right rear tail light blue, correct?
Correct.
Positioning the test subject behind the tail light, correct?
Correct.
With the arm held out, correct?
Correct.
And at a right angle, correct?
Correct.
And then the vehicle, the Lexus SUV, is backed into the test subject, correct?
So I ran 3 different tests.
I know. Well, let's just do each one at a time, okay?
Okay, so you're starting with the last one.
I'll start with whatever one you want.
Okay.
How about if we start with the one at 1 mile per hour?
None of them are at 1 mile an hour.
2 miles per hour?
2 miles an hour.
Let's do 2 miles per hour. Let's start with that one,
Okay.
okay? Now, did you conduct that test in an attempt to show that the injury patterns on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm are consistent with being struck by the Lexus tail light on that arm?
So generally, I wanted to show that the location, area, and span over which that headlight covers matches the location and area of the lacerations on his arm.
That's what I want to get to. So you discussed data that you say shows that that you say shows the Lexus SUV was traveling above 20 miles per hour during the period that you allege the SUV made contact with Mr. O'Keefe. Is that correct?
No. Where did you get that from?
Hold on. Okay. The answer is no. So did you do a test involving 20 miles per hour?
I did some other backing tests.
Yes.
I was looking at how the rear pedestrian system and what warnings you got from the rear pre-collision system, the PCS system.
Let me ask you this.
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree that you did a blue paint test with the vehicle going at 2 miles per hour? Did you
Of course.
do that? Okay. You didn't do a blue paint test with the vehicle going at 20 miles per hour, correct?
That is correct. I was not going to hit myself with a Lexus at 20 miles an hour.
You could have done other tests where the vehicle was going at 20 miles per hour if you used a crash test dummy, correct? You
If
could have
you-
done that.
If you use the right crash test dummy, and then to set up the test, because generally you only get 1 or 2 shots at it, because you damage the car, you have to know everything about the parameters. And so, again, pedestrian impacts are so very sensitive to initial angles. If I were to do a test and it was off a tiny, tiny bit, and we got some different results, I would be in here having to defend it. Well, your own testing didn't show it. Point is we don't have enough information to be able to conduct that testing.
So, your assumption, as I understand it, is that the Lexus was going 24 miles per hour in reverse and made contact with Mr. O'Keefe. That's your analysis, sir?
No, there is not one single slide I have that says this is the speed he was hit at 24 miles an hour.
Do you know, do you have a hypothesis at what speed you believe there was impact? Do you have the point of impact speed?
I do not know the exact speed. We don't know the initial point of contact. We don't know where exactly he was on the road. We don't have enough information to determine that.
Exactly. Let's talk about the other information you don't have.
Okay?
You don't have the information as to from your alleged point of contact to where Mr. O'Keefe landed. You don't have that information, do you, sir?
I'm sorry, where is my alleged point of contact?
You allege that there was a point of contact between the Lexus, the back of the Lexus, and
Correct.
Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Right, but I don't know where that is on the road.
Yeah. You don't know that. I want to go through the information that you don't have.
Okay, doke.
So you don't have that. You don't have the point of impact. You don't have where in the road there was impact under your allegation.
Those are the same thing.
Right. You don't have where under your view, the body of Mr. O'Keefe landed precisely. You don't have that information, do you?
What do you mean by precisely? We know it's 7 feet off the road. We know it's near the flagpole. We don't know where it started. The problem isn't where it landed. The problem is where it started.
Right, and you don't have that information.
I don't have where it started.
The paint tests that you used, aren't those used, if they're used at all, as an element of physical impact reconstruction, an element, not as the focal point of the test itself?
So that was the focal point of that test. The focal point of the purpose of that test was to show the contact width and location of how someone of Mr. O'Keefe's height, which happens to be me, contacts and where it would contact where the broken taillight was. So no, that was the focal point of the testing. That's why I did the testing. That's why we're calling it paint transfer testing.
Right, but my question, sir, I understand you use paint tests as the focal point, but aren't paint tests in accurate accident reconstruction not used as focal points? They're used as supplements to other tests to get more accurate information. Do you agree or disagree with that?
You didn't give me enough information. I can't agree nor disagree. It depends on what you're trying to do.
Let's go to, on direct examination, you testified that after the 1162-2 trigger event, Ms. Reed's vehicle traveled a distance of 87 feet. Do you recall that?
You are mixing up two things. Remember, the trigger is in the middle of the event.
Give me the chart, please. Your Honor, I'll give you the, as soon as Mr. Woke gives it, the slide 23, I believe it is.
I'm sorry, what slide?
Well, I want Mr. Wolt to go through it to check. Let me ask it this way, see if we can get to it quicker. Do you remember talking on direct about a calculation of 87 feet where you added, there was like a 30-something number and a 50 number and you came to 87? Do you remember that in your slide presentation, sir?
Slide 37, yes.
Right. So if we could bring up that slide, please, Your Honor, with your permission.
Okay.
That's 36, but okay.
Are you on 33, sir?
No, I'm on 36.
Mr. Woke, do you have 33? If you could go to 33, sir.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, because that's where your 87 number is, not on the other.
It's on a bunch of slides.
Yep.
Go ahead.
All righty. So if you could zoom in, Mr. Woke, so Dr. Welcher can see the numbers in the column.
You're going the wrong way.
Yep. They're to the farther to the right.
Oh, I'm not the only one that has problems. No.
Okay.
You still
Sir,
don't
do you
have
remember testifying about this to the farther to the right?
Farther to the right.
Yep.
Keep going. Keep going. A
Is
little
that
more.
53 number down there? That column?
Right.
So if
can
you
we
take-
can we scroll up a tad so you can see the headers? There you go.
Okay.
No, okay, go ahead.
So am I in the right column relative to start? Is that the column?
So there's two columns. Like Z is relative to where it started, and then positive is forward, and then as you back up, once you go past 0, it becomes negative.
Right. So what I want to do is have you direct us to the column where you calculated 87 feet.
It's in two spots. It's at the end of column Y.
Right. We go all the way down. Is that in the yellow there? Is that 87, sir?
It is.
Okay. Is that the 87 number you were
Hold
referring
on a
to?
second. You asked me to identify. So then it's, see where the one next to it says minus 53?
Yes.
0.429. If you go up, so it's not a little bit down, a little bit, and add, see where it's changing directions at 34.157?
Yes.
You add those two together, that gives you the same result. So it went 34 feet forward and then 50-something feet backwards.
Right. And what is the 87 feet traveled, is that what you're indicating is the distance traveled during the trigger? Is that what the 87 represents to you?
That is so 87 represents the total rearward distance traveled during the trigger.
Okay. So you believe 87 represents the total rearward distance. Did I hear you correctly?
Correct.
Now, can you please...
Hold on, to be clear. So it starts, it pulls forward, then it backs up, passes where it initially started, and goes 53 feet further back.
That's what I want to get to. How many feet did you say on direct, and did you just say now that it went 87 feet in reverse?
Correct.
Okay.
From its furthest point forward.
Well, that's what I want to get to because I want to have this point clear. How many feet do you believe the Lexus went in reverse based upon your PowerPoint presentation? Not when it went forward and then came backwards. How many feet do you believe that vehicle went in reverse?
Your question doesn't make any sense because when it went forward, then it went in reverse.
How many feet do you believe the Lexus went during the trigger?
So it went a total of 80, it went 34 feet forward, then it came back 80, or another 53 feet past where it went.
Exactly. So, you've testified that the 1162-2 trigger event represents a backwards maneuver, correct?
So again, I was clear, it initially pulls forward and then backs up.
I would like you to define, so it's clear to the jury, do you consider the event of 1162-2 just backward movement, or do you consider the trigger to be forward movement and adding to it backward movement? Which one?
So can we pull the slide up?
Sure.
Could you zoom in? There you go. No, go back to the left. So that T in the third column for data ID represents the trigger. If you scroll over a little bit to the right, where the highlighted yellow blocks are, you can see 1 is a forward drive gear, 0 is neutral, 2 is reverse. So that's where it's switched from forward to reverse. I mentioned the brake. So you have it on the brakes coming in, slowing, stopping, going into reverse, and then backing up.
So you conclude that the vehicle for this trigger went 34 feet forward, is that correct?
Correct.
How do you know the vehicle didn't go 150 feet forward? How do you know it just went 4 feet forward? How do you know that?
So the only data we have is this 10-second window. And so we have the velocity when it's going forward. We know how much time it took to do that. So that tells us how far it would travel. Velocity times time is distance.
So are you saying that it is a certainty that it went forward 34 feet and there's no other number of feet it could have gone forward? You're absolutely certain of the 34 number?
No. Again, if you look, see where it says vehicle speed?
I see it.
So at the start of this event, which is the trigger -5, so the trigger is actually where it's triggered, and it takes 5 seconds before, 5 seconds after. But when the trigger happens, it's actually stopped. But the 5 seconds before, it's going 13.6 miles an hour forward. So at the start of the data, it's still going 13.6 miles an hour forward, but it's slowing down. You can see you have the brake, where it says brake SW, which is short for switch. The brake switch is a 1, which means it's on. So when this event data started, it's going 13 miles an hour.
I'll ask the question a different way. Are you certain that the distance traveled forward during this trigger event was 34 feet? Are you certain?
Yeah, I'm pretty certain during this trigger event.
Pretty certain or certain?
Well, I've checked the math. I've had people check my math. So I try to be as accurate as possible. I would say I'm certain,
Okay.
but I'm an engineer.
Okay.
So there's no absolutes. There's no 100% in my job.
So you're certain of the 34 feet, and is it correct that you're certain of 53 feet going backwards? Are you certain of that, sir?
So backwards from its initial starting position.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. And therefore you are certain of a total of 87 feet traveled that you have at the bottom in that yellow-orange. You're certain of that as well?
87 feet of backing, correct.
Okay. Now, you also testified on direct, as I understand it, in slide 23, that different numbers represent different gear states of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And a 0 represents neutral,
I think it's either neutral or park, but I'm pretty sure it's neutral.
a 1 represents drive,
Correct.
a 2 represents reverse,
Correct.
or a 2 can represent slowing down. Is that correct?
Not for a gear shift number.
So you didn't say on direct that 2 could represent reverse or slowing down.
God, I hope not. It doesn't. So those numbers simply represent, is the transmission in drive? Is it in neutral? Is it in reverse? It doesn't tell you anything about whether it's slowing down or not. But the brake switch and the brake pressure and the longitudinal accelerometer data gives you some information on that.
Okay. So if, Your Honor, we could go to slide 30, please.
Okay.
Mr. Wolk. And I want to do it generally. There's not a need to read any specific number. I just want it clarified.
Mr. Alessi, so is this 30 or 31?
It's I'm sorry, Your Honor, you are correct. It's 31 in the most up-to-date presentation. Thank you. You see all the numbers in blue font on that slide, sir?
I do?
Those are all numbers that you have placed on that slide. Did I have that correct in your direct presentation?
You do?
Okay. So this Excel spreadsheet, there's also numbers in black, correct?
Correct.
So all the ones that are in blue, those are numbers that you have placed into the spreadsheet. Correct?
Correct. The one exception is column N, where it says ship position.
Yes.
I changed green to forward and red to reverse.
So the data in the columns in blue are not from the original data that was downloaded from the vehicle, correct?
Like, for example, if you look at column H, I simply did a unit conversion. So it's the same number, it's just in different units. But the black numbers represent exactly as it comes out of the vehicle, but it's the same number.
All right, that's what I wanted to get to. So for clarity for this slide, when you download this data from the vehicle, what is in black, those numbers just come right out, correct?
Correct.
As they're stated. But the blue numbers, they don't come out like the numbers in blue. You have to do something, some calculation, some application to get to the blue, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, we're going to keep that up, Mr. Wolk, please. Thank you. And when we need to get to the specific numbers, we'll be fair and make sure you can see them. Now, in these columns, do I understand it correctly that you attempted to account for wheel slippage in the revolutions per minute speed values produced by the car?
Not here. You're looking, this is 1162-1. The wheel slippage occurred in 1162-2.
Okay, and so if we go to a slide with 1162.2, We will then go to the slide you believe represents wheel slippage. Is that correct?
There are data points in that represent slippage.
That's my question. In which slide, sir, would you like to pick?
35.
Thank you. So we will go to slide 35. So,
I've highlighted the slippage.
exactly. So you agree that there is data that shows that there is wheel slippage with the Lexus SUV during trigger event. Let's enlarge it for this one here. The trigger event, the number 1162.2, correct?
Correct.
And as I understand it, you testified that this trigger event was caused by a depression of the accelerator pedal at more than the 30%. Is that correct?
It's a transition into reverse and then a quick acceleration exceeding 30%
So let's
in reverse.
Okay. Got it. So the accelerator pedal being depressed to this degree, more than 30%, can be the result of wheel slippage, correct?
It doesn't necessarily work that way. I mean, you can have wheel slippage at any acceleration, technically, depending on the roadway. It's just what is in the data that shows that it's slipping. It isn't necessarily because of the accelerator. Normally, that's what causes slippage. But it's the data. When you look at the data, you're like, well, that doesn't make sense. It's increasing in speed, but yet the longitudinal acceleration is dropping.
My question, again, doctor, is you can have an accelerator pedal depress greater than 30% and it be caused by wheel slippage. That can occur, correct?
The wheel slippage does not cause the accelerator pedal.
I'm not saying a cause and effect. I'm just saying a correlation. You understand what I mean by a correlation?
Let me, if I may, try and straighten this out. So
You may.
applying heavy acceleration can cause the wheels to spin. Is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I wanted to get at. Alrighty. So in your review of the materials that are related to January 29, 2022, did you become aware of whether there were, and you said you extensively reviewed documents, did you become aware whether there were people at 34 Fairview?
Yes.
And approximately how many people, without regard to names, just number, how many people did you become aware were at 34 Fairview on January 29th, 2022, the early morning hours? How many people approximately did you become aware were present?
It depends on which time, but there could be as many as 16.
As many as 16. And let's talk about the time period from midnight to 1 a.m. Do you have an understanding of how many people could have been present at 34 Fairview at that time period?
So I'm going to see you at sidebar on this.
Please go see them at sidebar because someone needs to get it together. Because if you had a more direct line of questioning, maybe getting him to answer wouldn't be so damn tough. And all of this to say in the end, we would have had more broke bones in the arm and we would have had some extremity damage. My brain has done left this whole conversation because I'm over it and I already understand why the whole point was, but I guess we're going to sit here all day and do this in case they aren't getting it. I'd say to that guy, but you can't say with certainty a vehicle caused these injuries. Can you, sir? He would say, no, I can't. Thank you. Jurors, did you hear that? Now let's move on. State you're done here, right? Let's wrap it up. Like, I can't with some of this 2-year-old bullshit. That's the way to lose me real fast. And some of this physics stuff, engineering is not rocket science. Even a girl can figure it out. Especially a girl who's been raised around vehicles all her life. With a daddy who didn't think girls were stupid. So Rachel, did the ARCA people do a test at 24 miles an hour backing up as well? I don't know. I couldn't tell you what them people did or didn't do. I haven't looked at their testimony or anything about any accident construction stuff, actually. I didn't even watch Trooper Paul's bullshit. I didn't want to. I didn't want preconceived notions about this part of the trial. So I've tried to stay away from any of that part. I heard something about a damn potato cannon and that apparently that's okay, but I'm like, what? Okay. We got potato cannons and we got leaf blowers and red Solo cups. I don't know what that was about. I'm not judging. Just saying.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Welcher, am I correct in my understanding that you believe under your theory, the Lexus for event 1162-2 backed up 53 feet? Am I correct?
No, it backed up a total of 87 feet.
Okay, let's take your 87. It backed up a total of 87, okay?
Correct.
And your further theory is that it did so and reached 24 miles per hour, correct?
Correct.
And you stated you have an understanding of a certain number of people, and I don't want to talk about the inside of the house, but just that were at 34 Fairview between roughly 12 and 1 a.m. Do you have an understanding of that, sir? Approximately.
I believe I do.
And what is that number?
Do you want them, people that were there for that entire window of time, or just?
Yes, 12 to 1.
Oh,
So Mr. Alessi, just move to the last question.
Right, sure. So, sir, did you assume that there were cars parked out front of 34 Fairview at that 12 to 1 o'clock window? Did you assume any cars parked out front?
the entire time?
No, I'm just talking 12 to, yeah, any time between 12 and 1. Did you make any assumptions whether there were cars parked out front on the roadway at 34
What about
Fairview?
Higgins'
Did
car?
you make any assumptions with regard to that?
At a point in time, there was a vehicle behind it.
I'm sorry?
There was a vehicle behind it.
Just one?
That is my understanding. In terms of on the street, is
On
your
the street,
question.
exactly.
Yes.
Interesting.
And what, do you remember the type of vehicle?
Yes.
What kind of vehicle was it?
An F-150 pickup.
Did you have any understanding as to whether there was a Jeep vehicle on the road at that 12 to 1 time period?
I had seen testimony somewhere to that effect, but the majority of the testimony was there were no other vehicles.
But you did see testimony that there was also a Jeep type vehicle on the front, out the front of 34 Fairview between 12 and 1. Is that what you're recalling?
So I'm going to let that answer stand, what he's just testified to. Just go ahead and.
Okay, so Dr. Welcher, what I want to do is to have you, using your data, you say 87 feet for the backup, correct?
Correct.
1162, up to 24 miles per hour. Isn't there a likelihood if there is at least one vehicle out in front of 34 Fairview, that there would be a collision of the Lexus SUV with a vehicle out front?
No, the vehicle had left prior to the end or prior to event 1162-2.
That would be Ricky's truck.
What information do you have with regard to how many vehicles are in front of 34 Fairview at between 12 and 1?
So I have Miss Reed's interview statements. I have statements of a number of witnesses. I don't know if I'm allowed to say the names.
Let's not. I was just going to say, let's not, just number of vehicles.
Okay, so I have a number of witness statements at multiple statements from the same witnesses at different times, indicating the path and following the Lexus to the house and then leaving before the event.
That's what I thought.
Assume that there were vehicles, at least one vehicle
They think John's
parked out
in
in front
between. Gotcha.
of 34 Fairview. Is there a likelihood that, given 24 miles per hour over 87 feet, is there a likelihood that there would be a collision given the weather conditions as you knew them to be at that time?
Well, the weather I don't think necessarily plays into whether there would be a collision or not, but we know it backed up 87 feet. So again, it goes forward like 35-ish and then back like 60-something. And so if something is within 65 feet of the rear of it, or whatever the numbers are, I would need my slides.
It was 50.
50,
Okay. Yeah, go
57. If something is within that window, then it would hit it.
All right, good. So now let's look at another scenario. If it's going as you describe it, is there a likelihood that the Lexus would also go upon the lawn in front of 34 Fairview?
It depends on where it starts.
You have an opinion, don't you, as to where it starts?
No, I do not. That's actually why I have that diagram showing it off to the side.
That's
I'm
right.
simply showing how far it moved forward, how far it moved back.
Exactly.
We don't know where on the roadway it started.
Exactly. You don't know where on the roadway it started, and therefore all you have is the distance covered, correct?
Correct.
So, but you're saying the distance is 87 feet, correct?
87 feet backwards, yes.
So backwards, 24 miles an hour. Have you ever driven a vehicle backwards 24 miles an hour, sir?
Yes, I think I've driven this Lexus backwards 24 miles.
Right.
an hour.
I have.
So if anybody who's driven a vehicle back, have you ever driven any vehicle back 24 miles an hour at 1 o'clock, 12 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah.
Probably not since I got out of high school.
Have you ever done it when there's a storm that is beginning?
No.
Hurricane.
Have you ever done it when there is less than clear visibility?
No and no.
And have you ever done it when there's low lighting?
Oh, maybe when I've been up skiing in the snow, I've done it. But again, that's been decades.
Right. So 87 feet, 24 miles an hour. Are you saying that in every instance that vehicle will stay on the road, and for 34 Fairview it wouldn't go up on the lawn?
When you mean every instance, mean like every possible location on the road it starts from?
Correct.
No, there's some spots, if you start here, it's going to go up on the road, on the yard. If you start too far on the other side, you're going to go over into the neighbor's
You
yard.
actually already said this
So it depends on where
earlier.
you start.
Right. And so in given the conditions that we've just described, right?
Conditions
the weather,
have nothing to do with
I
where
need
you
to
start.
finish my
Hold
question,
on.
sir.
Only one at a time.
Yes, ma'am.
Let him finish his question, please.
Given the conditions that you've described, it is reasonable to conclude that that vehicle, under your parameters, would have gone up on the lawn. Is that a reasonable conclusion?
No.
So you don't think there's any possibility that could occur, a vehicle going 24 miles an hour at this location, 87 feet backwards, in the dark, with wet pavement at a minimum, and low lighting, you don't believe it's possible for the vehicle to, under your scenario, to have gone up on the lawn? That's not
So
possible.
your first question was reasonable, and I said no. Now you're asking possible. It, of course, is possible. Whether it's reasonable or not, I'd have to know the starting position.
Right.
If it's very close to the side, then it could be reasonable. If it's further towards the middle of the road because snow is building up on the side of the road, then it's probably not as reasonable. I would need more information to be able to determine whether it's reasonable or not. It's certainly possible. It's possible it could have shot off into space as an engineer, but not probable.
Oh, you think it's possible that it could have been shot off into space, sir?
As an engineer, it's a possibility.
It's a possibility that this
Absolutely.
Lexus could have been shot off into space.
Yeah. Highly, highly unlikely. But
All right.
again, you're asking an engineer
I'm just
about
sitting here eating
possibilities
my
and
soup.
probabilities.
Let's get back to reality.
I love it.
So, in terms of the Lexus itself, because you, under your method of analysis, don't have the starting point, you can't rule out that under your scenario, the vehicle would have gone up on the lawn. You can't rule that out, can you, sir?
I cannot. No, it could have.
Okay. Now let's go to the next topic. If we could, Your Honor, have Exhibit 168 published in evidence, which is now under the 167. Now, as I understand your testimony, Dr. Welcher, you believe that it's possible that the Lexus taillight could have caused these wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm. Is that correct?
Correct.
And more specifically, it's your belief that the lacerations would have been caused by the vehicle scratching Mr. O'Keefe's arm as it drives past him. Is that correct?
I don't know. I'd characterize it that way. What happens is, you know, there's 6,000-pound vehicles coming, and he's standing on a, you know, icy, snowy roadway area, and it's going to contact him and move his whole body and induce rotation.
Right. So it's going to contact him and, under your theory, induce rotation. So wouldn't such a movement of the car relative to his right arm result in horizontal injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, as can be seen on his bicep above the elbow?
So could we pull up one of my slides to address this issue?
One of my
Sure,
I'd like to answer your question with a slide that I have that addresses this exact point.
I'd like to stay with this slide, Dr. Welcher, and see if you can answer my questions off of this slide. So I'll repeat it.
Sure.
Do you agree that the injuries up at the upper part, where you're familiar with the bicep brachialis?
I am.
And aren't those two up at the top, right over the bicep brachialis?
They're actually about midway between the biceps and the triceps.
Right. So you know which two I'm talking about, the two up there. Can you just use your laser pointer just so we're talking about the same two? Do you have one?
I'll give it a try, but the upper ones,
I know it's not your fault, but
on the
sometimes it
image,
doesn't
the
show.
upper left, I mean,
Yes.
technically the ones right to the right of that are also on the biceps and triceps.
Right, but
the
I'm talking
biceps goes all the way to the elbow, so do the triceps.
Right, so I'm talking about the two that are the farthest up.
Correct.
All right, would you agree that those are in a horizontal orientation?
Generally, yes, which is what you'd expect with your arm like this and the tail light coming across like this, which is what I showed in my slides.
My questions are trying to keep this moving. I just asked if those are in a horizontal orientation.
Yeah,
Yes
more
or
or
no?
less. They're angled down slightly, but more or less horizontal.
Okay. Isn't it true that if Mr. O'Keefe's arm were to be flexed like it was with the test subject in your blue paint test, the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's forearm would be oriented in a vertical direction?
Absolutely not. If you pull up my slide 117, it'll show exactly that it is like perfectly horizontal. When you're standing like this, and this is the tail light, the laceration, when it comes across here and pushes my body, it's going to make a horizontal laceration because the 6,000-pound vehicle is going to push me out of the way. As this pushes me out of the way, it's going to drag and create a horizontal laceration across my arm. This is exactly what you'd expect.
So let's talk about the forearm, sir. We may have miscommunicated. I'm talking about the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's forearm now.
So we're switching from the arm to the forearm.
Correct.
Gotcha.
Wouldn't those be oriented in a vertical direction?
No. Again, you have the vehicle, if this is me and this is the car, it's pushing and pushing across like this. And with your arm bent like this, it's going to cause laceration as it pushes my arm away. It pushes like that.
Okay, I
And
got it.
My slide shows this quite clearly.
So you disagree, you do not agree that the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's forearm, under your theory, would be oriented in a vertical. You disagree with that. It's just want to get that on the record.
I disagree with that.
Okay. Now, also, do you understand that under your theory of injury here, that there would be injuries caused in two different directions by the same movement of the car? Agree or disagree?
I'm going to say I disagree. You need to give me a little more. You're going to have, again, this is a glancing or a clipping type impact. And so it's going to be it's going to sweep across the arm, which is what causes the horizontal lacerations.
We're talking about a flat surface, right, sir?
Approximately, yes.
And therefore, you would have to maintain contact with the arm as the car moves. Am I correct about that?
Maintain contact with the arm? I'm unclear what you mean.
What I'm trying to do, sir, is to get under your theory, right, given the contact that you've described, what would you expect to be the orientation of the wounds to the upper part of the arm and to the lower part of the arm?
Just like it's shown in this photograph.
Okay. Isn't it the case with your theory that the tail light would have to break, and after the break, the arm would have to maintain contact with the arm as the car moves?
So that is what happens in pedestrian contacts. There is a contact duration. For example, you asked me earlier in that calculation you had me ran, you said 0.01 seconds. That was the contact duration. So when you have things like this, and that's why you have to allow, if you do testing, the body to move, because the car is going to hit the body, it's going to cause it to move, the body's going to rotate away, and the car is going to continue on in that clipping type impact. So the arm is definitely in contact with the rear of the car for some time.
That's what I wanted to get to, is simply that under your theory, the taillight would break, and also the arm would need to maintain contact with the taillight area as the car moves. Is that your supposition?
So at a point in time, it'll stop contact, but the 6,000-pound vehicle is going to want to continue moving on. It's going to push. It's going to initially contact the arm, and then push the arm away as it rotates the body. So yes, it's going to maintain contact until the clipping is over and the vehicle continues on.
So my next question is simply, how long do you believe the arm needs to maintain contact with the taillight after, under your theory, it breaks to produce those types of wounds that you say came from a taillight?
We don't have enough information to determine that.
Right. You don't have enough information to make that determination, do you, sir?
Correct.
And-
But we know because of the laws of physics that it has to be some amount of time. It doesn't occur instantaneously.
So now we do apply the laws of physics to the right arm that weren't applied before because you applied a paint experiment. Is that correct? You're now applying the laws of physics to the injury to the right arm. But you
No.
didn't do that in your report.
Nope, always applied the laws of physics. The paint experiment, as you're referring to it, was to look at basically the orientation of the scratches that matched this. So that was an engineering experiment to correlate height, position of the taillights relative to height, orientation of the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
You just said, sir, if I heard you correctly, you, to answer my previous question, applied the laws of physics. That's what you just said, correct?
So the laws of physics cover more than Newton's second law. There's a whole law of physics. The whole field of physics is a broad subject. So a simple measurement of height is a physical measurement.
Sir, I have your entire report in my hand, right here. Where in the report do you apply the law of physics to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe? Where?
So in the paint experiment we did, the laws of physics about gravity, orientation, things like that, I didn't apply Newton's second law, as we already went through. But again, those simple positions, arm angles, the possible physical arm angles, those are all generally governed by the laws of physics. The laws of physics are very broad.
Sir, I'll ask it this way. Where in your 14-page report do you even mention the laws of physics related to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
So in terms of applying the laws of physics.
I'm not asking applying, just where in the report is it mentioned law of physics relative to the right arm? Can you point me to where?
Would write a report that said these are the laws of physics. I would say these are the numbers, but for example, the timing in GPS, how a clock times, the concept of a second, what does that mean? Those are all concepts of physics. So the timing, the GPS, the mileage, how we calculate the mileage, those are all based on the laws of physics.
I'm talking about injuries to the right arm.
That's not what you asked. You asked me about my whole report.
Sir, if you could, please, I just need to finish my question. Where in your report do you use any laws of physics in connection with injuries to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe? Can you point me to a word or a page in your report?
Yes.
Where?
2A. 2A Roman numeral 1. 2A Roman numeral 2. 2A Roman numeral 3. 2A Roman numeral number 4. 2A Roman numeral number 5.
Sir, I followed all of it, but what I'm asking about is where in all of what you just mentioned is the word right arm? I'll take what you just said. Where in 2A and all of those is the word right arm? Where is it?
Oh, sorry, it's in number 3.
So let's go to 3. You state the location and orientation of the laceration on John O'Keefe's right forearm and right arm are consistent with the geometry and orientation of the right tail light of the Reed 2021 Lexus LX 570. Where,
Can you read the next sentence?
I'm sorry, is it see PowerPoint slides 102, 120, correct?
Correct.
All right. I want to just start with the report. Did you apply any force analysis to support 3?
So in terms of the force analysis, I did not do an F equal MA analysis, but in terms of, say, the contact pattern, I obviously had to apply some force, even at 2 miles an hour, to do that.
So the answer is, what you cited, number 3, you did not use a force analysis, correct?
So force was applied to my arm in the paint test. I didn't do an F equals MA force analysis.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So now let's go to the horizontal movement we were talking about with regard to the car. And you can agree or disagree.
Sorry, the picture's done.
I'm sorry, we'll take that down. Do you agree or disagree that given a horizontal movement of the car, vertical lacerations would be an inconsistent injury pattern?
So horizontal motion generally will cause a horizontal laceration. You can get what are called stellate, which are a blunt force, and it causes a splitting of the skin as well. But generally, when the vehicle is clipping or running horizontal across it, it will generally cause horizontal lacerations. But when you have a fractured taillight, you can get pieces going off in other directions. So it's not necessarily going to be perfectly horizontal.
So my question is, not with clipping, you keep inserting clipping into my question. My question is this. If you're given a horizontal movement of the car, do you agree that it's more likely than not that vertical lacerations would be an inconsistent injury pattern?
I'm trying to help you, but you got to give me more. So, like, is it a clipping contact or is it not a clipping contact?
You tell us.
Is it a direct in the center of the car impact?
Okay, are there only 2 variables you need to answer the question?
But this is a good start.
All right, so let me do it this way. You can't answer the question on a general basis of whether there's horizontal movement of a car, whether vertical lacerations would be an inconsistent injury pattern. You can't answer that question without more information. Is that your answer?
So generally, again, horizontal motion should cause horizontal lacerations, but again, it depends on what's being hit.
Okay.
So for example, if I have something that bends as a result of the impact, it could bend up and create a vertical laceration.
So you would agree, based upon what you said, that generally horizontal movement of a car would be expected to cause horizontal lacerations.
Generally.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, during your blue paint test, the blue paint was featured more predominantly on your upper arm than your forearm. Is that correct?
I think it depends on the tests.
Do you want, we bring up a slide? Will that
I'd
help
love
you?
to bring up a slide.
We're going to be running the thing, so we'll just bring one up and you tell me whether this slide works for you, sir.
Do you want me to tell you the slide I want?
Nope.
If we could take a shot at it first,
Y'all just
and then
get
we
him
may
off
ask you
the
for it.
thing.
But I think we've got a slide for you.
Damn.
And what number?
Because y'all aren't asking the right
111
questions.
is
I'm
on
just
the
gonna
screen,
get-
sir?
Come at me all y'all want, but they're not. I'm over it.
Is the blue paint more predominantly on your upper arm than your forearm? Is there more blue paint on your upper arm than your forearm?
Probably. This is the one where I actually walked sideways into the back of the car. The one where the car's moving is probably a little better representation.
Sir, I'm just asking you a question about this slide. If
Okay,
you could just focus on this slide here, and if you can't answer it, so be it.
I just answered it.
Is the blue paint featured more predominantly on your upper arm than your forearm?
It sort of looks like it. I didn't actually measure the total area of it.
All righty. So on direct, you stated that in order for the injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's forearm to have been caused by an impact with a taillight, his arm would have needed to be held outstretched as you did in your demonstration, correct?
You would need some degree of outstretch, yes.
Yes. So isn't that an example of confirmation bias?
No, that's matching the contact pattern to the injuries.
But don't you have to select among other choices this outstretching of the arm? You had to make that selection from among others, correct?
So that was matching the physical evidence on his arm to the physical evidence on the car, and then running a test to see if dynamically those matched up. So it's, I didn't have it hit the exhaust pipe, for example, because there was no assertion it hit the exhaust pipe. There was no damage to the exhaust pipe. So it was based upon the evidence, and the testing was done to test, to use your vernacular, the hypothesis that that's where it came from.
Sir, have I ever asked you anything about a tailpipe in any of my questions today? I have not. I've never
Yes,
asked.
you have. You asked me about the totality of
Wait,
the
we
rear of the
laugh at the same
Lexus,
shit.
which includes the tailpipe.
All right. I am not going to be asking any questions that involve the taillight in any fashion. So what I'd like to do is to go back to the question that I'm asking, which is, did you consider, as part of the scientific method, in terms of more than one hypothesis, did you consider in your analysis any other orientation of Mr. O'Keefe other than the one you selected for your paint test?
Yes.
And where is that consideration of other hypotheses stated in any report?
It's not. I was just looking at the damage that was up on the sheet metal.
Okay. So, are you saying that you considered other orientations of Mr. O'Keefe relative to the vehicle as part of your analysis?
In terms of where exactly the hand would be, some slight different angles in the forearm, which is from the elbow to the hand.
Put the defense.
I did consider that, but all the physical testing is done with the hand hitting the approximate center of the taillight.
Do you have any notes that you took for these alternative orientations?
No, I think I just included photographs of that damage.
Do you have any proof at all that you considered those other orientations? Anything in writing?
No, I don't believe so.
Did you consider any other locations of Mr. O'Keefe under your theory relative to the back of the SUV?
Sure. In the beginning of this, I started about, hey, it's all over. It could be anywhere on the back of it. Then whittled it down based upon the evidence, started eliminating various hypotheses based upon the evidence, and came to this conclusion, eliminating hypotheses based upon the taillight fragments near his body, the lacerations, his height, the height of the taillight on the Lexus. So it was an iterative process.
Did you mention any of these supposed hypotheses in your direct testimony?
No, because I was able to reject them. I didn't come in here to tell these people what didn't happen. I came in here to tell them what I believe happened.
Would you agree, sir, that the scientific method earlier has the scientists identify various hypotheses, go with the data that supports it, but you show your math as to why you're rejecting hypotheses. As you said, you rejected them. I'm asking for proof that you considered other hypotheses. Do you have anything in writing, any notes at all, any videos, any tests that you did, documentation of other hypotheses other than picking this one? Do you have any documentation of that?
So I did a bunch of tests with the Lexus. I did backing tests. I looked at how the rear system worked to see if it would autonomously brake. I confirmed it did not, so I eliminated that as a hypothesis. I tested the steering. I tested the transmission, what 1, 2 represented. So I did a whole bunch of tests on the vehicle.
I understand you say you did a bunch of tests on the vehicle. My question is, did you ever take the vehicle and position yourself or anybody else in various locations to determine whether or not your hypotheses could be properly rejected? Do you have any documentation that you did that?
I mean, I did do one static and 2 dynamic tests in very similar positions, though. So I did a total of 3 tests relative to the arm.
Where is the documentation for that, sir?
It's in the file. I gave it to you. Some of the slides are some of it.
All right, so Mr. Alessi, I think if we're going to,
I am, and I'm going to move on, Your Honor.
So
okay, but Mr. Alessi, hold on, we're going to do that voir dire.
Can I ask, I just have one other
They're gonna do
other
that
area,
for
Your Honor.
deer.
I can do it in short order if I could,
Okay.
please.
I wasn't finished my.
Go ahead, finish your answer. I'm
So
sorry.
slides 109, 110, 111,
I wasn't finished, ma'am.
actually through, I guess, 121 deal with the testing of the hypothesis.
We'll come back to this at another time, Dr. Welcher. So what I want to do is to finish up on this point. So is it your testimony that no part of what you did in selecting this area, no part of it is confirmation bias? You say there's no confirmation bias at all in what you did. Is that your testimony?
That's certainly my goal. I try and eliminate all confirmational bias. I didn't start out at this particular location. This is where the physical evidence led me to. So I would say the conclusions are supported by the science.
My question is, did you engage in any confirmation, and this will be my last question, did
The
you
answer is no.
engage in any confirmation bias in terms of how you approach the issue that you have testified about in written report?
I'll meet you out
The
back,
answer is still
mister.
no.
It's a good
All right,
predicament.
so, okay, thank you. All right, so jurors, we're going to send you home because we still have work to do here and we don't need you waiting there while we do it.
Keep the cameras
So,
rolling. I won't take it down
tomorrow's
this
a
time.
half day. We'll see when exactly that half day ends, but we won't be here until, we won't go until 4 tomorrow. Those 3 cautions: do not discuss this case with anyone, don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. 4th admonition, please be very careful with your social media use. See you tomorrow.
Rise to the jury.
Yeah, he became biased when he was shown all of that overwhelming circumstantial evidence by the prosecution that he didn't need to have to make his data assumptions, right? You didn't need all that extra information. That's just shit show.
And he went back and looked at that interview or whatever they told him about
Yeah.
the interview. I'm like, she doesn't even know what happened. So why are you listening to her?
Yeah, because the prosecution told him to.
Hmm.
He didn't decide just to go Googling Karen Reed and looking at all her old interviews. Prosecution told him all of that stuff.
Okay, Mr. Alessi, it's your voir dire.
Ooh, that's
I have a moment, Your Honor, to switch.
somebody got work to do, Joe, but it ain't her.
Your Honor,
Yes.
can I load up my slides?
Yeah, can you do that while you're sitting here answering questions? Yes.
Your Honor, can I get my shit together?
I'm going to start, Your Honor, with regard to the trooper Paul.
Okay. And we're on a very limited schedule here. Okay.
Okay, Your Honor. Mr. Wilk, with Your Honor's permission, if we could pull up the January 30th, 2025 PowerPoint of Dr. Welcher in slide 36. You see that, Dr. Welcher? Do you recall that from your January 30th, 2025 PowerPoint?
I thought I had replaced the video on the left-hand side by the time I produced
Sir,
it.
I got to
don't
go through
recall
this
that.
quickly. That image is a drone image on the left, correct?
Oh, correct.
And you had that in your original report, but you removed it in subsequent reports, correct?
Correct.
Where did you get that drone image from?
It was in the file.
Wasn't it in the CARS report of Trooper Paul?
I believe it was.
So you took that drone image from the CARS report of Trooper Paul, correct?
Correct.
Let's, if we could, Mr. Woke, go to diagram 1. Do we have that electronically of Trooper Paul's report? Do you recognize that as diagram 1 from Trooper Paul's report?
Yes.
So, and that's the diagram that you took that image and you put it in your January 30th, 2025 PowerPoint, correct?
I'm pulling up my version of PowerPoint. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, if we could take that down, I'm going to go to the next example. We could go to Dr. Welcher.
I'm sorry, actually, can we go back to that?
Yes. With Your Honor, why do we?
Well,
I have limited. Go ahead.
so that particular diagram I did not use. If you notice, the diagram I used has different cars and doesn't have all the writing about the position of things on it.
I am going to now, Your Honor, have to take the time to go to Trooper Paul's report. Can we have the hard copy of Trooper Paul's?
Could you turn the lights on, please?
This guy is ridiculous.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to.
Show Mr. Brennan.
Yes, Mr. Brennan. This is. May I approach the witness? Excuse me, Dr. Welcher. You see this first page? Do you recognize this as the cover page for the Trooper Paul report that I was referring to?
Well, Lisa, can you show me the signature?
You want to look at the report? So I'm not so sure there is a signature on the report.
Signature block right here.
Yes.
Trooper Paul, page 16.
Can I have that?
Yes.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Now, what I want to do is to go to diagram 1, and if I could, Your Honor, republish what was just up. I'm showing you diagram 1, sir, and I'm asking you, is that the image from Trooper Paul's report that you then used to put into your January 30th slide presentation?
No. See all the writing on here, the glass cup, all the dimensions here? Here's my January 30th one. None of that stuff's here. There's different, none of this stuff is here.
Isn't it the case that this is cropped more and there's a larger picture of the same image or not?
See this tree?
Yes.
See these trees?
Yes.
See all these measurements by the trees? All
Yes.
these? That's right here.
Okay.
Those do not show up on my image.
Let me go to a different method then to do this. You have an image. Can we go, Mr. Wolf, to the January 30th presentation?
Slide 36.
Correct. Where did you get that image from that's in your PowerPoint presentation on the left?
I think it was from the file, a satellite image from the file.
What part of the file, sir?
I actually don't know at this time.
How close is the image on diagram 1, the drone image, to the image that you can't now recall where you got it from for your slide presentation? Are they similar?
So that one has a whole bunch of measurements and ID on it, but the underlying image is very similar. It's probably the same one.
Right. Yes. You're welcome. Do you know of any other place you could have, let's put the presentation back up on the slide presentation. Do you know of any other location other than Trooper Paul's report that you could have got that drone image from?
No, I'm not sure I got it from the report. I recall getting it from the file.
My question is, do you know of any other source other than Trooper Paul's report that you could have gotten that drone image from?
So this image is not in that report.
It's not my
Yes, it is. You asked me anything but the report. That image is not in that report.
Did you get the drone image from any file from the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes.
Okay. Did Trooper Paul work on any drone images to your knowledge with respect to 34 Fairview?
I don't know.
But you would agree that the drone images are from the Massachusetts State Police file, correct?
Give me 1 second.
He's stalling. He already said he doesn't know where he got it from except for the file. So what is he looking for?
Sir, let me know you've had a fair opportunity to answer that question.
Yeah, give me a second. Yes, it came in a file called cars-trp.jopal.
Which is what he
Okay.
told you in the
So
beginning.
it came and that's the report of Trooper Paul, correct?
No, these are drone images that are not in the report.
No, I'm saying what you just read. Can you repeat it again? What
What's
you
the
just read,
actual
where it came from?
relevance,
I
right?
read you a folder
Yes.
that contains a bunch of things, including the report.
Understood.
That image is not in his report.
Can you read the file name again that you just read?
The folder name
Yes.
is cars-trp.jopal.
Okay. And did you get the drone image from that file folder?
I did.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now let's go on to the May 26, 2025 PowerPoint that you created. And I'd like to go to slides 25, 26, and 27. Have you discussed with anybody today at all the source of what is depicted up on this slide?
No.
Okay, so let's now go to where did you get you see the larger chart to the left there in the, looks like mostly a rectangle. Do you see that, sir?
What slide are you on? What slide is that?
25, I
25,
believe.
okay.
Okay, and then if we could click to 26, because it looks like it's the same. If we can go to 26 and 27, looks like it's the same one. You tell me.
It's similar.
Similar, okay.
Yeah,
In 27,
correct.
see the same or similar one there, okay.
These are all from Google Maps.
Well, my question is, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Well, let me ask you this so I don't have to keep going back and forth. Do you have access, sir, to the cars report of Trooper Paul on your computer?
Think so? You remember the name of it?
I don't. We'll do it there with the hard copy. Mr. Brenner, I'd like to show him this one. Thank you. So, if I could approach, Your Honor?
Yep.
So you see what I'm pointing to right here, which is page 10 of Trooper Paul's cars report. Do you see that?
I do. Is this the same report? Is it dated 1/29/2022?
I believe so, sir. Let me just take a peek. This is, you can just compare, this is the one I have in my hand. Take it and look for any identification that gives you, right? We got the same one.
Yeah, mine's frozen.
Okay,
So that's the paper.
okay. So we have that report, and I now am referencing page 10 of that report, and I'm looking at the chart on page 10. Is that chart on page 10 the same or substantially the same as the chart that is up on your slide presentation right now?
So it's not the same. I did not use this data at all, but we both use Google Maps.
Okay. Alrighty. Now let's go to your, continuing on the same slide. If Mr. Woke, we could go to slides 22 and 23.
Okay, and this will be the last on this, Mr. Lessie. If you want to get to the autopsy photo, we're wrapping this all up at 4:10.
Okay, Your Honor. You see these photos?
I'm sorry?
You see the photos that are up on that?
I do.
Okay. Do you, in terms of those photos, do you recognize any aspect of those photos?
Yes.
What do you recognize in terms of the person in it?
Oh. You want me to limit it to just these 3 photos?
Any photo that would be, this photo or any photo similar to it. But let's start with just these 3.
If I have to limit it to these 3, I don't know who that is.
Okay, and if you don't limit it to those 3, who would you conclude it is in those photos?
It appeared to be Trooper Paul from other photos.
Okay, so you can tell from other photos that this is Trooper Paul in these photos, correct?
I have photos of Trooper Paul in the car. I don't
Right.
know that someone else switched out. I have no reason to believe this isn't anybody but Trooper Paul.
Okay. Would you have any understanding that there's any other trooper that would be doing this type of analysis other than Trooper Paul?
Someone else took the photographs?
No, I'm talking inside the vehicle.
I'm sorry?
Inside the vehicle doing what's depicted here.
Someone's inside the vehicle taking the photograph.
What's your best conclusion as to who that is?
Trooper Paul.
Thank you. Your Honor, that is...
Okay, so next topic.
Yes,
Go right
thank you.
ahead.
And I just need to reload, if you will, with regard to that topic. If you could, Your Honor, we can go to slide, and I think I can do this fairly quickly.
Okay.
If you can go, Mr. Woke, to slide 131 of Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint presentation. And it's now 132. I don't believe that's the right one. It's the,
One before that.
yeah, I think you're, yeah, okay. So this is slide 131 from your slide presentation, correct, sir?
Correct.
And if you look to the far right, I'm sorry, Mr. Woke, you go to the other one. Yes, that one, and scroll down so we can see what's in green. For that depiction, that is from Dr. Scorty Bellows' autopsy report, page 3, correct? Is that where you got that from?
It's from the report. I'll take your word for it on page 3.
So, but it is from Dr. Scorti-Bello's autopsy report, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you could go to, if we could zoom back out and go to the multicolored image in the center, up at the top. Just go straight to, yeah, just go straight right there. Yep. 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 I got it. Yep. Okay. Thank you. If you can go to the very top line, it says autopsy report performed by Irene Scorti-Bello, MD, PhD. If you could scroll back over, date of autopsy, January 31, 2022, and then you see final diagnoses. That is all directly from the autopsy report, is it not, sir?
Yes.
And that is in your slide presentation, correct, sir? This is page 131 of your slide presentation, correct?
Correct.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay, you are all set, Doctor?
Thank you, Ron.
All right. Oh, did you have any questions, Mr. Brennan?
If it'd be helpful to the court, I have a couple quickly.
Okay.
Can I keep you under 2 minutes? Dr. Welcher, you were shown a photograph of the street of Fairview Road. Did you know that didn't come from Trooper Paul? It came from the CERT report, and Trooper Paul then took it from the CERT report and put it in separately in his presentation. Did you know that?
I had no idea. I just was given it as a folder.
And the photo you were using, it didn't have the markings that Trooper Paul put on his report, did it?
It did not.
When Trooper Paul, when you used that photo, was it because you were borrowing, relying on, or using any of Trooper Paul's reports for your conclusions or any of your decisions or analysis in this case?
I did not use his report at all.
It was simply limited to the use of the photo to show a different demonstrative issue.
Correct.
And then when you saw diagram 1, again, that was different than what was used in Trooper Paul's report because it had absent in it all the writing. Isn't that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Did you rely on Trooper Paul's analysis or conclusions in this case for your conclusions and your analysis?
Not at all.
Is that why you went and downloaded the information and looked at the car and did everything individually, separately, and uniquely from Trooper Paul?
I wanted it to be independent in my analysis.
Regarding Dr. Scorti-Bello, did you ever consider her conclusions regarding manner or cause of death as a basis for your analysis and conclusions?
Yes.
And when you considered her analysis, did you consider the conclusion of undetermined cause of death? Was that part of your analysis?
Oh, no. I was using like the skull fractures, the description of the injuries.
So you were considering the information in her autopsy report?
Correct.
How about her conclusions? Did you rely on her conclusions to do your studies or any analysis in this case as far as cause of death or manner of death?
Only I thought I said blunt force trauma and hypothermia.
Okay. Regarding her conclusions about whether this was caused by a car accident or not, did you consider that as the basis of your opinion?
No, I wouldn't take a person like that's opinion for that.
Did you ever have a conversation with Dr.
person like
Scorti-Bello
that.
about her expertise limitations?
No, I would want a biomechanical analysis.
Was your opinion regarding the collision in this case, did it have anything to do whatsoever with Dr. Scorti-Bello's conclusions regarding cause of death, whether it was accident, undetermined, or homicide?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, Your Honor.
All right, one question. Can we just wrap it up? I'd like to hear you argue, but we don't have time, so I'm just going to...
I have
Decision.
two questions, Your Honor. You put in your slide presentation information from the autopsy report of Dr. Scorti-Bello for a reason, correct, sir? And that reason is because you considered the autopsy report as part of your analysis, correct?
So I considered portions, which are the portions I included here for the autopsy report.
And part of those considerations were the final diagnoses. We can put that back up, Mr. Woke. But you recall the slide that you had has the final diagnoses of Dr. Scorti-Bello, and you put that in your slide presentation because you considered that as part of your analysis, else it wouldn't be in there, correct?
So the final diagnosis is in there. There's a line, then it says cause of death, and then manner of death.
Right.
The things I highlighted are the things I thought were important. So the highlighting on slide 130. So the final diagnosis, again, does not include include cause of death. It does not include manner of death. There's that horizontal line demarcating those. The important things that I was looking at are the under or highlighted, which is why I highlighted them.
Exactly. So the ones that you highlighted, you considered, are from the autopsy report. That's why you're highlighting them, right, sir? You considered them.
Correct.
Thank you. No
You're welcome.
questions, Your Honor. I
All
appreciate
right.
that opportunity.
So I'm not going to let you argue now. I'll hear you very briefly tomorrow before we stop. But Mr. Lessie, how much longer are you going to be tomorrow?
If I could have a motion, Your Honor.
Yes.
What?
Did she just say, "Oh my God"?
Yes, she did. Heifer. Heifer.
Ah.
Mm-mm-mm. Jesus Christ.
I think it will take up, we'll look for it tomorrow. If we can get some things quicker, I would like to do that, but given today, that's my best estimate.
So
This is actually reconstruction.
we're half a day tomorrow.
Oh, that's right.
Why?
So it may be that we have a 20-minute break tomorrow, and we finish up by 1:30 by going straight through. We've got a juror who has an appointment that we told her she'd be able to make. So I'd like to do everything we can so that Dr. Welcher doesn't have to come back or stay here.
Well, tell
another
Dr.
day.
Welcher to learn how to
So
answer some
let's just
questions
see
then.
what we can do.
Directly.
We'll do the same thing for your experts as well.
But no, I understand, Your Honor, and I respect everything that Your Honor is saying. I must say, Your Honor, to state the obvious, this is a key aspect of the case, and we've got to be able to proceed through with the questions. He covered a lot on his direct and deed property.
And I'm not asking you to curb it. I'm just hoping that we can do it. So I will ask you tomorrow at a certain time to see whether we're able to do it with the 20-minute break and finish.
Fair enough, Your Honor.
Okay.
That would be my answer at that particular point.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All rise for the court, please.
Thank you, Dr. Welch.
If you hadn't been lying to your jury all this time, ma'am, telling them how we're still on track, we're still on track. They took extra days off, and this right here wouldn't even be a problem.
I see why he's pissed though, because the guy just said, Dr. Welcher just said that he would never take, the word of somebody like that or whatever. He was talking about the medical examiner or the coroner, whoever did the autopsy,
Yeah.
right? But then he included the autopsy, some of the statements from it in his report.
Yeah. He's trying to get the guy to admit I used all this extra external stuff to make my conclusion that didn't even factor into what I should have been doing. Because he took
Yep.
the statements, and reports from other people instead of going by just the data. He factored in all of that as well. And that's what the defense is. I don't understand why it's so hard for them to get to that part of it all. I understood it like an hour ago. That's where they need to get, and I don't know what's happening at this moment. The guy's evasive and combative, and he's so arrogant.
He's probably just pissed him off, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so, he threw him off his game a bit.
Yeah, I think so. And the way this witness is treating the defense attorney and getting away with it, he's laughing at him. He's answering before he can finish asking a question, and the judge is just like, I'm just going to let this guy have at it. Like, that's weird, but yeah, I don't know. I know where the defense is trying to go, and I get why they're doing it, but they're just not getting there quick enough for me, I guess. Maybe that's what it is. It's just me.
I can't wait to see their expert.
That's what I'm waiting on now. I don't know how much more you can get out of this guy to make me understand, because I clearly understand he doesn't know if that car did this or not. He's just saying, if it did, here's what could have happened. But that doesn't tell me she did that on purpose. All right? That's not murder.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It's like this is an odd case. And Miss Shorty is right to it. Part of her theory, they know they're not going to get to murder. The prosecution knows, but they're willing to accept the lesser charges. So we still got to drive home that he was hit by that car. Well, you might have had an easier case to prove if you hadn't went so hard to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it wouldn't have got so out of hand. I don't know what to tell you about all that.
This is their last chance at her anyway, right?
Well, I think they can still. It depends on if it's hung jury,
Mm-hmm.
type of thing. And I think they could go after her a third time. Now, if double jeopardy laws apply or rules apply, no. But why would they continue to try at this point, especially if they continue to go after full on murder charges, right? Because they're going to have such a hard time getting to murder to begin with.
Yeah.
I mean, they really are.
I mean, because they don't have anything else like showing that they were arguing or
Nope.
whatever, whatever, like when they were out and all that, right?
Just the argument in Aruba over some girl, the Higgins messages debacle where she flirted with
Mm-hmm.
him, Karen and John arguing the day of, leading up to the event over, the plumber coming or not, come out with me or not. None of it showed intent to murder somebody.
Yeah, that's yeah,
Yeah.
normal
Not
stuff.
not one time does she say, even when she's talking to Higgins, "I want him dead. I wish he was dead. He's better off dead. I'm better off with him dead." None of those statements were coming out of the woman's mouth.
She seems like the type that would have left him, sooner than anything else. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah, but you can also get the impression that she also, I don't know, she wanted the guy in her life. She was willing to do whatever it took at some point.
she did, but she didn't seem to want the kids that came with him. You
Right.
know?
She didn't want, I think she wouldn't have minded the kid part if that's what it took, but John did, he felt like she was using the kids to get to him by spending money on the kids and by being this and that for the kids. And part of it could have been but she could have been just a genuinely nice person that thought these kids need a little extra, right? Almost show them a little extra love. It could have been that as well. John had issues with the kids.
That's
It's,
what I was gonna say. I do remember
yeah,
hearing that. Mm-hmm.
it's been established in those the text threads. You know, John was put in a position. People are like, "Oh, well, Karen's friends say she was a nice girl." Well, we've heard the same thing about John O'Keefe.
Yeah.
You know, he was put in a position where he was expected to take care of these children. That's what you do,
Yeah,
right?
because he was a bachelor, and then all of a sudden he's, raising these two
Thrust,
kids.
yeah, thrust into a new lifestyle that you weren't maybe cut out for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Right? If you already dug in, or I'm going to be this single person without kids, and that's totally fine, to go from that to, oh my God, I got a couple of kids, I got to get it together, and I got to be more responsible and be home at night, and you're battling that. So I get all that, and I get it. But none of that shows me anybody had an intention to kill anybody,
Yeah.
And I could also, I can almost picture that they might have been having a few words on the way over there because, that Higgins guy's going to be there. Well, I don't want to talk to that guy. You already, saw me kiss him on the cam, and we've been texting, whatever. Did John throw a rock glass at the back of Karen's car? If so, though, it would have landed right there at the street, not up into the yard. What did he do? Throw it at the car and it bounced off? Everything that hits Karen's SUV bounces up into the yard of 34 Fairview. Doesn't
Mm-hmm.
matter if she hit you or if you threw something at it. Whatever came off or got near that vehicle is going to end up near the flagpole. There's just some odd unanswered questions that don't make sense still. Um, even and I think the biggest takeaway too for me is this:
Mm-hmm.
going forward 34 feet, backing up 54 to equal 84. I get it. That's not a confusion for me.
Yeah, I don't know what took him so long to answer that
Yeah,
specific question, but
but the
whatever.
problem is with that, how far up was she when she did that 53 feet backwards? Because where she hit John O'Keefe absolutely matters for him to land where he landed. If you want to talk physics, Mr. Engineer.
Yeah.
So
But I still am thinking about that front yard. That front yard is not that deep. You know what I mean?
no, it's not. But if my thing is, if she was further back,
Mm-hmm.
closer to the mailbox, that body wouldn't be up close to the flagpole.
Mm-hmm.
It would be closer to the mailbox. And they don't know where the impact started. right? They know where her trigger event started, and they know where it ended, but they don't know where she hit him, when she hit him. That's a huge, and there's no indicators from the vehicle that a crash event of any type of thing happened when she impacted the body.
Which is crazy because if the tail light shattered like that or
Right?
whatever, so that means there was that much force to
Mm-hmm.
cause it to shatter. So an event should have registered.
It should have
And
triggered it. Exactly.
yeah, I don't know if you saw my comment, but I was hit in a Lexus, and it was a 2003, still sitting in the garage. So, and, the same type of, guy, as this Dr. Welcher, came to the house, got the black box information off of it, and everything. And honestly, I'm sure I still have the reports,
Hmm.
in my files for the case because, I had a lawsuit and everything.
Yeah.
So, yeah, don't tell me that her car was what, a 2022 or
Yeah.
whatever. I was like, don't tell me
23,
that
something
you
like that.
couldn't tell anything off that black box, you
Oh,
know?
yeah. Well, Mr. Burgess wanted to say that when they did the initial analysis, they overlooked an SD card on that black box. But he, lo and behold, he found it, and
Mm-hmm.
then he damaged it, taking it off. So now, not only did you finally find an SD card with the missing data, but you
Mm-hmm.
also damaged it in the process of taking it off. Um, and it's not so far fetched to get what the alleged expert was saying.
Mm-hmm.
If you use logic and engineering, and if you've looked at other things in the past, I get what the guy's saying. Could have been hit by a car, and he's right. He could have been, but statistically, you are going to get lower leg extremity damage of some sort. There may have been a broken arm or a fracture in that arm versus just the forehead, and he had to have been bent over for it to be an impact in the front of the face
Mm-hmm.
where the raccoon eyes were at. That's
Mm-hmm.
those are the things I'm paying attention to because those are the things that matter. And
And
why
there's
there
no other damage to the bumper or anywhere
no
else on the
other
back of the
damage to the
car.
book. Exactly. There wasn't a whole lot of damage like that. And so if the impact was strong enough to to shatter and scatter all that tail light, there should have been a collision impact. I'm with you on that. If there was enough force to do all that. And I think
Yeah.
if there was enough force to cause John to fling backwards as hard as they're claiming he went back with that much velocity, shouldn't there have done a little more damage to his arm?
Yeah, because plus I got hit at the same, low speed,
Mhm.
kind of crash. The guy was like parked in a driveway of a business, and there was another accident that I was going around. He was sitting there waiting to come out onto the main street, and he was staring at that accident. Well, I passed that driveway, and then a city bus had stopped, so I stopped, and then he excuse me, he went to make his right turn, still looking at the accident, and then just slammed right into me.
Mhm.
Mm.
Girl, when I was
And they
getting
had all of that information,
yeah.
how fast he was going and everything,
Oh,
you
yeah,
know.
whenever I was sitting still at a red light and there's a flower shop next to me, and there's a man parked facing the building, and you have to back out of their building to get onto the road, he didn't even look. He just slammed into me.
And I think his parts car was like some little Ford something or other,
He said
because he.
that, he was all distraught because his mom had passed and he was there getting flowers. I'm like, dude, I get it, I understand, but you might need to go home for a minute. But yeah, he just slammed right into me. And then a week later, another lady slammed into me. They know what happened. I've watched state troopers measure skid marks on the road to tell how fast my husband was traveling when we hit that kid. They absolutely knew how fast he was going just by measuring the tire marks. And we told them,
Yeah.
you
At
know,
a,
there's a lot they can tell.
Yeah, and another thing, it barely did any damage. Like maybe the dent was
Uh-huh.
like, I don't know, the size of a nickel or
Yeah,
something like that. It was just like absolutely nothing. It did damage to me, but
exactly.
um, it was totally crazy. So I just knowing how tough those cars are, and I
Mhm.
mean, I don't know. The dealers have said, oh, the newer ones aren't as good as the older ones are, but still,
Yeah.
so she had this big SUV, and everything that's a lot taller. I still do not see, as thick as those lens covers are, I don't see that thing shattering like that.
Not so easily, right? We all know that it takes a lot of high impact, a
Mm-hmm.
hard impact to make that light bust into all the pieces they claim that it had to bust into. Well, they've got all these numerous pieces found everywhere for weeks on end, um, but none found when the crime occurred or allegedly occurred. The next day, all the things we've all heard the testimony. But so that's what they're alleging the entire time is that tail light exploded on impact with John O'Keefe's arm, and that is how all those pieces flew up into the yard. Um, End of story. But that doesn't make sense to a lot of people, especially if you're seeing the footage of her bumping John's vehicle. And now we got all these men. Can we get a lady in the mix? Because we got a whole bunch of men on the YouTubes and in the courtroom describing what these accidents can and cannot do. And I'm sitting here going, oh my God, do I really, is my brain being put through all this right now? I'll just come back when they're done with all this part.
I missed the part where they were talking about his clothing and stuff like that, in court, like, earlier. Was his sleeve ripped and everything?
He had holes, like puncture holes in the sleeve, and there
Mm-hmm.
were tiny pieces of the glass embedded. But
Mm-hmm.
then again, the clothes laid on the floor of the emergency room for hours and then was thrown into a bag. And
Mm-hmm.
then there's tail light pieces all in these random bags, right? So with no one,
Mm-hmm.
chain of custody issue and all that. So yeah,
Mm.
but the shirt didn't have like the sweatshirt because the t-shirt was short sleeved, but the sweatshirt didn't appear to have like long tears. They were like puncture holes. So are you telling me this glass broke
That's
in a way,
crazy.
right? So
Yeah.
it broke in a way that it's still attached to the main taillight housing and just poked a hole in him, and the friction caused the scratch. But I'm not buying it. If you think about that, how that would work in your mind for a moment.
That's what I'm saying. Some damn Freddy Krueger knives or something
Yeah,
like that. Pieces
yeah,
sticking out of it or something. Like,
yeah.
that's crazy.
And even when he was standing there trying to show how, if you're hit from the side, how the abrasion would go, all that makes sense to me. I mean, if it
Mm-hmm.
doesn't make sense to you, then I don't know. I have nothing to say about that, but it made sense to me, but it still did not prove that's what happened to him. And I think that's what people are getting, that they get hung up on. Well, he's just not even describing the injuries right, or he's not describing the accident right. What accident? Because the defense said there wasn't one.
Right.
So now the defense is over here asking him about 3, 4, 5 different scenarios of the way this body could have been standing. Why are we discussing that when we say he wasn't even hit by a car? Plant it into the jurors' minds more that there couldn't have been other ways he was standing, because that just didn't even happen. That's the defense attorney I'd be right now. It's like some of that may have been a little, made the jury maybe scratch their head, wonder what we're doing here. There's a lot of ways
Well,
to look at it.
no, I kind of look at it like this. He did that to show that, this guy was biased. He
Yeah,
basically went in, they told him, the state said, or the Commonwealth said, this is what happened, blah, 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 make it fit. You know what I mean? By him, admitting to not really doing other, like coming up with other hypotheses and stuff like that, it's like, oh, okay, you only, came up with this one thing, and you're like,
yeah,
oh, this is the way that it fits, you
yeah,
know.
and I completely understood that, but I just don't know if that's helping the jury at that point. Because the point is, you said he wasn't even hit by a car. I would attack that more than did you check other scenarios, meaning a punch to the face, and that could have made him fall back hard and hit a hard floor. Heck yeah, now we're talking.
Yeah,
It's
but
like,
that's like an extra, thing that they can go after the state for now, because then they could say, after
oh,
their person comes up, then they can say, well, look, the Commonwealth is, they've got this guy that says this, this,
this
and this,
should
but
be
they
for the
didn't do this, this,
Commonwealth.
and this.
Yeah, I don't even know if the Commonwealth has another witness lined up. Like their case is literally wrapping up. I don't know who else they could even bring up at this point, unless they're going to bring up somebody old from last testimony that they don't want to bring up. They don't have much more to present. So now I'm ready for the defense to get up there and present
Mm-hmm.
opposing witness, experts, and bring some of those witnesses up that you claim was in that house and were a part of this.
Oh, shit.
Because I need to hear from those people regardless of what I know that the defense doesn't have the burden of proof, but the defense did come in and tell me a story that I need them to elaborate on a little bit. Not that they got to prove their story to me, but show me how that really could be a feasible possibility here, right? Because so far I've just heard how it could be. I'm not doubting the defense can come out and do it. I'm just saying it's your turn now. Um,
Hmm.
you got to back it up a little bit, right? You can't just come in and say it and then think we're just going to forget you even said it. No, that's not how it works.
Yeah, well, I'm sure they'll get around to it, when it's their turn to bring in
Oh yeah,
their
it's
expert
it's
and
about to
everything.
be their turn. But anytime I have a discussion about it, and I say, well, now that the state, the defense can, and people come at me like they don't got to prove anything. Well, damn it, I've watched enough court hearings. I know, I've watched trials. That's not what I mean when they say they got to prove their case. But they did come in and tell us something, and they need to come in and show me how that's possible, right? And
Yeah, they've got to back up what they said in their opening statement.
yeah, and I'm ready for that part of it.
Yeah.
I don't know if to be honest and to be honestly and to look at this honestly and fairly,
Hmm.
and with me not watching the first trial and avoiding all I can right now social media unless I'm in the mood to laugh at the goofy asses. um, State hasn't done a very good job at presenting a strong case at all, not in my eyes. They haven't given me one thing for me to go, maybe she did it.
I mean, honestly, I think they look vindictive, and the
Yeah.
defense really, that's what they can, when they get through with their side of everything, that's what I think that they can do to kind of like wrap it all up and is just say, look, one, they overcharged, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
There was no quote unquote murder or whatever, nobody knows what happened, they can't prove what happened, whatever, whatever.
Exactly. I
Um,
That'll
so
be a lot.
yeah, and this coming after her a second time is just it's vindictive. And then there's been what do you call it? Whatever happened with Trooper Paul? Didn't he get fired?
That
So
was
there's been oh Proctor. Yeah, so there's been, some craziness and, questionable stuff from the police. Oh shoot.
a lot of questionable stuff from the police, with Proctor and his statements about the defendant that he was doing and writing, and the fact that he found a majority of the broken taillight pieces all scattered about. Higgins' trauma buddy rides by and finds a piece mysteriously.
Mhm.
There's a lot of weird things, right?
Mhm.
That
I
I
mean,
think
seriously, you
pop
could
up.
just be like, look at all the original witnesses,
Yeah,
the chick, what's her name? The one with such a bitchy resting bitch
Jen
face.
McCabe.
She's the sister. Yeah, of
McCabe.
the people that lived in the house. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm.
Um yeah. Her, the other lady that was in the car, was it Carrie or whatever? The fact that the other people, they didn't, that, the homeowners of the house, who the guy is a cop, he didn't even come out. Nobody bothered to come out and check. They were expecting this guy to come over. They were waiting for this guy to come over, and they never checked, never followed up. She's supposedly standing in the door, but doesn't witness anything and doesn't see anything, you know all these other people. There's just like too much, too much like funny business, that's gone on with this.
Yeah.
I mean, it's too much for you to expect to believe that, that they didn't know what was going on or whatever. They weren't somehow involved.
I think they'll be able to establish some decent, reasonable doubt and to be able to back that up with a little bit of the things. You take even the text messages between the members of the
Mm-hmm.
house, you know,
Mm-hmm.
say the guy never went in the house. You're like,
Those
what?
text messages were really bad, and
Right?
something about don't we'll talk later,
Yeah.
or something
And,
like
and,
that. Yeah,
and
like they didn't want
Carrie,
to text it.
yeah.
Hmm.
Don't text it right now. We'll talk. We'll talk. We don't text. And then Jen continued to still text her sister after her sister said,
Hmm.
"Don't text." And oh, by the way, Carrie's telling him everything,
Oh,
everything,
yeah. Somebody,
everything we
Carrie
told
kept it
her.
simple or
Yeah,
something like that.
yeah,
Hmm.
everything we told Carrie to say. Is that what y'all imply? Is that what y'all really meant? Carrie's doing a good job, like we knew she would. You know, that kind of. It's just a.
Right. So if
There's a
nothing
lot.
happened, what's with all the cryptic text? You know?
Right, why would you need it? I
Yeah.
understand if something tragic happens and there's a couple of you that were there involved, whatever, you're gonna talk about things, that's normal, but
Mm-hmm.
they were going about it on some shady business kinda stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the private messages and the say the guy never went in the house. Why would you even need to say that statement, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why
Yeah.
would you even need to say that to somebody? Those are red flags that I hope the jury still has fresh in their notes that they're not forgetting,
I
right?
mean, so you wouldn't need to say it because if Jen
Right.
was there, right, she already, and if it was true, she already would have known that he didn't make it into the house. So she wouldn't have needed to be told that. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, yeah.
Nobody would need to be told that if the guy never went to the house.
Hmm.
There's still a lot to be, a lot of unanswered questions that I want to dive into a little more, you know.
What did
Um,
they ever say about the dog? Because I've missed so many days. Um,
Nothing yet.
Oh, okay.
We don't know. We haven't had anybody come out and talk about those specific injuries to the arm as being caused by a pet versus or an animal versus a car at this
Oh,
point.
okay.
Um,
Hmm.
I don't even know. I think they did the guys. You can tell me in chat. Did the defense bring a dog bite kind of expert in before? And he wasn't. It was just someone to say that I've seen a bunch of dog bites and that looks like dog bites.
Hmm.
That's my understanding was all that was. So I don't know how far they'll get into that discussion. Was it a wild animal versus that dog? I don't think the dog was obvious. The dog didn't do anything to this man, except maybe get after him once he was down on the ground. He didn't kill him, you know.
Hmm.
Somebody else
Right.
did that. Something else caused that. But yeah, we haven't heard anything yet on the dog. Um, and I guess the defense will. I mean, they got to come out and try to explain these marks other than a vehicle, right? So what would you say caused that, other than the dog?
I mean, that could have been anything. Could have been
It
something
could have
in the
been.
basement. You
I
don't
mean,
know what does their basement look like beforehand and everything. What
well,
was
it had
in it?
workout gear in it.
Hmm.
To get that type of wound, now I gotta go in that basement and find something that's gonna cause that type of wound, right? Other than a dumbbell or a barbell being hit. Now the
Hmm.
back of the head injury could have been caused by a bar let me see if this pulls us up or if it just uh-oh. There. Oops. We're here. See that top picture, guys, on the right? That I can't zoom in on it anymore. But that's a pretty big gash on the back of John's head. Of course, they shaved it. They want us to believe that busted open like that after
Came
falling.
from frozen ground.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh.
exactly. Why is it not showing? What happened? Um, yeah, that gash was caused by falling backwards onto a hard frozen ground. And we already had the weatherman testify in the very beginning. And so I had to wonder the way the state presented their witnesses, are they hoping we would forget some of that testimony by the time we got to some of this testimony? But yeah, I don't
So he's got bruises on the back of his hand,
a large one. Mhm.
and then all of those scratches.
Yeah. And if you can see, I don't know if you can tell, but along the side of his body, there's a little bit of bruising there on the upper part of the body,
Hmm.
where the arm would have rested against it. But you can't see from these pictures how extensive any of that really is or isn't.
Hmm.
They don't talk about it a lot. They do talk about some bruising, but this bruise to the back of the hand. Now, allegedly, that's the hand that was holding the cocktail glass, and that's the hand that slammed up against the back of the SUV.
Hmm.
It caused that bruise, according to them.
And nothing to his legs, right?
Nothing.
Mm. Not a scratch.
Mm-mm.
That's crazy.
Nothing to the lower extremities. Yeah, no broken bones, no fractures, no cuts, no. I think there was an abrasion on the knee,
Hmm.
like a small abrasion on the knee. We have an abrasion above the right eye and the raccoon eyes, the fractures around the front of the skull, and this big laceration and fracture in the back, which they think that's what actually killed him was that blow how quickly he passed once that happened, they don't know. But just to say that was caused by a hard frozen ground is a reach when we know it could have been caused by a hard floor as well.
Yeah. That's nuts though. 6,000 something pound SUV comes at you and you're pretty much the same height as the SUV. Like, and you don't have any leg injuries
No
or
leg.
anything else. So just this one
Exactly.
arm or whatever and the back of his head or whatever. That's crazy.
And that's the reason they were trying to say John was standing a little sideways,
Hmm.
which is what saved his legs. I'm not an engineer, but I'm not an
The
idiot.
bottom part of
That's
that car juts
right.
out though.
Exactly. Enough where it would have got a knee at least
It
if
would have hit his legs first,
Mhm.
you know?
I think
Like,
so.
come on.
Not
That's
let
crazy.
He would have had to have been standing in a certain way where he just had his upper body bent out and his legs back.
Hmm.
A very unnatural position for a man in the middle of the night in the snow. All right, let me just hunch over the road here. No, it just doesn't make a lot of sense. And that one shoe that was found right up against the curb, Carrie had to have parked on top of that damn shoe. If you look at where Carrie's vehicle was positioned behind the cop car with the body cams rolling, seeing all the stuff going down, that shoe was found right there where everybody's running around and that damn car's parked. But after all those people clear out, the cars are gone. Nobody sees that shoe. And it was snowing. Yeah, not not to the full force until the next morning. Still, I don't know how nobody saw the damn shoe until it was unearthed magically later. It just didn't have enough time to cover up.
So hold on, I'm trying to also remember. So Jen McCabe, right? When
Mhm.
she said that she was standing at the door, right,
Yeah.
waiting and everything, how did she explain that? She, you know, uh, never quote unquote saw him, and then like he never showed up, and I'm putting that in quotes, you know what I mean? And
Yeah.
then what, did she ever text him to say, hey, are you still
Yeah.
coming, whatever, whatever? Or if she didn't, she's just kind of like, okay, whatever, guess he's not coming. How did she ever explain that?
She just
Do you
what she
remember?
Yeah, oh yeah, she was texting him. She thought it was odd. He wasn't there yet. Um, Pulling behind me. She says that she's watching them out the window. She
Mm-hmm.
sees Karen's vehicle park. Then she sees Karen's vehicle pull forward, which is
Mm-hmm.
the same thing Nagel claims he sees, but she doesn't see Nagel's truck. She only sees the mysterious Jeep. And
Mm-hmm.
then the car pulls up another time, and then she doesn't see. She's not looking out anymore. But her husband happens to be looking at a different window, seeing
Mm-hmm.
the same thing, and they both claim they saw tire marks out in the front of the yard in the road. But neither one of them saw John O'Keefe get out of that car at any point in time, come toward the house, stand out by the road, nothing. And then she says that she just started texting him, and then she assumes they changed their mind and left.
Mm.
Because when they look back out, the vehicle's gone, but nobody sees John. I guess they just gave up after a certain amount of time when he.
Was the timing of her text like
Um,
consistent, like,
oh
you
yeah,
know?
I'd have to go look at all. Let's see, all her times lined up to when the times they have all of John's activities. They tried to line it up to where it come along pretty good. You know what I mean? As far until they started changing. What threw it off for me was when Jen was messaging John, and then they've come back recently with this new testimony that, oh, this trigger event happened, and this is what time she hit him after we did our clock drifting stuff. That's going to change what time they claim John was still moving around with that phone in his hand. After Jen continued to text after her last message, I'd have to get to my page of just my book of my book of pages here on Jen McCabe and find out her because I wrote everything down with her phone. The times that she claims that she was texting John. 12:32 is when he took the 36 steps that lasted for about 20 seconds. They said his device locked for the last time at 12:32. It went into a pocket state. I mean, there's so many damn numbers here that all are so close together. And then they started changing after Burgess found the missing chip from the SUV. Jen McCabe, 3147. I'm trying to look at the last time it says she actually messaged him. It was almost 12:30. And then you got all of Whiffin's phone times and data. Here's Jen's page. Um, and then by the time they claim that Karen did the trigger event, the backing up, that's how how they know that is the trigger event stuff. When she allegedly hit him at the point of impact, that she got back over to his house within just under 4 minutes. Like, she was so mad she had to have flew to his house in the middle of the night with kind of crazy weather. But okay, maybe she's a driving fool. I know women like that. Go up, Buttercup, and say your prayers, because you might need them. There's people I won't ride with because I don't trust it. Maybe she was that kind of driver. Some people shouldn't be driving. See, because it says that Jen McCabe was also texting at 12:42, and then she sent John a text at 12:45. But it said hello. But according to this newer testimony, John was laid out in the yard by that time.
Okay.
And here's the biggest problem I still have is going to be that Ricky and Nagel coming up in that F-150. Now, if the F-150 is parked there, and Nagel sent a Julie, let me go back and I need to find out what time he sent that text, because Nagel sent his sister a text that said, "I'm here." And that's going to pinpoint exactly what time he pulled up behind Karen Reed's vehicle. And then what time was this alleged backing up trigger event? Why didn't she hit Ricky's truck? Why didn't she hit Higgins' Jeep? Why didn't she take out a mailbox? Especially, you know how these crazy women are, 24 miles an hour backwards. I'm going to run up on the curve. I'm a pretty good backwards driver. I'm like Tomater. That's the thing we practice in the South. When your daddy says, "Girl, back that boat trailer up," you don't want to say how. You just want to say, "Yes, sir." It's just stuff we're taught. And you better be good at it, because someone's going to make fun of you, one of your cousins, if you weren't. There's no way we're letting that win. All right. According to Whiffen, at 12:31 is when the message came in from Jen saying, "Are you here?"
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because it changed from what, and that was a testimony. The first one was, who gave that testimony? See, I'm still making my notes of when I got all of my times for different people, different phones. I got my other list over here that I use when I go to Miss Shorty's that we talk about stuff that's an issue. But I still am working on all my times from all these different places. And there's enough discrepancies within the witnesses themselves that have testified, is why I'm not trusting a lot of the data they're trying to sell me now. Because I remember what was testified to by the other witnesses.
Oh, yeah.
And it's not matching up, right? That was days ago where I got there with that. You can't just keep changing it, then you got to go back and change everything else at the same time. That would mean everything's thrown off, not just the car, movements, and all of that good stuff. You can't do that. Not unless you change all of it at that point. Do I make my boat trailer at 24 miles? Honey, you'd be surprised. We literally will get out into these open fields and do shit for fun, including backing up. See how fast we can go in a straight line. We get bored in the South. We find things to do. And then we make fun of each other when we can't do it. It's a whole thing. No, we don't back up for 24 miles an hour getting the boat in the water, because if you sling the boat off, Daddy's really going to be not happy with you. Not the boat, man. You just can't do that. But because I have backed up plenty of vehicles, I know if you're going a little bit faster and the road's a little bit of a curve, you're probably going to end up on the curve if you're not careful. And I don't need a man to come mansplain that, right? But I do need to finish going through my timeline, especially with Jen's phone, because Jen's phone's been doing weird things from day one. Like, I've never met somebody's phone who does just all these random butt dials and deletes information and deletes messages. And, like, lady, you need to get you a new phone, because you got the limit of all phones. Yeah, 12/31/47 was one of her. She saw the car at 12:40. She texted again, hello. So it's looking like 12:40, and then at 12:45 she texted again. 12:31 was pulled behind me, 12:40 was hello, and at 12:45 was another hello. And if he wasn't answering, because he was already laying in the ground, but they never saw him. That's weird. It wasn't even, the weather wasn't that bad yet. And I don't get how Julie Nagel came out of that house to go out there and meet her brother, and she never saw him until she went to leave with Jen McCabe, and then she saw a blob out on the ground. But she didn't tell nobody until recently. Oh, real recently. That just came out in her testimony. There's just a lot of unanswered questions still.
Yeah.
And there's enough here, without picking apart every single expert that comes on the witness stand, there's enough in their actual evidence that's a problem. Or lack of, like how these abrasions happen to the head and to the arm, and these phone discrepancy problems, and this car timing issue. All of those things, those are reasonable doubt issues. If you can't explain to a jury exactly what a vehicle was doing, without a doubt, you can't explain anything. You know what I mean? So I think that a lot of the jurors, I don't know, it's hard to say what reasonable doubt is to some people is not the same as it is to others. That's a proven fact. No matter how you look at it, that's just the way it is. But, well, it looks like they're going to have a half a day tomorrow. I'm not even sure what time they're going to start. If they're going to start on time and then wrap it up early. They should just do that, run till noon, let the juror go do her appointment, and then y'all do your voir dire business while the juror's at her appointment. Oh my God, it's just too reasonable. Shouldn't be a big deal. I don't know. Do y'all think the state's going to rest tomorrow when the defense is done with this witness? Do you think that they'll wrap it up? Or they have anybody else y'all could think of the state should call or didn't call that y'all think they would? I mean, I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you. All right, guys, we're going to go for the day. We have Joe's link in the chat.
Okay.
Joe, because I think Joe's still here. Joe is doing a show tonight, getting everybody caught up on the latest document in the Lori Vallow case. Just not far from her next trial to be time for that to start up as well. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. This case is a crazy case, and I just think that there's a lot of out of hand stuff that didn't need to be, that could have been controlled better. The courtroom being one of them, but that's, I'm not gonna let her make me crazy. Bev don't have that kind of power. All right, guys, until we get back up here tomorrow, you guys have a great night.
Okay, me too.
I hope you feel better, Dolphin.
Thanks. I'm started coughing a lot more, so I need something to drink, and I'm getting ready to go crawl into bed again.
There you go. You get your medicine, you ate your meal. Now you go relax and get better for us. And we'll see you back here in the morning. All right, guys. You all have a great evening, and I'll see you later.
Thank you all for watching this here video.